The Beast Master banished from the hero's party is on a journey to meet beast girls. Volume 2, by Miyama Suzu, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Beast Tamer Vs. Beast Tamer. With the completion of Arios' request, I had some breathing room, so I decided to upgrade my equipment. I made my way to the most reputable weapon shop in town. Welcome. A curt voice greeted us. The shopkeeper was an elderly man with a stubborn air about him. He was short, childlike in height, with a stout, stocky build, a member of the Earthkin race. They closely resembled humans, but were known for their exceptional blacksmithing skills. In other words, a dwarf. Sorry to bother you, I'm looking for weapons and armor. Are your eyes just for show? The weapons are all laid out right there. Pick whatever you like. Got it. I had hoped he'd recommend something, but it didn't seem like he was the talkative type. Naya, what a grumpy old man. The Earthkin are all like that, stubborn to the core. As Canade and Tania whispered to each other, the shopkeeper shot us a glance. Wait, can he hear us? His ears must be sharp as a hawk's. Rain, how about this weapon? Sora handed me a dagger. I took it in my hand and gave it a few test swings. It feels pretty good. The edge doesn't seem dull either, but, how should I put it? I can't quite put it into words, but something feels off. Sorry, I know that's vague. It just doesn't sit right with me. I see, that's unfortunate. Rain. This time, Luna came over with a whip in hand. What do you think of this one? Luna, Rain can't use a whip. But isn't a whip the signature weapon of a tamer? With this, he could discipline any disobedient familiars, crack, just like that. Cheto improper. What are you imagining? If a whip makes you think of something weird, then Sora, you must be quite the closet perv. Q-haha. Luna. Strategic retreat it is. The two of them, squealing playfully, had started chasing each other around. I just hoped we wouldn't get kicked out. I stole a glance at the shopkeeper, but he showed no interest in the commotion. Looking utterly bored, he silently read his book. Better hurry up and pick my gear before we really do get kicked out. I browsed the shelves lined with weapons. My weapon of choice was primarily the dagger. Beast tamers typically lacked physical strength, so they relied on lightweight weapons. Now that I had a contract with Canade, I could probably wield longswords or even greatswords, but I had never properly trained with them. If I couldn't handle them well, they'd be nothing more than wasted potential. A familiar weapon, something I was confident using, was the best choice. The shopkeeper must be highly skilled. Every weapon gleamed with expert craftsmanship. However, was it just my imagination, or did they feel hollow? They shone beautifully, but something about them lacked substance. That was the impression I got. Oi, hope I'm not interrupting. A burly man, clearly an adventurer, strode into the shop. Scars ran across his face and arms, giving him the look of someone who had seen many battles. He might be the real deal, a seasoned warrior. You the shopkeeper. A buddy of mine recommended this place. Said I'd find the perfect weapon for me here. Oh, a referral hat. You got longswords, I've got plenty of coin. Give me your best one. Money, how well, all right. Let's see, how about this? The shopkeeper handed the man a sword. Oh, now that's a fine blade. Looks like it could cut clean through anything. It's got excellent durability, too. You could rough it up all you want, and it wouldn't get a single scratch. All right, I like it. I'll take this one. Much appreciated. The man, looking pleased, walked out of the shop. Canade leaned in and whispered to me. Naya, could it be that this old man is actually pretty nice? If we ask him properly, will he answer? Who knows, but more importantly, something felt off just now. Nyan. I stepped up to the shopkeeper and spoke. Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask about the sword you just sold. What about it? Could it be that the sword wasn't actually anything special? At my sudden remark, everyone looked taken aback. But the shopkeeper, he looked entertained. Like he had found something amusing. Oh, are you saying I just swindled my customer with a piece of junk? No, I wouldn't go that far. But wouldn't this shop have better swords than that one? What makes you think so? It's just a gut feeling, but all the weapons here shine beautifully. But that's all. They look great, but for actual combat, they feel lacking. For a young one, you've got a sharp eye. You're right. So that means the sword I sold that man was a mass-produced model. Decent enough, sharp, sturdy, but that's all. It's not something I poured my soul into, hardly what you'd call a masterpiece. Then why sell him something like that? He wasn't overcharging or scamming customers, so it didn't seem like a con. HMPH, just an old man's little prank. A prank. Lately, all I get are customers who buy weapons way beyond their actual ability. That guy just now, his first words were about how much money he had. Dealing with people like that gets old real fast. To me, my weapons are like my children. Is it selfish to want them to be wielded by people who actually deserve them? I get that, I totally get that. I can vouch for you on that one. Tania suddenly chimed in, nodding in agreement. Maybe it was a matter of pride, something that resonated between them. Oh ho, lass, you understand me. You're not too bad for a human. Oh, the way you said that, I see, you're a dragonkin. You caught on fast. At my age, you think this is the first time I've met one of the strongest species. I like your guts. You're getting more interesting. A strange sort of camaraderie was forming. But back to the topic. The shopkeeper shifted his gaze from Tania back to me. If a customer can't tell the difference, I sell them the lesser swords. But lesser might be too strong a word. That's a pretty mean thing to do. Are you mad? Nah, he seemed satisfied with his purchase. Not my place to complain. Heavy. You've got a bit of a mean streak yourself, don't you? Rain is actually very kind, you know. Sora quickly chimed in, as if to defend me. Luna, grinning, joined in right after. But still, Yaru can be pretty mean. Why Yaru? Few fun, dear sister, what exactly are you imagining? You really are a closet perv. This conversation is over. Once again, the twin sisters began chasing each other, shrieking as they ran around. By the way, how did you figure out that the weapons here were dull? Even I have to admit, it's not easy to tell. Call it a hunch. That's quite the vague answer. If I had to explain it, maybe it has something to do with me being a beast tamer. Oh, so you're a beast tamer. That's a rare profession these days. When taming, I have to carefully observe my target. If it's a familiar creature, it's not too difficult, but if it's something I'm encountering for the first time, I need to watch closely to make sure my words and magic reach them. I trained for that. Maybe that's why I naturally developed a keen eye for things. Hmgehaha, now that's interesting. The shopkeeper burst into laughter and smacked his knee. I like you. It's been a while since I've had such a fine customer. So what are you looking for? A sword, a spear, an axe? What do you mean? Those who see through the dull weapons on display, those who pass my test, get the real deal. I craft a weapon specifically suited for them. I see in that case I'd like a dagger. I'd love to say leave it to me, but the shopkeeper trailed off, hesitating. Seeing his uncertain expression, everyone looked puzzled. Nyan, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're going to take it back now. Tania, I think it's too early to jump to conclusions, Sora pointed out. She was right, there had to be a reason. Luna, reaching the same conclusion, tilted her head in curiosity. What's the problem, shopkeeper? Is something wrong? Well, that's the thing. Why don't you tell us? We might be able to help. True enough. Sooner or later, the whole town will find out. The truth is, I don't have the materials to make weapons. With a heavy sigh, the shopkeeper looked genuinely troubled. For unremarkable customers, the shopkeeper used cheap and easily obtained ores to craft weapons, mass-produced pieces, as he called them, lacking any real soul. Even then, by mixing different ores, he ensured they met a certain standard of quality. Perhaps that's why so many adventurers were fooled into thinking they were better than they actually were. On the other hand, those who passed his test received weapons that he poured his soul into. These weren't made with common ores, but with mithril, an extremely rare metal, gathered only in small amounts each month. Weapons crafted with genuine care, using such a rare material, were said to be of such high quality that they could last a lifetime. But now, there was a problem. The supply of mithril had completely stopped. The shopkeeper had an exclusive contract with a group of adventurers who handled the mining, providing him with the precious metal. But recently, they had been returning empty-handed. No matter how deep they searched, not a single trace of mithril could be found. Had the mine been completely exhausted, or was there another reason? No one knew for sure. But with no mithril reaching the shopkeeper, he was unable to craft any weapons at all. Because of this, I haven't been able to make any proper weapons lately. At this rate, my skills will rust away. Naya, that's awful. Canid frowned, clearly sympathizing. Then Tania, speaking without hesitation, asked the obvious question. Can't you just get it from somewhere else? If it were me, that's what I'd do. Mithril is a rare ore to begin with. There's not enough of it on the market to spare. You had exclusive mining rights to a mithril vein? Sora asked, tilting her head in curiosity. It was part of the inheritance my parents left behind. After investigating it, I discovered it was a mithril mine. Ha, that's some luck. If it were me, I'd be celebrating the discovery of a treasure trove. But if you own a mithril mine, why not sell it? You could live in luxury for the rest of your life. This time, it was Tania who voiced the question. How much is the unit price of mithril per kilogram? She asked. Carbide. Canate, clearly misunderstanding, blurted out something completely unrelated. Tania sighed in exasperation. I said unit price, not carbide. How much does a kilogram go for? If I remember correctly, around 10 gold coins. I pulled from my vague knowledge. The shopkeeper added a more accurate number. The latest market rate is 9 gold coins per kilogram. It fluctuates depending on the market. Oh, I see. If you sold the entire mine, you could easily get 1,000 gold coins or more. Like Sora said, that would be enough to live in luxury. HMPH, I have no interest in such a boring life. I am a blacksmith. I will wield my hammer until the day I die. Naya, so this is what they call a craftsman's spirit. That kind of dedication is wonderful. I can really relate. HMPH, flattery won't get you anything, girls. Canade and Tania praised him, and though the shopkeeper brushed it off, he couldn't hide his pleased smile. But soon, his expression turned bitter. If it were folks like you, I'd be more than happy to put my skills to work, but I'm sorry. Without materials, my hands are tied. I'm no alchemist. No need to apologize. If that's the situation, then it can't be helped. I appreciate your understanding. Still, the sudden halt in mithril mining was strange. Normally, when an ore deposit is depleted, the yield gradually declines. It steadily decreases before eventually hitting zero. That's how it usually happens, but for the supply to stop all at once, that didn't make sense. Naya, rain. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, I just think it's strange. I shared my thoughts with everyone. Naya, I don't really get it, but if Rain says so, then it must be weird. Canade, you should try to develop some critical thinking skills. That was harsh. At Sora's merciless retort, Canade looked utterly shocked. My dear sister, don't be unreasonable. After all, Nekore aren't exactly known for their brains. That's mean, Naya. I'm joking, just a little joke to lighten the mood, phew. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw little devil wings, and a tail sprouting from Luna's back. Tania, shaking her head at their antics, turned to me. So, Rain, what do you want to do? I do want to investigate. But this isn't something I should decide on my own. If it turns out to be nothing, I'll just end up dragging everyone around for no reason. That wouldn't sit right with me. Who cares if it's selfish? We're a party, aren't we? I don't want you to hold back over something like that. It might sound dramatic, but we're in this together, right? Oh, Tania actually said something good for once. It's going to rain tomorrow. Maybe even a storm. You guys. Yeah. You're right, Tania. We were companions. Holding back would just be pointless. What's all this whispering about? It's about the mine. How about letting us investigate? What? There's something suspicious about this. I don't think it's just a case of natural depletion. Why not officially request us to look into it? Ahem. The shopkeeper stroked his chin, deep in thought. I see. Maybe this is fate. All right, I'll leave it to you. Thanks. No, I should be thanking you. Having you look into the mine is a huge help. Our dear master really is a softie. And that's what makes Rain so great, Naya. Tania and Canade smiled warmly. Then, could you submit a direct request to the guild under our names? There was a system called a designated request, used when clients wanted a specific adventurer to take a job. Some clients refused to trust adventurers they hadn't met, so the guild allowed them to choose who would handle their request. Arios had used this system as well, though he had grumbled about it, saying, a hero relying on adventurers. Still, rules were rules and he had to follow them. Understood, and your name? Oh, I haven't introduced myself, have I? My bad, I'm Rain Shroud. Rain, all right, I'll remember it. I'm Gant Stroff. We shook hands. Now about the reward, what would you like? I want you to craft me a weapon, Gantz. That's it, you do realize I have plenty of money, right? I'd rather have one of your weapons. Oh, You'd choose my craftsmanship over gold. Is that a problem? No, that's the best answer I could have hoped for. Gantz grinned. His earlier standoffish attitude was gone, replaced with a lively energy as he rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscular arms. I promise you, once I get my hands on mithril again, I'll forge you the finest weapon possible. I'll hold you to that. With that, our deal was sealed. Gantz, where is the mine? Not far from here. I'll give you maps of both the route to the mine and the tunnels inside. That helps a lot. I'm counting on you. If something's wrong, find out why. A blacksmith who can't forge is no blacksmith at all, please. Though he had an eccentric way of running his shop, displaying dull blades and only crafting for those he deemed worthy. At his core, Gantz was truly dedicated to his craft. I wasn't a blacksmith, but I could understand his passion. I wanted to help him, pure and simple. We'll complete this request no matter what. Yeah. Section. The mine was close to town, but entering the mountains required proper preparation. Mountain weather could change rapidly, worsening in an instant. Getting stranded was a real possibility, so we had to be thorough. We spent an entire day preparing, then, the next morning, we set foot on Gantz's mountain. Nyan. At the front of the group, Canaid was humming an odd little tune. She'd done this before, did she just really love singing? Canaid, can you stop with that weird song? It's ruining the mood. Tania sighed in exasperation. Nyaha, sorry, it just feels like a fun hiking trip, so I got carried away. Well, I can't say I don't get it. Right. A fun trip with everyone. Enjoying the journey is fine, but don't forget, we're here on a request. I know, I haven't forgot. But I also think it's important to have fun. That's so like you, Canaid. Yeah. Tania and I exchanged wry smiles. Being able to find joy in any situation, perhaps that was Canaid's unique talent. Ha huff. A little behind us, Sora and Luna were struggling to keep up. You two okay? I am fine, that's what I'd like to say. Sister, don't push yourself. I'm already at my limit. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. I am in perfect health. We are the strongest species. After all, the strongest don't get sick easily. Viruses and infections mean nothing to us, few fun. However, the spirit race is specialized in magic, huff-puff, so we lack endurance. We spirit folk are a race of recluses, wheeze. How much farther, pant, is the destination? I checked the map Gantz had given us. We're about here, so I'd say about an hour left. An hour? Both Sora and Luna looked utterly defeated. Here. I reached out my hands to them. This is. I'll pull you both along. We're almost at a good resting spot, so just hang in there a little longer. Thank you. You could carry me, you know. Luna looked up at me with hopeful eyes. I wouldn't mind, but I only have one back, you know. Then how about this? Rain carries me and I carry Sora. That's a parent and child turtle kind of logic. Wouldn't that be dangerous for Sora? I doubt Luna's thin arms could hold her up. Sora is pretty heavy. I am not heavy. After about 10 minutes of walking while holding their hands, the trees opened up into a clearing. There were remnants of a campfire, suggesting adventurers had camped here before. Beyond that, a lake spread out before us. This looks like a good place to take a break. I called out to everyone and set my pack down on the ground. We had brought enough supplies to last 2 nights, so even I was feeling a little fatigued. Maybe I should have found a large animal to tame and ride. I'm exhausted. This is brutal for spirit folk. Sora is heavy, after all. She's probably even more exhausted from carrying her own weight. I keep telling you, I'm not heavy. Despite being exhausted, Sora and Luna still had enough energy to bicker. You two holding up okay, Canaid? Tania? Yep, not tired at all. This is nothing. As expected of a Nekore and a Dragonkin, their stamina was outstanding, not even slightly out of breath. That said, they were fanning their clothes, visibly sweating from the heat. Naya, I'm not tired, but I hate being hot. Seriously, isn't it way too warm today? It feels like the middle of summer. I looked up at the sky. The sun blazed down relentlessly. It was shining so intensely that I couldn't help but mutter, you don't have to work this hard, you know. You're right, it's scorching. We should stay hydrated. Here, water. Thanks. Appreciate it. You're pretty thoughtful. I handed water to Canaid and Tania, then gave bottles to Sora and Luna as well. What about you, Rain? Should I give you a drink mouth to mouth? Luna, it was a joke. A joke of a joke of a joke. I already drank some earlier. Even so, it really was unbearably hot. It had to be around midday, the hottest time of day. To avoid the direct sun, I moved into the shade of a tree. The others followed and sat beside me. Naya, it's too hot to feel motivated. Seriously, at this point, nothing even matters anymore. I refuse to move from this spot. Absolutely refuse. Proposal. Let's blow up the sun. Everyone was struggling with the heat. It made sense. We had expected the weather to be the same as yesterday, so we had only packed standard gear. But with temperatures this high, things were getting rough. Suddenly Canaid perked up as if struck by an idea. Hey, Rain, can we go for a swim? A swim? Look, there's a lake right there. It'd feel amazing to cool off in the water. I second Canaid's suggestion. That's actually a great idea. Yeah, let's go for a swim. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Honestly, it wasn't the best idea. There could be monsters lurking nearby. Ideally, I'd like to scout the area first, but judging by their faces, there was no way they'd wait that long. Well, as long as I stay alert, it should be fine. All right, I'll rest here, so go ahead and cool off. Thanks, Rain. The moment I gave my approval, Canaid reached for her clothes. Wait, stop, don't start stripping here. I'm still right here. I got too excited. Sorry. I don't mind, but please, remember that you're a cute girl. Naya, Rain just called me cute. Hold on, what about me? What do you think of me? Of course, you're cute too, Tania. Really? HMPH, well, at least you've got good taste. What about me, Rain? What about me? Sarah, Luna, of course you're both cute too. Why are you even asking something so obvious? That was unexpectedly effective. My heart is racing. To think that even I would be affected so easily. Not bad, Rain. What were they even talking about? All right, let's hurry to the lake already. I can't stand this heat anymore. I need relief. Rain will be back soon. Yeah, go ahead. We've still got time, so take your time. Thank you, Rain. At my words, Canaid, Tania, and Luna eagerly made their way to the lake. Sora gave me a polite bow before following them. Now then, I had my own task to take care of. I approached some nearby rabbits and formed temporary contracts with them, then sent them to keep watch around the lake. If anything happened, they'd alert me right away. That should do it. Now, guess I'll get some sleep. The heat was still intense, but at least the shade made it bearable. I leaned back against the tree roots, closed my eyes, and let myself drift off. Another sighed. Naya, first one in. Completely bare, Canaid took a big leap and dove into the lake. Splash, water sprayed into the air. My turn next. Sora too. I won't be left behind. Tania, Sora, and Luna followed in that order, diving into the water. Puha, this feels amazing. So cool and refreshing. This is so soothing. It feels like my exhaustion is melting away. Naya, this is pure bliss. Tania, Sora, and Canaid happily enjoyed their swim. Luna, however, was just staring at them. Nyan, Luna, what's up? Canaid, your chest is quite large. Naya, you think so? It's very large. Is it a weapon, or perhaps a melon? Luna, I have no idea what you're trying to say, Naya. You're right, they're definitely big. I can see why Luna would be envious. I am not envious. Tania smirked, but then. You're acting like it's someone else's problem, but Tania, yours are big too. Now it was Sora who was staring intently at Tania's chest. Her gaze was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Jealousy, frustration, admiration. Sora and I look like this. The twin sisters pressed their hands against their own chests. If you had to put a sound to it, it would probably be splat. Or maybe flat. We really envy you two. What do we have to eat to grow like that? Please share your secrets, I beg you. I at least want to reach Canaid's size. Yay. I mean, it just happened naturally, right? So it's all just genetics. So we're just stuck like this forever. Hold on, you never know. There's still time for growth spurts. Naya, there has to be a way to make them bigger. Seeing how utterly devastated Sora and Luna looked, Canaid and Tania frantically tried to comfort them. For example, what kind of methods? Like having someone you love massage them. Someone you love. At that moment, all four of them went silent, as if lost in thought. What exactly were they imagining? Only they would know, and then. Naya, FNYA. Suddenly, Canaid shuddered violently, letting out a loud yelp. Section, Canaid. The scream from the lake, jolted me awake in an instant. The small animals I had stationed as lookouts gave no warning signs, which meant whatever had happened, it was in the lake. No time to think. I shot to my feet and sprinted at full speed. Please, let them be okay. I ran while silently praying, but in my rush I made one crucial mistake. Everyone, are you all right? Ihud. 4 bare-skinned figures turned to look at me, eyes wide in surprise. Oh, right, they were in the middle of bathing. That thought hit me just a second too late, and my body froze in place. They also seemed frozen, as if their minds hadn't yet processed what just happened. None of them made a move to cover themselves, still dripping wet, just staring at me in stunned silence. Well, almost all of them. Canade's tail was twitching slightly, and right there, a fish had its mouth latched onto it. So that was what caused the scream. She'd gotten her tail bitten. I'm so sorry. Before me, entirely too much bare skin. I averted my gaze in a panic and quickly turned around. I heard a scream and thought something had happened. I really should have thought this through first. I'm so sorry. I needed to get out of here. Now, breaking into a nervous sweat, I hurried away from the lake. From behind me, I heard a collective, wordless shriek. Yeah, I was so dead. Section 30 minutes later. Naya, Rain, you perv. Canade and the others returned from the lake, their cheeks flushed a deep red. I'm really sorry. I know it might sound like an excuse, but I swear I didn't mean to. Oh, really? Or were you just taking advantage of the situation to sneak a peek at us? Tania shot me a glare sharp enough to pierce through solid steel. Awawawa reigns of Soras, and an end naked, Awawawa. Sora will be useless for a while, what a hassle. Sora was in complete meltdown mode. Luna, on the other hand, was perfectly calm, which, if anything, was even more terrifying. I had really messed up. Even if I hadn't intended to, I had still barged in on them while they were bathing. I thought I'd been handling things well up until now, but this one mistake might have shattered the trust we'd built. Could we even continue as a party after this? Would this be the thing that broke us apart? I'm truly sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you, just please forgive me. Naya. Anything. Anything at all. As long as it's something I'm capable of. No takebacks. Tania joined in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Awawawa Sora's purity? Ooh, at this point, Rain will have to take responsibility. There's no other way. Oh, this delusion is spiraling out of control. I'm curious to see just how far it will go. Sora and Luna were, as always, in their own world. If you'll do anything then, just keep things the way they are. That was not what I had expected. I mean, yeah, it was super embarrassing to be seen like that, Canade admitted. But you were just worried about us, right? So, I'm not mad. Honestly, it'd feel even worse if things got weird because of this. That's why I just want things to stay the same. Her unexpected verdict left me momentarily speechless. Let's just keep being friends like we always have. Don't worry, nothing's gonna change between us because of this. Canade's words were met with nods of agreement from the other three. Well, that settles it. This conversation is over. Exactly. Oh, Rain, do you want to take a bath too? You're all sweaty, right? It'd feel really nice. And this time, we'll be the ones peeking. It's only fair. We are not doing that. Before I knew it, things had gone back to normal. And honestly, I couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, I had seriously thought this incident might break our party apart. But that was nothing more than pointless worry. Got it. I'll just act normal like always. Yeah, there's no way something like this would change anything. Naya, exactly. Why had I even thought our party might fall apart over this? Maybe I was still being overly cautious after everything that had happened with Arios. But just as they trusted me, I had to make sure I trusted them too. Section. Despite the earlier mishap, everything else had gone smoothly, and we finally arrived at the entrance to the mine. Reinforced with wooden beams, the cave mouth stood before us. Tracks ran along the ground, likely used to transport mined ore. Just as we had done when we encountered those bandits before, we hid in the shade and observed the mine. There's no one here. Well, obviously. Mining operations have stopped, so of course there's no one around. Or is my sister's brain so broken she can't even think that far? Luna, it seems like your mouth is what's broken. I may need to correct that. Oh, then bring it on, but be warned, I'll utterly destroy you. All right, you two, just please behave. Understood. They answered obediently enough, but did they really understand? With Luna, there was always that nagging uncertainty. She was unpredictable by nature. That said, she was also highly intelligent, so I doubted she'd act recklessly. Just then, I noticed a bird circling overhead. What? Was it looking for food? But its movements were strange. It kept flying in circles above the mine before suddenly taking off, as if it had seen something. Hey, Rain, why are we hiding? Canade's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. The mining suddenly stopped. What do you think caused it? They ran out of ore. That's the most obvious answer, yeah. But doesn't it feel a little off? If they had dug the place dry, there should have been a gradual decrease in production. Instead, it just stopped all at once. So what if the cause wasn't natural? What if someone else had been sneaking in and out, someone other than the adventurers Gantz had contracted? From what I was told, there weren't any guards stationed here. Are you saying it was theft? Tania, bingo. I mean, it's possible, but what's your evidence? I don't have any. Excuse me. Tania blinked in disbelief. There are multiple possibilities, I explained. The contracted adventurers could be smuggling the ore, or the mine might be infested with monsters, or maybe something completely unexpected happened. That's why we're being cautious. If you don't have proof, then why go through all this trouble? If it is thieves, then just waltzing in would be a terrible idea. We don't know who or what we're up against. That's why we need to observe first. Are we dealing with thieves, or is there another reason the mining stopped? We won't step inside until we figure that out. You're really careful, huh? I should be. I'm responsible for everyone's safety. Wait, are you saying you're worried about us? Of course. Oh. Well, I guess that's a good mindset to have. I'll give you some credit for that. Despite her haughty tone, Tania seemed pleased. The others watching her smirked knowingly. Naya, Tania is such a tsundere. A tsundere indeed. Hey, you got a problem with that. They really were a lively bunch. Quiet. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Two men, both armed with swords, emerged from the mine. They didn't look like thieves. If anything, they had the air of adventurers. They drew their swords and walked straight toward us. Rain, I think we've been spotted. That's impossible. We were just watching from here. We didn't make enough noise for them to hear us inside the cave. Tania denied it, but the men kept walking toward us. Could they have used detection magic? But I didn't sense any magic being cast or any traces of magical energy. Either way, we should assume we've been made. What's the plan? Do we take them out? We'll intercept them, but don't go overboard. We need to figure out who they are first. Understood, Naya. Section, I did say not to overdo it, didn't I? Lying completely unconscious on the ground were two men. Standing beside them, looking incredibly awkward, were Canade and Tania. Naya S. sorry. I didn't do anything wrong. He just happened to run into my fist. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The moment those two men attacked, Canade and Tania knocked them out instantly. That would have been fine if they hadn't overdone it. Both men were out cold, completely code. They probably wouldn't wake up for quite some time. We were supposed to question them. Naya. Well, whatever. What's done is done. Besides, the fact that they attacked on sight proves they were up to no good. Why, yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's why we took the initiative and struck first. I said it's fine, but you are going to reflect on this, okay? Because of this, we lost our best chance at figuring out who they are. Sorry. Our bad. That was enough lecturing. If you'd like, Sora and I could take a look at their memories. Oh right, that's an option, isn't it? Spirit folk are magic experts after all. Leave it to us. Phew fun. We've got this covered. The spirit folk had the highest magic ability among the strongest species. Compared to the dragonkin, the second highest, their magic power was several times greater. It was thanks to that overwhelming strength that they could use absurd, almost unreal spells like memory reading. All right, here we go. Memory search. Sora and Luna each placed a hand over one of the men's heads and chanted. Small, faint particles of light swirled around the unconscious figures. After a moment, the glowing orbs were absorbed into Sora and Luna's hands, then disappeared. Search complete. HMPH. Just as Rain suspected. Sora and Luna both nodded in agreement, as if confirming something they had seen. These men were definitely stealing ore. I saw it in their memories. This one too. I witnessed the same scene. So the reason the mine's production stopped was theft after all. Were you able to learn anything about who they are? Unfortunately, no. When we read memories, it's like peeking at a recorded scene. We can't exactly search for specific details, so it's difficult to pinpoint information. But we did see their allies. They all looked like adventurers. How many? Besides these two, I'd say 5 more. Got it. Thanks, that really helps. Did we manage to be useful to you, Rain? You were very helpful. Then I request head pats. Luna leaned forward expectantly, tilting her head toward me. I heard from Canaid and Tania that Rain's head pats are legendary, so I demand one as well. Now, hurry and pat my head. You make it sound like some kind of gourmet dish. Well, fine. How's this? I gently ran my fingers through Luna's hair, softly combing through it as I patted her head. Effwa. A strange noise slipped from Luna's lips. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze grew dazed and unfocused. This is Rain's legendary head pat. It feels too good, I'm melting. This is dangerous, I might fall for you completely. Sara, meanwhile, was sneaking glances toward me. Or rather, toward my hand and Luna's head. Do you want one too, Sara? And no, I mean that's. If it's just a head pat, I don't mind doing it anytime. Anytime. Then, I'd like one too, please. All right. Pat pat. Hafu. I ran my fingers through Sora's hair, softly brushing through it as I patted her head. Gently, carefully, like combing through silk, my fingers moved smoothly. This is amazing, this feeling is dangerously good. Her speech was breaking down. I guess she really did like it. Naya, so jealous. I don't care or anything, I'm not jealous. Canaid and Tania were also eyeing me longingly. But unfortunately, we couldn't afford to waste any more time. They'd have to wait for their turn later. All right, let's focus. We're heading inside, but stay alert. We should assume the enemy already knows we're here. Now that you mention it, how did they find us? That part is still a mystery. Naya, maybe someone was watching us. Canaid, that's exactly it. But there were no lookouts anywhere, and there were no traces of magic being used. How do you know that? The enemy was watching us from above, or rather, they were keeping an eye on the mine entrance from the sky. I recalled the bird that had been circling earlier, its movements strangely unnatural. No normal bird would fly like that, which meant the enemy has a beast tamer on their side. We moved cautiously through the cave, making sure not to make a sound. Following Gantz's map, we advanced deeper into the tunnel until we reached a large open space. It was big enough to play a full game of sports in, definitely the mining site. Scattered tools and minecarts used for transporting ore were visible throughout the area. Naya, there are some very suspicious people over there. 5 of them, just like Sora said. 3 men, 2 women. All of them actively mining for ore. There's no doubt, these people are the ones stealing from the mine. Gantz's contracted adventurers were a 4-man, all-male party, and he had no other mining agreements in place. So the only possible answer was that these people were thieves. But why would they bother stealing ore? Are they making good money off of it? It's hard to say. I'm sure there's some profit involved, but the risk of getting caught is high. The risk and reward don't really balance out. Sora's right, ore theft is a serious crime. Normally, no one would try something like this. Either way, we have one job. We eliminate them. And no, then I can burn them. Also no. Why is our party so full of violent thinkers? Who's been influencing them? I really hope it's not me. Canaid, you'll pair with Sora. Tania, you'll pair with Luna. Each team will take 2 enemies. I'll handle the last one. Roger, Naya. We go on my signal. Ready. Everyone nodded silently. 3, 2, 1 now. We all leapt out from cover at once. Who the hell are you, GWH? First one in. Canaid wasted no time. She launched a flying kick at one of the men. The force of her blow sent him hurtling across the room, slamming hard into the cave wall. Behave yourself. Like hell we will. Who the hell are you, RGH? Meanwhile, Tania whipped her tail around like a weapon, knocking another thief clean off his feet. HMPH. Looks like we won't even get a turn. How boring. That's not true. Look, one of them is casting a spell. We need to stop them. Sora, cover Canaid. Luna, support Tania. Roger, I'll take this chance to show off to Rain, so he has to praise me later. I will earn another head pat. Sora and Luna used their magic to counter the enemy's spells, effectively nullifying them. I wasn't entirely sure how they did it, but I did know that, as spirit folk, Their magic was overwhelmingly powerful. They could pull off ridiculous feats like this as if it were nothing. Who the hell are you guys? The leader, the man standing before me, brandished a dagger and growled. If I tell you we're here on Gantz's request, does that answer your question? What? That old bastard's request. You're caught red-handed. We're handing you over to the guild. Like hell you will, cocky little brat. Do you really think you can take me? The man lunged at me. Too slow. Huh? I slipped past his blade and drove my fist into his gut. I felt the impact. But I must have held back too much. He was still conscious. Surrender, give up quietly, and this ends here. You think I'm gonna let some kid humiliate me? I won't let myself get caught. Not until I give that old man a taste of his own medicine. Huh, and what exactly do you mean by that? Like I'd ever tell you. The man stood up, flashing a smug grin. I knew someone might show up to interfere, which is why I came prepared. Come forth. With a deep, rumbling boom, a massive shadow emerged. A moment later, it revealed itself before me. A behemoth. Behemoths were classified as B-rank monsters, extremely powerful creatures. It was like a bull, except several times larger, its entire body covered in armor-like muscles. Sharp horns curved from its temples, and a thick mane ran down its back. Its limbs were thick as tree trunks, radiating sheer, destructive power. They were said to be so strong, they could tear through small castle gates with ease. Haha, surprised. This bad boy is my pet. A pet? Wait, don't tell me. That's right, I'm a beast tamer. I had my bird watching the area earlier, but once you guys showed up, I decided to switch my contract over to this guy instead. Looks like that was the right call. You can't have two contracts at once, right? So what was the behemoth doing while you had the bird under contract? You just left it somewhere. I found this guy when he was still a baby. Since then, I've raised him myself. I'm basically his parent. Even without a contract, he listens to me to some extent. Of course, contracting him gives me way better control, so I save it for emergencies like this. Normally, beast tamers can't tame monsters. The techniques for handling animals and controlling monsters were fundamentally different. If someone wanted to tame monsters, they had to learn an entirely different set of skills. At that point, they weren't called beast tamers anymore. They were called monster tamers instead. However, there was one loophole, just as this man had done. One could raise a monster from infancy. Unlike animals, monsters were innately hostile toward humans. Taming them required far greater strength and magic power, since you had to forcibly suppress their hostility. That's why monster tamers needed specialized skills and knowledge. But if you raised a monster from birth, its aggression toward humans would be weaker, making it far easier to tame. That was how this man had successfully tamed a behemoth. As a beast tamer, his skill was undeniably top class. Go. At his command, the behemoth charged. The force of its attack was on the level of an anti-fortress weapon. Trying to block it head-on wasn't an option. I dove to the side with everything I had. But, grah, the behemoth shifted its weight, turning sharply to pursue me. Like hell it was going to let me escape. Take this. I ran straight for the cave wall, then leapt. Just before the behemoth slammed into me, I narrowly dodged out of its path. Unable to stop its own momentum, the beast crashed into the rock wall at full force. Boom! The entire tunnel shook. It was like an earthquake had struck. Grrrrrrrrr. The behemoth yanked its head out of the cratered rock. Its bloodshot eyes glared at me with raw fury, as expected of a B-rank monster. That attack barely did anything to it. If I kept running, it would eventually catch up. In that case, I'd have to go on the offensive. I sprinted alongside the behemoth, aiming for its temple, neck, and side. Each of my punches landed directly on its weak points. Attacks boosted by my Necroray-enhanced strength. Surely this would. Gruah. You've got to be kidding me. I felt the impact, but it wasn't enough. All I did was make it angrier. With a furious roar, the behemoth swung one of its tree trunk-like arms. I can't dodge. The massive limbs slammed into me. FWOSH, the impact sent me flying. Rain. I braced for the crash. But before I could hit the ground, Cannade caught me. With a soft thud, we both landed safely. Are you okay? Yeah, somehow. I had managed to throw myself backward midair to soften the impact, but the damage still added up. Even so, I could still fight. What about Tania and the others? They took the captured guys outside. They didn't want them getting caught up in this. Sora and Luna went with them to keep the prisoners unconscious. Smart move. We need those guys alive so they can confess everything. And I am here to help you, Rain. Let's take that thing down together. No, Cannade, focus on taking down the man. We're not fighting together. The behemoth is under his control, right? If we take him out, the behemoth will lose direction. That's the safest way to handle this. Besides, we can't let him escape. Got it. If I was thinking purely in terms of efficiency, letting Cannade handle the behemoth would have been the smarter move. But I wasn't about to push the most dangerous role onto her while keeping myself safe. Besides, I had a plan. All done talking. The man smirked, brimming with confidence. Summoning the behemoth must have made him feel like he was untouchable. Just wait. That confidence of yours is about to crumble. We can't let you expose our little operation. So I'll just have to kill you here. That's a textbook villain line. And not even a good one. That was like third-rate at best. You little punks, go. At his command, the behemoth let out a deafening roar. I leapt left. Cannade leapt right. The behemoth locked onto me immediately. It didn't even glance in Cannade's direction. It was focused solely on me. Despite its size, it was fast and agile. It swung its massive arms like clubs, using its horns like a lance to pierce through anything in its way. For now, I focused on dodging. I had to memorize its attack patterns. Unlike humans, behemoths didn't strategize. They acted purely on instinct, which meant their movements were relatively simple. Once I learned them, then there's no problem. I couldn't say I had everything figured out, but I had a read on about 80% of its attacks. I dashed along the ground, kicked off the walls, and ducked low, dodging through a storm of attacks. In close combat, I was confident its attacks wouldn't hit me. I had done the same thing when I fought Arios. Reading an opponent's movements was something I excelled at. For a beast tamer, observation was a critical skill. We had to measure strength, speed, intelligence, everything about our target, to completely understand them before we could tame them. Since I was young, I had been trained to analyze my target's every detail. Ha, ha. While dodging, I struck back with my fists, but the attacks barely did anything. It felt like punching a thick slab of rubber. The impact was there, but it didn't deal any real damage. Then how about this? Fireball. Since we were underground, I kept the power controlled. Any explosion could trigger a cave-in. Instead, I focused on accuracy. The fireball hit the behemoth square in the head. Jaya egg. Its massive body jerked back, letting out a pained roar. It was effective, but grrrrs. It wasn't enough to take it down. Even with my enhanced magic from Tania, a basic fire spell wasn't going to finish this. I could go all out, but in an enclosed space like this, I'd risk getting caught in the blast too. Rain, I got him. Right on time. I glanced over. Cannade had pinned the man to the ground. Can you make him call the behemoth off? Doesn't look like it. He said, I'd rather die, or something. Figures. Then there was only one option left. I had to take the behemoth down myself. Grata. The behemoth suddenly became even more frenzied. Its master was in danger. Its survival instincts had kicked in. Rain, are you sure you don't need my help? I can. No, I can handle this. Everyone had said I was an exceptional beast tamer, that I had talent beyond anything they had seen before. I believed them. Grata. The behemoth's bloodshot eyes locked onto me as it charged again. I didn't dodge, I didn't raise my fists, I just spoke. Stop. I poured my magic into my voice, sharpening my words like a blade. The air around me seemed to tremble. Grrrr. The behemoth froze in place. Naya, what did I just see? What the hell? Why are you listening to him? Move, kill him. The man shouted desperately, but the behemoth showed no signs of obeying. Not even a little. What the hell did you do? I put it under my control. In other words, I tamed it. What? I had overridden his control of the behemoth and tamed it myself. Normally, that should have been impossible. But if I really had the talent that everyone kept saying I did, then maybe, just maybe, it was possible. I hadn't been sure, which was why I waited until the last second to try it. Rain, you're seriously unbelievable. I've never heard of a tamer stealing control from another before. Naya, if I stay with you much longer, I feel like my entire understanding of reality is gonna break. This is impossible, that can't happen. Damn it, listen to me. I'm your master. Obey me, move, move. I don't think that's gonna work, Naya. You're way beneath Rain. Shut up, I'm the greatest beast tamer. I tamed a behemoth, I'm better than anyone. There's no way some brat like him, no way he's stronger than me. Then explain what you're looking at. Rain's just stronger. That's all there is to it. Damn it all. You expect me to accept that some kid is a better beast tamer than me? That I'm the one who's inferior? I refuse. Kill him, tear him apart. Grgrahh. The behemoth roared in fury, reacting to its former master's desperate struggle. Keeping it restrained like this was proving difficult. I hadn't completely mastered it yet. I still had a long way to go, but it's already too late. Fireball. Before the behemoth could move, I fired off my magic, aimed directly at its open mouth. The fireball shot straight down its throat and exploded inside. The behemoth's entire body convulsed violently. A second later, its massive form collapsed. Lifeless, its body disintegrated into a magic stone. It can't be, my trump card, defeated. You want to keep going. The man didn't answer. His head dropped in silent defeat, and with that our victory was sealed. Section. All of the ore thieves had one thing in common. They had purchased their equipment from Gantz's shop. But it wasn't because he had favored them. They had all been given his mass-produced, lower-quality gear. When other adventurers pointed this out to them, they realized the truth, and they wanted revenge. Beating up Gantz wouldn't be enough. Just as they had been made to feel like fools, they wanted to break his pride. So they stole the mithril he needed, preventing him from crafting any weapons at all. To rob a craftsman of his pride and soul. That was their idea of vengeance. The thieves had confessed all of this. And today, we told Gantz everything. I see, so that's how it was. Gantz looked deeply troubled, and it was no surprise. His pride had led to his own downfall. He no longer had the energy he did before. He seemed older than his years. Perhaps I was too full of myself. I believed my weapons were the pinnacle of craftsmanship, and I looked down on those who couldn't wield them. But a true craftsman, an ordinary one at least, should dedicate himself to his craft, no matter the customer. That's the normal thing to do, yet I dismissed my customers as fools and let my own arrogance get in the way. The real fool here was me. That might be true. Hey, Rain. Canaid and Tania panicked, but I wasn't trying to rub salt in the wound. Gantz, you're admitting you were wrong, right? I was wrong. Then fix it. From now on, just put your heart into every weapon you make. This isn't some mistake you can't undo. If you know you were wrong, then all you have to do is correct it. Right. You make it sound so simple. You're a man who can admit when he's wrong. At least, that's how I see you. Phew ha. Gantz suddenly burst out laughing, his usual energy returning. To think a brat who hasn't lived half my years would lecture me like this. Are you offended? Nay, I'm amused. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in ages. Looks like old man Gantz is back. So happy ending. Seeing Gantz laugh, Canaid and Tania finally smiled. Thanks to you, Rain, I'm completely awake now. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Can't have you crafting weapons while half asleep, can we? Ha, you've got some nerve, boy. Gantz grinned, I grinned back. All right. No point in brooding over what's done. What matters is what comes next. From now on, I'll put my soul into every weapon I make. That's the spirit, then I'll be counting on you to make mine. Leave it to me. Gantz pounded his chest confidently. He seemed more reliable than ever. I'll make you a weapon worthy of the promise I made. So, Rain, what kind of weapon do you want? I need a dagger, and I'd like you to make me a set of gauntlets, too. A dagger, I understand, but gauntlets? If it's armor you need, I can make anything you want. I can handle the rest of my armor myself, but I need special gauntlets. I've got an idea I want to incorporate into them. I shared my idea with Gantz, something I had been thinking about for a while. His face lit up with the mischievous grin of a child scheming a prank. Ho, now that sounds interesting. But it'll take time. That's fine. I was thinking of taking a break anyway. I've been taking on non-stop requests lately. A break? I want to eat something delicious. Canaid and Tania immediately reacted. Are there any sightseeing spots in this town? Sara would like to go sightseeing. I don't care what we do as long as it's fun. Also, I demand sweets. Sora and Luna were smiling, too. I didn't expect them to be this excited. I had been working hard to earn enough for our 5-person party, thinking it was necessary. But maybe they had been more exhausted than I realized. I'd have to reflect on that. How long will the crafting take? About a week, I'd say. All right, I'll be back in a week then. Good, you just wait and see. After exchanging farewells, we left Gantz's shop behind. Section. Cheers. At a tavern that had become something of a regular spot for us, we clinked our drinks together in a lively toast. The drink of choice was a refreshing fruit wine. Its subtle sweetness was the perfect way to soothe our tired bodies. Phew, I swear, I live for this first drink after a long day. Tania, you sound like an old man, Naya. Gulp, 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 ah, this is good. Can I get another? Of course, order as much as you want. You said it. No take-backs later, got it. Luna's eyes gleamed like a predator spotting prey. In that case, bring me 3 more bottles of this fruit wine. Oh, and an ale too. That's a lot. Is that a problem? No, not at all. Sora, you want anything? I'll have the same as Luna. Sora also placed an insane order. Did they really like it that much? I was starting to worry if they'd end up completely wasted. Naya, spirit folk do love alcohol, after all. They do. I heard that they drink it like water, and apparently, they almost never get drunk. Half of a spirit folk's body is made of alcohol, Luna declared, though it was hard to tell if she was joking or serious. Well, in that case, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Go ahead and order whatever you like. You really mean that? No need to hold back. I reached out and gently patted Sora's head. This is also a welcome party for the 2 of you. For us. A welcome party. The 2 of them blinked in surprise. Canade beamed. Whenever we get a new party member, we all sit down and eat together. That way, everyone gets along. That's a simple approach. Tania chuckled into her ale. We did the same thing for Tania, too. She acts like it's nothing, but she was really happy about it. What? I was not. Don't make things up. And thanks to that, we're all close now. Exactly, so don't hold back, be as shameless as you want. Sora and Luna exchanged glances, then they both smiled. That's an odd request. But I don't mind it. Ha ha ha, I excel at being shameless. I could win first place in a shamelessness championship. What kind of weird competition is that? Also, Luna, you should really learn some restraint. I just got told not to hold back. So that suggestion is rejected. Luna's right. Really, there's no need for any of that. We're all party members. No formalities between us. Understood, then I won't hold back. That's more like it. Oh, and I'll order something for you too, Rain. In that case, Sora will get something for Canade and Tania. I'm not great with alcohol, but, well, every once in a while is fine. Rain, let's drink together, I'll pour for you. Hey, I was going to do that. Canade, already a little tipsy, scooted close with a drink in hand. Seeing that, Tania immediately did the same, flustered. Sora can pour for you too. I won't just pour drinks, I'll provide all sorts of services for you. I can just pour for myself. No, you can't. The 4 of them all answered in perfect unison. What is happening? When you drink together, you get closer, right? Naya, I want to get even closer to you, Rain. I mean, it's not like I care about you or anything. But we're party members, so I guess socializing is important. Sora wants to drink with Rain, too. I don't really know how to explain it, but I just want to be with you. I feel the same. If I just sit back and relax here, I'll fall too far behind. I have to keep up. What exactly are you all talking about? This guy is so dense. The 4 of them sighed in unison. Well, whatever. For now, let's just enjoy the night. The adventurers' feast stretched on late into the night. Drinking, eating, that was all we did, and yet I could feel our bonds growing stronger. Maybe it was because we shared the same smiles in the same moment in the same place. I wanted to keep laughing like this, to keep spending time like this. And with that thought, the night carried on in warmth and laughter. Then the next morning, I woke up with a terrible hangover. Regrets were had. Arios sighed. Arios and his party were still staying in Horizon. Now that they had acquired the Shield of Truth, there was no reason for them to linger in the city. They should have been moving on to the next destination, but there was something they were lacking. Gold? That wasn't an issue. Their funds for the Demon King's subjugation were supplied in massive amounts every month. Equipment, food, water, all of it could be obtained on site, simply by invoking the hero's name. No, what they lacked was personnel. With Rain gone, their support was missing. There was no one to carry the heavy loads of food and water. no one to map out the roads and terrain, no one to handle negotiations and secure lodgings in each town, and the list went on. Ever since Rain left the party, every possible menial task had fallen onto them. Normally, these were responsibilities they should have handled themselves. But with their belief in their divine right as the chosen ones, Arios and his party genuinely considered such tasks beneath them. They had tried to bring Rain back. They failed, so instead, they decided to replace him. They issued a recruitment notice at the Adventurers Guild, searching for a new party member. The response was overwhelming. The chance to become part of the heroes' party attracted dozens of applicants. And so, Arios and his group held interviews, carefully selecting a worthy candidate. You're disqualified. Inside the inn-room they had rented as an interview space, Arios coldly dismissed the adventurer before him. The man was a beast tamer. He was highly skilled, able to tame various animals, and most importantly, he had been willing to accept a support role. By all accounts, he met nearly every condition they had set. But, if you can't fight at all, then you're useless to us. But that's just the nature of beast tamers. I can fight by commanding animals, like bears, for example. Oh, so you can only command bears. Can you tame a strongest race? Don't be ridiculous. No human can tame a strongest race. That's completely unrealistic. Then you're inferior to him. Even if you can command animals, they still require care, don't they? Are you expecting us to look after them? And even if you do tame a bear, would it really be useful? Besides, you can only tame one at a time, can't you? How exactly do you plan to sustain an entire supply line with just one? Or are you planning to carry all of our provisions, food, and water yourself? If so, I wouldn't mind. What we need is someone who can at least fight a little while also handling our logistics. You don't meet that standard. So you're disqualified. The man had no rebuttal. With slumped shoulders, he left the room in silence. Useless, they're all useless. Arios clicked his tongue, his irritation clear. But in reality, the man he had just rejected was actually perfect for the role. Like Rain, he could have tamed a bear and had it carry their supplies. He was also skilled in negotiation and could have easily handled their dealings with locals. But Arios wasn't satisfied, because Rain, even if only a little, could fight. At the very least, Rain had been able to defend himself in battle. There were times he had slowed them down, sure. But he wasn't a burden. It wasn't logical to compare him to Rain, and yet Arios couldn't help it. And so the interviews continued, but the results were the same. Mina, call in the next one. That was the last applicant. Mina, who had been assisting with the interviews, spoke hesitantly. So that means we failed to find anyone. Arios, don't you think your selection criteria might be a bit too strict? At first, everyone had agreed with Arios's decisions. But now, having rejected every single candidate out of dozens, even they couldn't help but raise an objection. Mina, are you saying my judgment is flawed? And no, that's not what I meant. Arios's irritation was palpable. He was openly directing his anger at her. That had never happened before, and that realization left Mina deeply unsettled. What Mina failed to notice was that before, Rain had been the one absorbing Arios's wrath. He had acted as a lightning rod, taking on Arios's unreasonable anger so that no one else had to. Now that Rain was gone, who would be the next target? Who would take the brunt of Arios's frustration and resentment? There was no need to guess. The answer was obvious. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. I believe your judgment is correct, Arios. Out of fear of becoming the next scapegoat, Mina backed down. She blindly submitted to Arios's words, telling him exactly what he wanted to hear. But empty words meant nothing. They created nothing. A group built on hollow words had no real foundation. Even the small traces of camaraderie they once had were slowly, steadily eroding. And neither Mina nor Arios had realized it yet. It can't be helped. We'll extend our stay in the city for a while longer. Maybe Agus and Leanne, who are searching separately, will find someone promising. But wouldn't that delay our journey? We've been through a lot lately. We should rest while we can, otherwise, we won't last in the long run. Don't you think so? You're right, I'm sorry. I appreciate your concern for us. Of course, we're comrades, aren't we? Looking out for each other is only natural. But no words feel emptier than ones spoken without sincerity. Whether Arios was aware of that or not was unclear. Mina, you should rest too. After all those interviews, you must be exhausted. I suppose you're right. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll take a break. Good. Take it easy. And Arios, what about you? I have something I need to take care of. Please don't overdo it. You're the hero, after all. If you were to collapse, this world would quite literally be thrown into chaos. Mina's words sounded caring, but she wasn't looking at Arios himself. She wasn't speaking to Arios, the person, she was speaking to Arios, the hero. In other words, she wasn't truly concerned about him at all. A hollow exchange. A shallow, meaningless dialogue. I will, don't worry. Arios gave a vague response, watching as Mina left the room. And the moment he was alone, he reached into his pouch. From within, he pulled out a ring. A sinister gemstone was embedded in its center, a deep, malignant color that seemed to writhe in the dim light. This was not an ordinary accessory. It was a magic item, a powerful one, and it held a terrifying ability. Even worse, if the wearer was consumed by negative emotions. It could spiral into something far, far more dangerous. Something that could empower humanity's greatest enemy. Something that could bring disaster upon innocent people. Arios knew this. He knew exactly what he was doing, and yet none of it mattered to him. I can't use this myself. If they traced it back to me, it would be troublesome. Should I have Agus do it? The fool still talks about bringing Rain back. Maybe it's time he proved his loyalty. Despite being his comrade, Arios spoke of Agus like he was a disposable tool. That alone spoke volumes about where his heart lay now. No, I shouldn't. If someone finds out my own companion was responsible, my reputation would take a hit. He let the ring roll between his fingers. His expression was dark, his thoughts even darker. Now, where can I find a suitable pawn? Someone willing to use this and erase Rain for me. Chapter 2, The City's Underbelly. Hello. Oh, Shroudson, hello. As I stepped into the guild, Natalie greeted me with a smile. Is there something you need? Are you here for a new request today? No, I'm taking a week off, so I'm not here to take on a request. I actually came to check on what happened to those guys I turned in the other day. You mean Gantsan's request? Those men had their adventurer qualifications revoked, lost their citizenship, and were reduced to slavery. By now, they should be on their way to the royal capital. Slaves, that's a pretty harsh punishment. They were involved in grave robbing, tarnishing the reputation of adventurers. On top of that, they used force against you, Shroudson, and were engaged in the illegal breeding of monsters, not to mention a whole list of other crimes. Honestly, they're lucky they weren't sentenced to death. Harsh, but if they had that many other offenses, then maybe it couldn't be helped. Either way, I'm glad I got to confirm their fate. I had been worried they might bear a grudge and try to go after Gantz, but it looks like that was just me overthinking things. By the way, who are these two? Natalie's gaze shifted to Sora and Luna, who were standing behind me. Hello, Sora is Sora. I am Luna. You may consider yourself honored to make my acquaintance. Fuhaha. When I mentioned I was heading to the guild, they got curious and decided to tag along. Incidentally, Canade and Tania were still asleep back at the inn. Ha, I am Natalie, the receptionist here at the Adventurers Guild. Overwhelmed by their energy, Natalie looked slightly taken aback. But that expression only lasted a moment. Soon, her face turned skeptical, as if she were trying to assess something. Are the two of you part of Shroudson's party? Yes, that's right. Indeed, Rain and I are bound by soul. It's another cute one, huh? For some reason, she shot me a pointed look. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, nothing at all. She sounded completely unconvincing. Was Natalie annoyed? It kind of felt that way. I really don't get it. A maiden's heart is a complicated thing. The warm sunlight feels so nice. Indeed, a perfect day for a stroll. Going straight back to the inn felt a little dull, so I decided to wander around town with Sora and Luna for a bit. So this is a human town? How fascinating. Really, I don't think it's anything that interesting. Have you forgotten? We spirits haven't interacted with humans for over 200 years. Experiencing human culture, as it is now, is a fresh and intriguing experience for us. Sora and Luna curiously looked around, their heads swiveling like country folk visiting the city for the first time. At this rate, I might as well consider myself their guardian. The standard of living hasn't improved as much as I expected. Of course, There has been progress compared to 200 years ago, but I wonder why. It should have advanced even further. There have been wars, several of them. Wars between humans and demons. The Demon King leads the demons, and the demons command monsters. They've launched invasions again and again. Sometimes, those conflicts have escalated into massive world wars. With battles breaking out so often, civilization hasn't had much chance to develop. Some people believe war drives civilization forward, but history has proven that idea wrong. Sure, war does lead to advancements in some areas. For example, military power, conflicts naturally push the development of stronger armies. For example, mobility, transporting troops efficiently is crucial, leading to sturdier and faster vehicles, like improved carriages. For example, supply lines, logistics are a key part of any military campaign, driving innovation in resource management and distribution. And so on. Wars often spark new inventions and ways of thinking. Sometimes, the technology developed for war ends up benefiting everyday life, like tools for digging waterways that evolved from weapons. From that perspective, one might argue that war contributes to progress. But when looking at the bigger picture, the reality is different. War drains everything. People die, supplies run out, land is ruined, everything is lost. Recovering from that kind of devastation is no simple task. Many struggle to rebuild, and those who can't find support from others are left to collapse. Yes, war sometimes brings new knowledge and technology, but far more is lost in the process. That is war. I see. Indeed, a fascinating topic. As I finished my explanation, the two of them nodded, looking deeply impressed. It almost felt like I had become a schoolteacher. A bit off topic, but humans and the Demon King have been at war for ages. Of course, it's not constant. Once a war breaks out, it lasts for several years, but after that, the Demon King stays quiet for a few decades. Over the past 200 years, if I recall correctly, there have been about 5 wars. 5, should I see that as too many, or should I be grateful it's not more? Maybe it's because of that cycle that civilization hasn't progressed. Why does the Demon King hate humans so much? Who knows? If we had the answer, things would be a lot easier. There have been past wars where a hero managed to defeat the Demon King. But no matter what, the Demon King never truly dies. I don't know what kind of trick is at play, but before long, a new Demon King always emerges. Then, another war begins. A new hero rises to fight, and so the cycle continues. For decades, even centuries, this endless game of cat and mouse has played out. Sora lived deep in the wilderness, so I didn't know about any of this. I was unaware as well. I never bothered to learn about humans. I dismissed such knowledge as unnecessary and ignored it. Well, you can always start learning now. We've got the time for it. That's true. For a human, Rain, you say some pretty wise things. The spirits were said to be incapable of understanding humans. And yet, here they were, smiling alongside me. Maybe, one day, even the Demon King and humans could come to understand each other. That thought crossed my mind. Oh. Luna suddenly spun around and locked eyes on something. A hot dog stand. Hey, Rain, what's that over there? Hot dogs, a pretty common food. It's a sausage served in a bun. Sausage. Luna tilted her head slightly in confusion. Oh, I need to explain from there. It's minced meat, shaped into a stick and boiled. Hoo sounds tasty. Drool. For a moment, Luna and Canaid overlapped in my mind. Both of them were total food lovers. Want to try one? Can I? I was feeling a bit hungry anyway, so why not? Sora, you want one too? Are you sure? If it's not a burden, I'd love one. I called out to the vendor and bought 3. Since eating while walking isn't the most polite, we moved to a bench before digging in. Thank you for the meal. We each took a bite. The sausage burst, releasing its juicy flavors. The mix of spicy and sweet sauces was just right, and the fragrant bun tied everything together. So, that's a hot dog for you. Munch, 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 munch. Chomp, chew, chew, bite, chew, gulp. Swallow. Both of them tore into their food with incredible speed, getting sauce all over their mouths. Glad to see you liked it. Heya, how delicious. It was so good that I ate it all at once. Ah, what a waste. If I open my mouth, the lingering taste will fade away. Rain, you could always offer me another, you know. Lunch is coming up soon, isn't it? If you eat more now, you won't be able to finish it. So no. Seriously, I'll buy you another next time. Next time you say. You promised, all right. Sarah will be looking forward to it as well. Next time, let's bring Canaid and Tania too. We can all eat together. I pictured it, everyone sitting under the open sky, enjoying hot dogs together. That seemed like a truly happy scene. After that, I continued strolling around with Sora and Luna. We passed through the main street and arrived at a district lined with shops. Oh, this is quite a sight. The two of them had been like this all day, curious and excited about everything. It was kind of adorable, though if they found out I thought that, they might get upset. I had to keep it from showing on my face. By the way, Rain, there is something that's been on my mind. You've formed contracts with Canaid and Tania, correct? When you contracted with Canaid, your physical abilities improved. When you contracted with Tania, your magic power increased. That's correct, yes. Yeah, that's right. And you also formed contracts with Sora and me. I had a feeling I knew where this was going. In other words, what abilities did you gain from contracting with us? Exactly. Since you formed contracts with us spirits, what kind of power did you obtain? I'm quite curious. Since they were spirits, I should have gained some sort of ability. But honestly, I hadn't felt any difference yet. I didn't feel any changes in my body when I fought the grave robbers. You have any idea why? None. My physical abilities haven't changed, and my magic power hasn't increased. I feel the same as always. That's strange. We spirits are specialized in magic. Naturally, I assumed forming a contract with us would boost your magic power. Maybe you've simply gained access to more magic. Like, perhaps you've now learned all the spells we can use. That could be a possibility. All right, let's test it. Go ahead and unleash an absolute class spell. There's no way I can cast magic in the middle of the city. And wait, what? What's an absolute class spell? You're familiar with magic rankings? Yes. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Those are the basic three. But above them, there exist two more levels. First, there's superclass magic, which far surpasses advanced class. And beyond even that, there's absolute class magic, a secret art that only we spirits can wield. Though truth be told, neither of us has reached that level yet, so we can't actually use it. I'd heard of superclass magic before. It's the kind of magic spoken about in fairy tales, the kind used by legendary heroes. Until recently, I didn't believe it was real. But when Tania fought Arios, she apparently used it, proving its existence. Absolute class magic, that must be incredibly powerful. A secret art beyond even superclass magic, accessible only to spirits. It really drove home just how absurdly strong the highest rank species were. I can't use absolute class magic. Hell, I can't even cast intermediate class magic. Isn't it a bit early to give up? You won't know unless you try. You too would know better than anyone. When you learn a spell, its formula appears in your mind, right? You channel magic power into that formula, and the spell activates. So far, I can only see 3 magic formulas in my head: Fireball, Heal, and Boost. So the theory that you learned new magic is out. Then, what exactly did you gain from our contract? Or did you gain nothing at all? That would be upsetting. It'd make us seem like a failed draw. A contract that grants nothing. Could it be that you've been labeled a failure of a tamer? Whoa, putting it into words just makes it sound worse. Is that really what you think? Of course not, I'd never think that. Foi. Hayu. To calm them down, I gently patted their heads. Whether I gained any new abilities or not, the two of them were still my important companions. I wasn't about to judge them based on power alone. Regardless of whether I gained anything, you two are still precious comrades. I'd never base my judgment on power alone. So don't say such sad things. This is troubling. Sora and Luna's faces turned red. Being told something like that, Sora can't help but feel embarrassed. I feel all flustered now. I can't even look Rain in the eye. I never would have guessed from how they usually acted, but maybe they were actually pretty innocent at heart. Hey, Rain. Why do you trust us so much? We only just joined your party. In our last battle, we mostly just provided support, so I'm not even sure if we were useful. And from what I heard, Sora started a fight with you the moment we met. So why put so much trust in us? Sora was wondering the same thing. Why is that, Rain? I guess that is a reasonable thing to be curious about. Trust isn't something that forms overnight. It's something built up, little by little, over time. A bond forged in a single night isn't usually something you'd call trust. I was well aware of that. And yet, I still considered Sora and Luna my precious companions. You remember when I told you I was kicked out of the heroes' party. On our way back from clearing the maze forest, I had explained the situation to them. Yes, I remember. You were originally a member of the heroes' party, weren't you? And yet, you were foolishly cast aside by that so-called hero. It still makes my blood boil. They both frowned, clearly upset on my behalf. They were kind people. Arios and I never had trust between us. It was all just a matter of convenience, nothing more. Thinking back, that party was completely empty. A party formed solely out of self-interest. We are nothing like that. Looking back, I realize maybe, deep down, I never truly trusted Arios and the others. As a beast tamer with no real power, I lacked confidence. I feared they saw me as useless, that they might abandon me at any moment. And because of that fear, I couldn't bring myself to trust them. In the end, that's what led to my expulsion. Maybe if I had wholeheartedly believed in them, things would have turned out differently. Rain, you are not at fault. Sora doesn't know the hero personally, but just from what we've heard, that human sounds awful. Even if you had trusted him, he still would have betrayed you. I agree, humans are foolish creatures. Rain is worthy of trust, but the same cannot be said for the others. You shouldn't blame yourself. Thanks, hearing that makes me feel better. But still, I can't ignore my own failure to trust. Rain, I won't make the same mistake again. I'll trust others, fully, without hesitation. And if that trust is betrayed, so be it. I'll accept it with a smile. I believe there's something to gain from doing that. So I've decided, no matter what happens, I will trust my companions. I will extend my trust first. That's how I will build it. That's just like you, Rain. Sora trusts you now more than ever. I feel the same. Rain, I can believe in your words. Time didn't matter. Despite how little we had spent together, our feelings were already aligned. Now and always, Sora and Luna were my treasured comrades. By the way, Rain. All this serious talk has made me hungry. I'd like something to eat soon. We just had hot dogs, Luna. Where does all that food even go? That wasn't nearly enough. I want something with more volume. Haha, if that's the case, let's go have lunch. First, we should head back to the inn and pick up Cannade and Tania. Yes, let's hurry. My lunch awaits. We retraced our steps, making our way back to the inn. Foo-foo, phew-foo-foo. What's with that creepy laugh, Luna? Don't call it creepy. But it is creepy. I'm just excited for lunch. No need to nitpick. With a laugh like that, how could I not comment on it? My sister fusses over the most trivial things. Maybe the real problem is that you don't fuss over anything. What was that? The two of them bickered playfully, their lively chatter filling the air. It was peaceful. It felt like today would be a good day off. Or at least that's what I thought. The next moment, that expectation was completely shattered. Hey, you there. I turned around at the voice calling out to us. A man stood there, dressed in excessively extravagant clothing. He looked to be around 20, about the same age as me. His long golden hair suited him well, enhancing his striking features. If I were a woman, I might have found him captivating, but for some reason, the women around us weren't gazing at him with admiration. Far from it, they were looking at him with open disgust, and it wasn't just the women. The men also gave him looks as if they were staring at something filthy. You deaf, I'm talking to you. What do you want? Not you, the two over there. You mean Sora. You're referring to me. Sora and Luna blinked in confusion as the man approached them. What are your names? Who just walks up and asks that out of nowhere? Just answer, I am the one asking you after all. Well, your names? Sora. Luna. Sora and Luna, huh? Nice names. And your looks aren't bad either. You seem like you'd be fun to play with. I like you too. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my women. What the hell did this guy just say? Sora and Luna wore expressions of sheer bewilderment. What nonsense is this fool spouting? Is he an idiot? Is his head okay? Luna actually said it out loud, and she didn't hold back at all. Oh, so you've got quite the sharp tongue. That just makes it all the more worth taming. This guy isn't even listening to us. It's like he's living in his own delusional world. To put it bluntly, he's disgusting. Rain, do something. Clearly creeped out, Sora and Luna stepped behind me. What exactly do you think you're saying? Who even are you? I have no intention of speaking with a man, but fine. You seriously don't know who I am? Obviously not, that's why I'm asking. HMPH, you must be some country bumpkin who wandered in from elsewhere. Fine, I'll educate you. I am Edgar Fromware, son of the Lord who governs this horizon territory. The Lord's son. You should be honored, Sora and Luna. Being my women is a privilege. I'll provide you with a life of luxury beyond your wildest dreams. This man, I really don't like him. His eyes are murky, and his words are dripping with malice. I hate to disappoint you, but I won't be going anywhere with you. Rain is my master. Your feelings are irrelevant, I have decided. You will obey and come with me. To say something so outrageously tyrannical with a straight face, is this guy seriously the son of a noble? He didn't seem even remotely fit for the role. Now then, let's go. Cuckoo, I'll have plenty of fun with you. Are you not capable of listening? We refuse. I second that. I do not like humans such as yourself. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. You don't seem to understand. You do not have the right to refuse. Edgar snapped his fingers. From seemingly nowhere, armed soldiers appeared, clad in armor and carrying swords. Alongside them were several large dogs, likely trained for combat. His personal guards, no doubt. You must be these two's guardian, correct? Order them to come with me, and don't worry, I'm not asking for them for free. I'll compensate you. 100 gold coins per girl, 200 in total. How about it? This isn't something that can be solved with money. The answer is no. If you refuse, you will regret it. At Edgar's signal, his soldiers stepped forward. Judging by your attire, you must be an adventurer. I assume you have some skill, but do you truly intend to take on this many opponents? And let me remind you, I am the son of the Lord. Opposing me is the same as opposing my father. Do you wish to be charged with treason? Like I care. I don't give a damn if you're the Lord's son or whatever. There's no way in hell I'm handing over Sora and Luna. Rain. Sora and Luna's eyes sparkled as if they had never doubted him. In contrast, Edgar's gaze was filled with vicious intent. Were you not listening to a word I said? Or are you just too much of a fool to comprehend it? Are you the fool here? There's no way I'd entrust girls, no, my precious comrades, to someone like you. Fool. Do you want to be executed for treason? I'd rather be branded a traitor than sell out my friends. Very well, don't regret those words, seize them. At Edgar's signal, the soldiers surrounded them. They moved without hesitation. These guys were experienced. Lord Edgar has given his command, now hand over the girls. I refuse. Gah. A soldier carelessly stepped forward, and Rain drove his foot up into the man's jaw. He had held back somewhat, but even so the soldier collapsed unconscious. You bastard. You're resisting us. Seeing their comrade fall, the rest of the soldiers simultaneously drew their swords. Screams erupted from the surrounding crowd. Of course I am. I won't let you lay a hand on Sora and Luna. Sora and Luna were his precious friends. If anyone dared to touch them, he could never forgive them. A surge of burning anger welled up within him. These people were enemies. Enemies trying to take away what was precious to him. Edgar, spewing such nonsense, and the soldiers obeying his orders, he would not let them go unpunished. You dare defy Lord Edgar, you fool. 2 soldiers charged at him simultaneously, but they were slow. Compared to Arios, the difference was night and day. Rain aimed for the first soldier's wrist and delivered a crushing kick. The man let out a pained groan and dropped his sword. Without pause, Rain spun on one foot like a top, his leg tracing a half-circle through the air before slamming into the second soldier's temple. His helmet caved in from the impact, and the shock sent the soldier staggering before he collapsed. This guy, he's strong. The instant reversal left the soldiers shaken. Edgar clicked his tongue in irritation at the sight of his faltering subordinates. What are you doing? He's just one man, and he's busy protecting women. And yet, you look like this. If you continue disgracing yourselves like this, I will have to take matters into my own hands. Like animals trained with a whip, the soldiers flinched as if struck by lightning. Perhaps they weren't acting out of their own will. Perhaps they were merely obeying, unable to defy the son of a noble. But that had nothing to do with him. He would hold back, but he had no intention of surrendering. Being unable to defy a stronger force did not justify turning your blade on others. Ha! He struck at the hands holding weapons, sending their swords flying. He hurled a soldier to the ground with enough force to dent his armor and knock him unconscious. He continued repelling the incoming soldiers, one after another. One fell, then another. Before long, half their numbers had been reduced. Useless fools. My apologies. But he's incredibly skilled. That's exactly why I called you useless. Target his weakness, the women. A few injuries won't matter. If he tries to protect them, his movements will slow. Strike then. This time, Sora and Luna were included in the attack. The soldiers charged from all directions. This was going to be tough, but he had to protect them. Damn it. Rain swept the legs of the soldier, charging from the front. As the man fell, he drove his foot down, incapacitating him. Next, he turned to deal with the soldiers attacking from either side. Pulling Sora and Luna close, he dodged the slashes aimed at them. Then, using his free leg, he kicked both soldiers away. And one more. Finally, 3 soldiers came at him from behind. Releasing Sora and Luna, Rain grabbed a nearby bench and hurled it at them. The unexpected move caught them off guard. The soldiers were sent tumbling as the bench crashed into them. What is this guy? Don't falter. If we fail, Lord Edgar will. Release the dogs. Let them loose. At the soldiers' command, the military dogs were set free. Grrrrrrrr. With fangs bared, the dogs snarled, moving like the wind as they lunged. Stop. But if the enemy was a beast, then this was where he excelled. Rain gave a command and the military dogs halted in their tracks. What's going on? Why did they stop? Go, take him down. The soldiers panicked as the military dogs suddenly refused to obey. It was useless. Taming dogs was as easy as breathing for him. Whether they were military trained or not, as long as they were ordinary dogs, he could control them effortlessly. Attack! Rain gave his own command, in place of the soldiers. The military dogs turned on their former handlers, lunging at them with snarls and barks. The soldiers' screams echoed in the air. I must say, this is quite something. We were prepared to jump in if needed, but it seems there's no need for us at all. To think Rain would take care of everything on his own, I never expected this. As expected of Rain. That is precisely why he is my master. I am proud. Sora and Luna's words made him feel a little embarrassed. Useless fools. How about giving up already? Give up me? Don't be ridiculous. When I decide I want something, I obtain it, no matter what means I must use. Retracting my words is out of the question. Despite nearly all of his soldiers being taken down, Edgar's composure did not waver. Did he possess incredible power himself? Was that why he was so confident? No, he didn't seem that way. He looked like he'd crumble with a single hit. If you're not giving up, then what's your plan? Are you going to come at me yourself? Don't be absurd. Why would I dirty my own hands? Menial labor is for fools who lack the ability to think for themselves. And you don't count yourself among those fools. I'll have you shut that arrogant mouth of yours immediately. Feast your eyes on this. From their hiding spots, several more soldiers appeared. They scattered, drawing their swords, not at Rain, but at the bystanders watching the scene unfold. If you resist any further, these people will suffer the consequences. What? You're strong, I'll give you that, but you let your guard down. There are many ways to fight after all. Don't be ridiculous. Dragging innocent people into this, what kind of cowardly tactic is that? If they're innocent, then go ahead and resist as much as you like. I don't care. The only thing that will change is that these worthless peasants will bleed for your defiance. Are you seriously threatening your own people? Of course I am. The commoners are nothing but tools. And how a tool is used is entirely up to its owner, wouldn't you agree? Edgar wasn't lost in madness. There was a sharp rationality in his gaze, which meant this was just how he truly was. A troublesome opponent indeed, in some ways even worse than a monster. Now then, hand over the women, that will settle this matter. There was no way Rain would hand over Sora and Luna to someone like him. But at the same time, he couldn't abandon the innocent people caught up in this. He had to find a way to save them. But the soldiers were spread out, keeping their distance. If he took down one, the others would have enough time to retaliate against the hostages. Rain, shall we take care of this? Sora and Luna whispered quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. Can you do it? We spirits are a race specialized in magic. We don't just wield multiple spells, we also possess unique magical skills. One of them is concurrent casting. It allows us to use the same spell multiple times at once. With this, we can strike all of them simultaneously. Any drawbacks? And none. Luna averted her gaze slightly. Really? Don't lie to me. If I had to say, then I suppose our true nature would be revealed. You see, spirits must manifest their wings when casting magic. They act as heat dissipators to release excess magic, but well, that's a complex discussion for another time. In other words, if we use magic now, it'll be obvious that we're spirits. That might cause an uproar. If that happens, we'd appreciate it if you protected us. Of course I'll protect you, but wait a second. A thought struck him. Focusing his consciousness, he visualized the structure of a spell. A new formula surfaced in his mind, something he had never seen before. It wasn't an entirely new spell. More like an enhancement, a modification to something existing, like adding an extra step to Fireball. It was thanks to Sora and Luna's conversation that he realized this. This must be the ability he gained from forming a contract with them. It was worth a gamble. Sora, Luna, there's something I want to try. If I fail, I'll leave the rest to you. Understood, we'll trust you, Rain. I don't quite get it, but do as you wish. We'll handle things if needed. Their gazes met, filled with trust. What's wrong? Do you intend to keep silent forever? Edgar spoke impatiently. How long do you plan to stall? If you refuse to obey, then blood will be spilled. Fine, our answer is. Our answer. We'll never do what you want. In an instant, Rain constructed the magic formula. Then he added a new sequence to it, and finally he unleashed the spell. Fireball multi-shot. Multiple fireballs erupted, scattering in all directions. Concurrent casting. A single spell cast multiple times simultaneously. It worked. This was the power he had gained from his contract with Sora and Luna. GYAH. GYAH. The soldiers holding their swords to the hostages were struck by the fireballs. He had adjusted the output to ensure no harm came to the innocent, but a direct hit was still far from painless. One by one, the soldiers were blasted away, collapsing onto the ground, writhing in agony. Impossible. Casting multiple spells at once, there's no way that's possible. Edgar's face twisted in shock, but Rain had neither the obligation nor the interest to explain. Instead, he picked up a fallen soldier's sword and pointed it at Edgar's throat. Still want to continue? Take your soldiers and leave, and don't ever show your face here again. You'll regret this, I swear. Such a cliché, at least try to be original. When I set my sights on something, I always get it, no matter what. Glaring daggers at Rain, Edgar turned on his heel and fled, leaving his fallen subordinates behind. For now, that's settled. Still, this might turn into something troublesome. Even so, there was no regret. Sora, Luna, are you two okay? After all, he had protected them, his comrades, and he had saved innocent people as well. If he found himself in the same situation again, he wouldn't hesitate to make the same choice. Rain, thank you for protecting us. I truly appreciate it, Rain. I am most pleased. But to think Rain has obtained a special skill of the spirit tribe, that was quite the surprise. As expected of Rain, he is indeed the man I chose. Sora, too, holds Rain in high regard. No, I am the one who values Rain more. Sora does. No, I do. Their playful argument over something trivial was oddly endearing. But there was no time to relax. They needed to return to the inn and discuss what came next with Canaid and Tania. Another side. In a chamber within the Lord's manor, overseeing the city of Horizon, stood Edgar Fromware. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Edgar scowled as he recalled the events from earlier. As usual, he had been searching for a new toy, and today he had found a truly exquisite one. He had planned to take her back and indulge himself, but that damned man had interfered. That lowly commoner had the audacity to stand against him, the son of the Lord himself. That bastard, how dare he make a mockery of me? Edgar, I'm coming in. The door swung open, revealing a corpulent man. He was draped in extravagant ornaments, his clothes gaudy and ostentatious. Oh, it's just you, Father. I heard there was an incident in the city today. I won't deny it, but it wasn't my fault. Those foolish peasants forgot their place, so I merely sought to discipline them. Is that so? Well then, I suppose it can't be helped. Edgar's father, the Lord of Horizon, had already been briefed on the situation. And yet, he dismissed it with a mere "it can't be helped." That one sentence encapsulated everything about the kind of man he was. As always, I'll take care of the cleanup. Leave it to me. No, this time let me handle it. The man who had not only interfered, but also humiliated him in front of everyone. What was his name again? Rain. He would make sure that fool regretted his actions for the rest of his miserable life. A dark rage simmered in Edgar's heart as he clenched his fist. As the Lord left the room, another figure entered in his place, a man clad in full armor. Jairi Streger, the captain of the Horizon City Knights branch. I assume you know why I summoned you today. Yes, it's regarding the incident at the plaza, correct. As always, if anyone tries to file a complaint or report the incident, make sure they are properly dealt with. Understood. Despite the gravity of the order, Jairi accepted it without hesitation. Pleased with his obedience, Edgar grinned and tossed him a leather pouch. Here, 10 gold coins as agreed. I appreciate your generosity. Jairi bowed respectfully. A knight's loyalty should belong to the kingdom alone. And yet, Jairi had devoted himself to Edgar. A twisted relationship, one that perfectly embodied the corruption festering in the city. I'll take my leave then. I have matters to attend to. Wait, there's one more thing I need you to do. What is it? Investigate a man named Rain. He's not a long-time resident of the city. Most likely, he's either a traveler or a recent arrival. Gather information on him, and if possible, bring him to me. Understood. No questions, no hesitation. Jairi simply obeyed, because that was how he earned his pay. Then, if you'll excuse me. Once Jairi exited, Edgar was left alone. Just you wait, I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. His dark emotions churned, feeding his growing hunger for cruelty. A gnawing desire welled up within him, one that demanded immediate satisfaction. Edgar rang a small bell. Please excuse me. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, and a girl timidly peeked inside. She was still young, barely more than a child. Her delicate features hinted at a beauty that would flourish in the future. But that wasn't the only thing that stood out. She had the ears and tail of a beast. You're late. I ordered you to come immediately when I ring the bell. Why did you take so long? But I came as soon as. Don't talk back. Edgar struck the girl across the face. She collapsed onto the floor, unable to withstand the blow. Pathetic, looks like you need more discipline. A sadistic smile crept onto Edgar's lips. Meanwhile, the girl's eyes held only resignation. This was nothing new. No matter how much she apologized, the beatings never stopped. For her, this was an ordinary part of life. How long would it continue? How many times would she have to endure this despair? The answer was known to no one. Section. Returning to the inn, Rain regrouped with Canaid and Tania. Naya, that's unforgivable. What the hell? That bastard is completely out of control. After recounting what had happened at the plaza, both Canaid and Tania were furious, as if the situation had happened to them personally. It was proof of how much they cared about Sora and Luna. Even in this tense situation, their reaction made Rain happy. It felt like the trust between them was growing stronger. I asked around about Edgar, and apparently his tyranny has been going on for a long time. Once a month, he takes a woman away and does things that no one dares to describe. Before returning to the inn, Rain had gathered information about Edgar from the townspeople. Since he had saved them, many had been willing to speak. Things they can't describe, Naya. Canaid's face turned red. Oh, so you do have a dirty mind. That's not true at all, Naya. I wasn't thinking anything weird, Naya. Very suspicious. Tania gave her a skeptical glare. Anyway, from everything I've heard, that guy is truly despicable. In other words, he's the worst kind of enemy to women. I also heard that anyone who opposes him gets thrown in prison on fabricated charges of treason or other false crimes. The guy is utterly beyond saving. If we had been caught back there, who knows what would have happened to us? There are even people who fled the city just to escape being targeted by Edgar. That's awful. Hearing Luna and Sora's explanation, Canaid frowned deeply. Tania had the same expression, shaking her head in disbelief. And that guy is the son of the Lord? Seriously, this is exactly why giving power to idiots never ends well. The real problem is that we have now become his targets. Rain had only met Edgar once, but even in that brief encounter, it was clear. His grudge ran deep. There was no way this was over. Actually, something doesn't make sense to me. Where is the Lord in all of this? His son is running wild, and he just lets it happen. That's the most frustrating part. Apparently, he dotes on his only son. Rather than punishing Edgar, he covers up his crimes. Excuse me. The townspeople tried to appeal to the kingdom before. Lords are only entrusted with governance. They can be dismissed if deemed unfit. But there have been several night inspections, and yet every single one ended with no evidence found. Their ability to erase proof must be exceptional. There's even a rumor that the Lord doesn't just cover for Edgar. He actually joins in on the fun. After hearing Luna and Sora's additional explanation, Tania's face froze in shock. All right, I'm gonna go burn the Lord's mansion to the ground real quick. She said it with a completely straight face. Wait. What? Why are you stopping me? Because that's insane. That would actually get us charged with treason. Then what do you suggest we do? If we don't do something, Sora and Luna could be in danger. I'll protect them, and I'll protect both of you too, canned Tania, no matter what. I swear it, I won't let anyone lay a single finger on you. Oh. Regaining her composure, Tania sat down on a chair. You know, you're kind of cool when you say things like that. And nothing. For some reason, Tania's cheeks turned slightly pink as she flustered. If it comes down to it, I won't hesitate to use force, but that should be our last resort. First, let's think about what we can do right now. Naya, but what can we do? Should we punish him so he never tries this again? You just said that attacking him outright would be considered treason. If we had gone after Edgar himself at the plaza, things might have been much worse for us. Minya, this is too complicated for me to figure out. Tania carefully explained the plan, but Canade's eyes spun in circles. Maybe she had overthought things to the point where her brain short-circuited. How about we make them understand that attacking Sora and Luna would be dangerous? Sora proposed. And how would we do that? We showcase our power. Then we negotiate. If they're not complete idiots, they might back off after realizing the risks involved in coming after us. Indeed, I was thinking the same thing. That could work. Naya, then why does your face look so unconvinced, Rain? Tania sighed in exasperation, shaking her head. Let me guess what you're thinking, Rain. If we follow Sora's plan, it might solve our problem. But what about the townspeople? Even if we protect ourselves, won't they still suffer under the tyranny of the Lord? Won't they continue living in fear? That's what's really bothering you, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Had she just read his mind? Tania had managed to pinpoint exactly what he was thinking. Naya haha, that's so like Rain. You're too kind for your own good. Not just worried about us, but the entire town as well. Well, I can't just ignore this after knowing the truth. Sigh. Our master is such a troublesome person. But then Luna smirked. Not that I dislike that about you. Sora and I were saved by that very kindness. If you want to help the people of this town, then we won't object. We're with you. Are you sure this could be dangerous? Rain asked again, wanting to make sure they fully understood the risk. Tania, however, simply grinned. You are going to protect us, aren't you? Of course. Then I'll trust you. I trust you, Rain, that's my answer. I feel the same way. The people in this town have given us food and helped us in many ways. If they're in trouble, I want to help them. Rain felt truly grateful. Not just because they were supporting him, but because they genuinely cared about the people of this town. It was an overwhelming feeling. If he wasn't careful, he might actually tear up. All right. Then our plan is clear. We'll solve this problem at its root. No objections. Everyone nodded in agreement. We're going to put that corrupt lord and his twisted son in their place. My claws are itching for action, Naya. But how exactly are we going to do that? Do we have a plan? They needed a way to ensure their safety, a way to protect the people of the city, a way to stop the Lord's tyranny once and for all. A plan that could accomplish all of those things. There have been night inspections in the past, right? Rain recalled what the townspeople had told him. Yes, that's what we heard. But each time, they found nothing, and the Lord was never punished. Which meant, if they could find the right evidence, the Lord would be held accountable. So the problem is, there's no evidence. I'd like to know more about that. Did you think of something? They've been escaping punishment by erasing the evidence. If we figure out how they're doing it, then we can stop them from covering their tracks, have the Knights conduct another investigation, and expose their crimes. Tania correct. Nayahaha. That means we can really save the town. But it won't be that easy, Tania warned. They've been operating in broad daylight, yet no evidence remains. That's not normal. How exactly are they getting rid of it? That was the key question. How was the Lord disposing of all incriminating evidence? No matter how much Rain thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solid answer. Damn, just thinking about it won't solve anything. Naya, so what should we do? We need to take action. Let's go talk to someone who knows more about this. Someone who knows more? Who? The Knights. Chapter 3, The Fallen Knight Order. The Knight Order was an organization established by the kingdom, standing as a counterpart to the Adventurers Guild. If the Adventurers Guild existed to serve the freedom of the people, then the Knights existed to maintain order. They enforced the law and protected the peace of the city. That was their role. The Knight Order wasn't just present in the royal capital, each major city had its own branch. Cannade and I headed to the Horizon branch. The others stayed behind. Bringing a large group would only be a nuisance, and given that Edgar was after us, we didn't want to draw too much attention. Excuse me. Entering the building, I approached the receptionist. The system here was similar to the Adventurers Guild. Yes, how can I help you? I have a question. If we file a report, will the Knights conduct an investigation into the crime? Yes, of course. The Knight Order exists to uphold law and order in the city. Then, we'd like an investigation into the crimes committed by the Lord's son. That's. The moment I brought it up directly, the receptionist's expression changed. You're aware of the disturbance in the plaza earlier, correct? Why, yes, of course. Gathering information promptly is part of our duty. Then, can we ask for an official investigation? We witnessed everything firsthand. Edgar's actions were far beyond acceptable. Something must be done. Well, that is. We'd like the investigation to begin immediately. There shouldn't be any issue with that, right? There's a major issue with that. A voice came from another part of the room. A middle-aged knight in armor appeared, glaring at us. The incident at the plaza was nothing more than a trivial scuffle. There is no reason for the Knight Order to intervene. What do you mean, just a scuffle? Sara and Luna were being forced. Cannade was about to protest, but I stopped her with a look. So, the Knight Order has no intention of investigating this. Incidents like this happen all the time. We're not so idle that we can waste time on every minor dispute. If you're not directly involved, I suggest you drop this matter. If outsiders continue to make baseless accusations, we may have to investigate you for defamation against Lord Edgar. Hold on, we are directly involved. Wait, Naya. I cut Cannade off before she could say any more. It wouldn't be good if they realized we were at the center of the incident. Still, I had considered multiple possibilities, but this was one of the worst outcomes. Thank you for your advice. We weren't trying to slander Lord Edgar, so we won't file a report. A wise decision. In that case, we'll take our leave. Cannade, let's go. Oh, okay. We left the Knight Order's branch. After moving to a quieter location, Cannade spoke up. Hey, Rain, are you sure about this? Weren't we supposed to gather information? There was something I wanted to confirm first. Naya. Confirm what? Whether or not the Knights are connected to the Lord. From the beginning, I had suspected that the Knight Order and the Lord might be working together behind the scenes. If the Lord had enough money, he could buy off the Knights and turn them into his personal enforcers. If that were the case, then no matter how many official audits were conducted, any incriminating evidence would simply be erased. A perfect cover-up. With that kind of influence, no amount of inspections would ever find anything. The victim's complaints would be buried, and the Lord could continue his tyranny unchecked. I had no concrete proof, it was just a possibility I had considered. But if it were true, then asking the Knight Order for information would be pointless. Worse, it could get us arrested. That's why I approached them as an outsider who had simply witnessed the incident rather than a direct participant. I wanted to gauge their response first, and as expected, the Knight's attitude said it all. That was why I retreated immediately. Naruhodo, Rain, you really think things through. Cannade looked impressed after I explained my reasoning. I was hoping I was wrong. The enemy wasn't just the Lord. The Knight Order, the very institution meant to uphold order, was also against us. Not all of them, perhaps, but even a few corrupt knights were a major problem. We need to expose the Lord's crimes. But the ones who should be handling this are already in his pocket. Then, what if we conducted the investigation and uncovered the evidence ourselves? That's difficult. Private investigations aren't officially recognized, so there's no guarantee our findings would be accepted. Worse, it could get us charged with treason. Naya, this is so frustrating. We're not doing anything wrong. The city's rulers were our enemies. The Night Order was our enemy. We had to find a way to break this stalemate. But how? Excuse me. I turned around. A woman in full armor stood before us. A knight, most likely. She looked older than me, probably in her 20s. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she carried herself with the dignified presence of a true knight. Her eyes held a strong, unwavering resolve. Naya, a knight, you followed us. Canaid calmed down. Canaid took a defensive stance, but we couldn't afford to pick a fight with a knight, especially in the middle of the city. You were at the Night Order's branch earlier, weren't you? You must be mistaken. I don't recall going anywhere like that. I was there too. I heard your conversation. You were discussing crimes committed by the lords, weren't you? Eavesdropping isn't exactly a commendable hobby. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention, but I couldn't help but be curious. No, that's just an excuse. If I offended you, I apologize. Here. The female knight bowed her head. Knights were typically known for their pride. Becoming one meant overcoming numerous trials, so most knights had an ingrained sense of elitism. And yet, she was bowing so easily. Honestly, it was surprising. Was this just her personality, or was this a calculated move to lower our guard? No, I couldn't tell. At times like these, it was best to rely on Canaid. Canaid, what do you think? I don't get a bad feeling. I think she's genuinely sorry. In moments like these, Canaid's instincts, or rather her ability to read people, were incredibly reliable. As a Nekore, the most wild-natured of the strongest species, she had an exceptional sense for judging others. If Canaid said so, then this woman was probably trustworthy. I accept your apology. So please raise your head. I see, thank you. So, what do you want? Don't tell me you're here to make sure we keep quiet about the case. Not at all, quite the opposite actually. But I've yet to introduce myself. I apologize for the delay. I am Stella in place, Vice Captain of the Horizon Branch of the Night Order. Rain Shroud. I'm Canaid. My goal is to expose the Lord's misdeeds to the public and bring them to justice. Her unexpected words left me wide-eyed in surprise. Naya, so Stella, you're on our side. I approached you because I'd like to be. For now, let's hear you out. Apparently, most of the Night Order was deeply corrupt, colluding with the Lords. Even their captain was drowning in wealth, completely under the Lord's control. Stella, frustrated with what the Night Order had become, was fighting to restore its integrity. That was when she overheard our conversation. An adventurer accompanied by a Nekore, the strongest species, was trying to take action against the Lords. She saw this as a potential turning point and decided to reach out to us. I see. So that's how it is. Naya sounds rough. After listening to her, Canaid and I exchanged sympathetic glances. It's embarrassing to admit, but I can't do anything on my own anymore. I'm desperate. That's why I reached out to you. Right now, I just need any information that could help us move forward. That's fine and all, but we don't have much to offer. Today's the first time we got caught up in this mess. I see. But we do share the same goal. Yeah. We just decided to do something about the Lords ourselves. You have, but why? How could we turn a blind eye after seeing what's going on? I said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Stella's eyes widened. You're willing to make enemies of the Lords for that reason, to stand against the Night Order. Isn't that reason enough? Do we need an excuse to help people in need? Ifdq haha. Stella burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. I just never expected to meet someone who'd say something like that with a straight face. That's just like Rain. For some reason, Canaid was grinning. She looked as if she had been personally complimented and was enjoying the moment. I think we can work together. What do you think? Of course, I'd be grateful for your help. We shook hands firmly, but what's the plan? The Lords are our enemies, but so is the Night Order, right? Should we just take them all down at once? That would be reckless. If we act without evidence, we'd be branded as criminals. Anya, this is such a pain. We need evidence, but the Night Order won't help. Naya, my head's gonna short-circuit from overthinking. The Lords are our enemies. The Night Order is our enemy. What we need is evidence. And to get that, we need to. Just as Canaid said, we might as well take them all down. What? Rain, are you acting recklessly? Of course not. I have a solid plan. What kind of plan? Tell me. There are two things we need: evidence of the Lord's crimes and knights willing to uphold true order. First, we restore the knight order to what it was meant to be. And how do you intend to do that? The majority of the knights are our enemies. We're at an overwhelming disadvantage. We clean house. Nyan, clean house. We get rid of every knight involved in corruption. The knight order couldn't function properly because of those colluding with the lords behind the scenes. So the solution was simple: eliminate all the corrupt knights. You say that so easily, but how exactly do you plan to pull it off? A fair question. I explain the plan step by step. First, we need to separate the knights connected to the lords from those who aren't. And how do we do that? Check each one individually. That would take forever. My method is a bit rough, but if things go as planned, we should be able to narrow them down. Stella, is there anyone you absolutely trust among the knights? There are a few. Then have them help spread this message within the order. I laid out my strategy to Stella. As she listened, her eyes widened in surprise, then shifted to a look of admiration. With this method, we won't get everyone, but we'll be able to identify a good number. What do you think? It's not bad. No, actually, this seems like the best course of action given our situation. Any additions or concerns? Let's see, even if we successfully identify them, we'd still be up against the majority of the knight order, dozens of knights. How do you plan to handle that? We'll set a trap. I explained my ability and the details of the trap I intended to use. Why? You can actually do that. Yeah, no problem. I can't demonstrate it here, so you'll have to trust me on this one. I believe you. You don't strike me as someone who would lie, but your abilities are truly remarkable. Really? This is pretty normal, isn't it? Naya, here we go again. Rain's got that. I think this is normal syndrome. What the hell kind of syndrome is that? That makes it sound like I'm the weird one. Do you see any flaws? Anything I missed? No, nothing stands out. Coming up with all this on the spot, you really are impressive, Rain. Well, he is Rain after all, Mufu. For some reason, Canaid puffed up with pride. Was she happy because I was being praised? I appreciated the sentiment, but judging by her reaction, she probably didn't understand most of my plan. I'd have to go over it again later when explaining it to Tania and the others. When do we move? Tonight. Tonight, isn't that too soon? No, the sooner the better. We can't give them time to think. If we wait, they might figure out our intentions. It's better to push forward while they're still confused. I see. That makes sense. You really do think everything through. Well, he is Rain after all, Mufu. And once again, Canaid, well, you get the idea. All right then, let's get moving. We need to make some preparations first, so we'll head back to the inn. Let's meet up tonight. Section. After parting ways with Stella, we returned to the inn and explained the situation to everyone. Then, we began preparing for the night ahead. And afterward, I made my way to Gantz's shop alone. Oh, if it isn't Rain, what brings you here? The door opened with a chime from the bell hanging above. Reacting to the sound, Gantz emerged from the back of the shop. He must have been working. Sweat glistened on his forehead. Sorry, am I interrupting? No, not at all. I was just about to take a break. Then I came at the perfect time. I wanted to ask about the progress on the equipment I ordered. Tonight could turn into a large-scale battle. I had set up a trap, but there was no guarantee it would work. We needed backup measures. That's why I was relying on Gantz's weapons, but it's not ready yet, didn't I tell you? It'll take about a week. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, the gauntlets are finished, at least. Wait, really? We just need to make the final adjustments. The dagger, on the other hand, will take a few more days. I figured since I placed so many orders, everything would take longer. It was a hassle, sure, but it's not every day I get to craft such fascinating weapons. My creative spirit got fired up, and before I knew it, I finished them. Ha ha ha. Even though I had given him a complicated order, it only made him more motivated. Gantz was a true craftsman at heart. I could see the pride and dedication he had for his craft. How long will the final adjustments take? An hour or two at most. Why? There's a chance I might need them soon. I see. Then I'll finish them right away. I appreciate it. But the dagger is impossible. No matter how much I rush, it'll take at least 2 more days. A beast tamer who commands the strongest species deserves only the finest weapon. I hope you understand. I get it, I'll give up on the dagger. But could you give me something to use in the meantime? Take anything you want from over there, no charge. Are you sure? I owe you, after all. Besides, those are just old pieces I made on a whim ages ago, not fit to be sold. Take whatever you like. In the meantime, I'll get started on the gauntlets. Wait here. With that, Gantz disappeared into the back of the shop. Sorry to keep you waiting. After picking out a dagger, I waited a while until Gantz returned, carrying a pair of gauntlets. One look was enough to tell. They were masterpieces, imbued with the soul of a true craftsman. These are your custom gauntlets, Rain. Let's see. How about we call them Narukami? Narukami. All right, let me show you how to use them. I slipped the gauntlets on. Fingers, wrists, arms, every movement was unhindered, yet they fit perfectly. Listen up. The function you requested is... For the next 30 minutes, Gantz gave me a detailed rundown. After thanking him, I left the shop. Now we were fully prepared. Section. Night fell, and I gathered everyone to meet up with Stella. The rendezvous point was on the outskirts of town, an abandoned warehouse that no one used anymore. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good evening, Kane Dono, and who are these three? I'm Tania, nice to meet you. I'm Sora, it's a pleasure. Fuhahaha, I am Luna. I suppose I can allow you to be acquainted with me. I'm Stella in place. A pleasure to meet you all. Stella bowed her head politely. At first glance, Tania and the others looked like ordinary girls, yet Stella still showed them proper respect. It spoke volumes about her character. So, you have 6 people on your side. Including Stella, there were 5 knights with her. Sorry, the number of people I can trust is limited. There are a few others, but I left them at the branch. Don't apologize. Honestly, this is better than I expected. I was half worried you'd be the only one willing to help. Hearing that makes me feel a little better. Rain, I hear footsteps. I couldn't hear anything yet, but if Kanade a Nekore said so, then there was no doubt. It looked like the prey had stepped into the trap. A series of heavy footsteps, zat, 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 echoed in the night as a group of knights emerged from the darkness. I couldn't tell the exact number, but there were dozens of them. The knights split into 2 groups. One group spread out to keep watch, while the other stormed into the warehouse, just as planned. All right, time for a little cleanup. Another side, Jairi Strega felt a growing sense of unease. It happened while he was carrying out his usual duties as part of the Night Order. He noticed a rumor spreading, particularly among the younger knights. Apparently, evidence has surfaced proving collusion between the Lord and the Night Order. He immediately reprimanded them, telling them not to be swayed by such nonsense, but inwardly, cold sweat ran down his back. If that rumor were true, it would be disastrous. He couldn't afford to dismiss it as mere gossip. After all, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is becoming a real nuisance. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Jairi stood before a warehouse on the outskirts of town, the very place said to contain the supposed evidence. His men had already surrounded it. A strict gag order had been imposed regarding this matter, so neither the Lord nor his son, Edgar, knew anything. If word of this reached the Lord, Jairi would undoubtedly be condemned for his failure. The Night Order and the Lord's household were already deeply entangled. Even if something went wrong, they wouldn't be outright abandoned. However, there was still a chance they could be purged as an example. That being the case, it was imperative to handle this discreetly and swiftly. They were surprisingly quiet this time. Failure was not an option, so Jairi had ensured the operation was foolproof. The only lingering concern was the movements of a few young knights and the vice-captain, Stella. Stella and her group were among the minority of knights who had remained untainted by corruption. If given the chance, they would eagerly take him down. Should this situation become public, it would serve as the perfect ammunition for them. Because of this, Jairi had been keeping an eye on Stella's movements. Yet, she had been busy with something since midday, seemingly paying him no attention at all. It was somewhat anticlimactic, but if it meant avoiding trouble, then it was a welcome outcome. Captain. As he pondered the situation, one of his subordinates approached with a report. The warehouse is fully surrounded. We also conducted a brief sweep inside, but there's no one present. We'll move in now. I'll be going in as well. Our top priority is, no, I don't need to say it, do I? Sir, let's go. Leaving a few guards behind, The knights stormed into the warehouse. The interior was vast. Even with dozens of knights entering, there was still enough space for them to move freely. Moonlight streamed in through a few windows, casting pale illumination on the floor in patches. However, the number of windows was too few to brighten the entire warehouse. If they got too far apart, they could easily lose sight of one another. Light. Yes, sir, light. At Jaire's command, one of the knights cast a spell. A glowing orb appeared in his palm, pushing back the darkness around them. Good. Search the warehouse. Once we secure the target, we'll withdraw immediately. Gah. The knight who had just cast the spell suddenly clutched his wrist and staggered. Looking closer, Jaire noticed a thin needle embedded in the gap of the knight's armor. The knight's movements became unsteady, as if he were drunk, before he collapsed to the floor. The light vanished. Darkness swallowed them once more. What the hell? Hey, are you okay? The sudden turn of events threw the knights into confusion. But amidst the chaos, Jaire alone remained calm, analyzing the situation with a sharp mind. Enemies. Prepare for battle. Section. Luring the knights out was easy. All it took was spreading a rumor about the existence of evidence proving their collusion. That alone was enough to make them move in an attempt to destroy it. They weren't composed enough to simply ignore such a claim. Those who are guilty always carry a certain nervousness within them, and sure enough, they had taken the bait. Without realizing it was a trap, they walked right into the warehouse. Now they could be taken down in one fell swoop. Sora, Luna, can you quietly take care of the guards? No problem. Hess, behold the power that even the gods fear. Sora and Luna extended their hands toward the knights standing guard and began chanting. Sleep. The knights around the warehouse slumped to the ground, powerless. As the magic took effect, glowing wings of light appeared on Sora and Luna's backs. Upon seeing this, Stella's eyes widened in shock. Those wings, are you saying they're spirits? No way, why would spirits be in a place like this? They keep their wings hidden most of the time to avoid attracting attention. I am honestly surprised. Rain, you have spirits as your allies. Can you keep it a secret? Of course. I swear not to tell anyone. My men will do the same. Stella, along with all the knights present, gave a firm nod. By the way, what exactly did you just do? They suddenly collapsed. It was magic. I put them to sleep with a sleep spell. Efwahata. You can use sleep magic. Stella was shocked, and understandably so. Putting someone to sleep with magic might sound simple, but sleep spells are actually classified as high-level magic. They force the target into an unconscious state, leaving them completely defenseless. In a way, it's a one-hit kill. Because of its potential for misuse, knowledge of sleep magic isn't made publicly available, and only a handful of people can use it. But for the two-spirit tribe, it was as easy as breathing. Incredible, you really can use such powerful magic. I suppose that's to be expected from Spirit Tribe. No, we just happened to learn it. HMPH, you should shower me with more praise. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Stella lowered her head to them. What's wrong? What's this? I told you to show respect, not to apologize. I misjudged your abilities. I never imagined you could use such advanced magic. I thought you were just children and took you lightly. But in truth, you're far stronger than me, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Her words reflected her character. She could have stayed quiet and no one would have known. But instead, she went out of her way to apologize. Not many people could do that. It seemed Sora and Luna had taken a liking to her, as they both smiled. Please raise your head. We don't mind at all. Indeed, in fact, I rather like you. For a human, you're quite decent. I'm grateful to hear that. All right, let's move on to the next step. We don't have much time. Sora, Luna, and Canaid, you three handle the perimeter. If anyone tries to escape, capture them. Meow. Understood. Got it, Naya. You all assist them. Stella turned to her subordinates and issued commands. As for the infiltration team, it'll be me, Tania, and Stella. Originally, I had planned to go in with just Tania, but I can't just leave this whole night order mess to you. Let me come along as well. She insisted, so I agreed to let Stella join us. The plan remains the same. I'll create confusion first. Are you ready? I'm always ready. I can't wait. No issues on my end. All right, let's move. Blending into the darkness, we slipped into the warehouse. Since we had obtained a layout of the building beforehand, moving through the dark posed no challenge. Silently, I climbed up the steel beams to secure a vantage point. Now was the time to use Narukami, the gauntlet Gantz had crafted for me. It was equipped with various mechanisms of my own design, one of which allowed me to fire needles with a specific motion. A knight below lit up the area with a magic spell. I aimed at him and released a prepared poison needle. With that, the battle had begun. I could see the knights faltering in the midst of the sudden attack. In the darkness, they struggled to distinguish friend from foe, making it nearly impossible for them to act effectively. Meanwhile, I kept targeting any knight attempting to cast a light spell. I had kept one eye closed to let it adjust to the dark beforehand, so I could track their movements with ease. Damn it, hurry and light up the area, what are you all doing? I can't. It feels like we're being sniped from somewhere, Shouting like that was practically asking to be shot. I obliged, sending another poisoned needle his way. It was a fast-acting paralytic toxin. The knight quickly lost the ability to move and collapsed onto the floor. Useless fools. A voice rang out, louder than the others. I shifted my focus to the knight giving orders. His armor and sword were clearly of higher quality than the others. That must be Jairi, the captain of the Horizon branch, what Stella had called the embodiment of the Knight Order's corruption. I loaded another shot and aimed at him. HMPH. Jairi swung his sword through the air, deflecting the needle. His reflexes were insane. He must have sensed even the slightest hint of my killing intent and reacted accordingly. His title of captain wasn't just for show. Forget the light, everyone get outside. The knights attempted to retreat, but before they could, the door slammed shut. It must have been Stella's allies outside who did it. What? The door suddenly. Damn it, it won't budge, Captain, we've been locked in. What's going on? It's almost as if they anticipated our arrival, I see. This is a trap. No doubt those fools who cling to their so-called justice are trying to set us up. What should we do? I never imagined it would turn out like this. Stay calm, we have the numbers on our side. We'll turn the tables on them, it'll make for a fine gift to present to the Lord. Jairi's sharp command cut through the panic, and as if responding to his words, the knight's unrest faded. Instantly assessing the situation, rallying his subordinates, and issuing the most appropriate orders. This wasn't something just anyone could do. He was more formidable than expected. But this was all within our calculations. Tania, Stella, go. Leave it to me. Let's do this. Tania conjured a fireball with its power restrained. Stella drew a dagger. Both of them aimed at the warehouse windows, shattering the glass. And with that, a path was opened. Come forth. What I had prepared in advance, what I had made a temporary contract with and kept waiting nearby it, flooded into the warehouse. What is that? Those are butterflies. Under the moonlight, a swarm of green glowing butterflies surged into the warehouse, hundreds of them. They fluttered in circular patterns above the bewildered knights. From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like a fantastical sight, but in reality, it was a lethal poison. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you dropping your weapons? I didn't mean to, I just my strength. My body, it's going numb. One knight collapsed, then another. As if in a chain reaction, the knights dropped to the ground, trembling, unable to form coherent words as their consciousness faded. Amazing. Watching from the steel beams above, Stella murmured in astonishment. You mentioned in our planning that you'd take down dozens of them at once, but to actually pull it off, what kind of magic did you use, Rain? It's not magic, it's poison. Poison. These butterfly scales contain a paralytic toxin. A single one wouldn't be enough to knock someone out. But in an enclosed space, with that much exposure to the scales, this is the result. I could have used the Arlbee, another creature with paralytic venom, but bees require their stingers to make contact, making them ineffective against armored knights. Butterflies, on the other hand, disperse their scales into the air, making them ideal. The scales are heavier than air, so they sink downward. As long as we stay above them, up here on the beams, we won't be affected. Incredible. At this rate, I won't even have a chance to fight. Not necessarily. Most of the knights had already collapsed, but one stubbornly remained standing. Jairi. Realizing that the butterfly's scales were toxic, he had pressed a hand over his mouth to avoid inhaling them. Looks like we've got a lively one left. Want me to take care of him? Tania's eyes gleamed like a cat that had spotted prey. Or maybe that was Canade. Yeah, we can't just leave him be. Wait. Let me handle this. Stella stepped forward. I know it's selfish of me to ask after relying on you so much, but as a knight myself, I feel this is something I should do. All right. He's yours. Thank you. With most of the knights down, I directed the butterflies to exit the warehouse. After confirming they were gone, Stella leapt down from the steel beams. Tania and I followed. You, in place, is it? So this really was your doing, after all. Gyuri glared at Stella, his sword raised and aimed at her, but Stella remained calm. And if it is, you'll regret this insolence, in place. For your treason, I'll see you executed. The only one betraying the honor of the knights is you. Stella unsheathed her sword, the two clashed. A dull thud echoed through the warehouse. When I looked, I saw Stella's sword had slammed into Gyuri's side. The flat of the blade had struck his ribs hard enough to likely break them. His face contorted in pain, but even then, he still reached for Stella, trying to resist. But that was as far as he got. Gyuri collapsed, just like the rest of his knights. With her sword pointed at his fallen form, Stella spoke sharply. Horizon Knight Order Branch Captain, Gyuri Streger. By now, my subordinates should have secured the evidence that proves you were receiving money from the Lord in exchange for favors. Since you're not there, we can investigate the branch as much as we want. So that's why you did this, damn it. Did you really think we were doing nothing? That we were just silently watching your corruption unfold? Everything has been for this moment. We've been waiting for our chance together. Gah. A knight who prioritizes their own greed without regard for others is no knight at all. We will take you into custody and report to the main headquarters in the royal capital. Reflect on your actions from inside a prison cell. Section. After regrouping with everyone outside, we proceeded to capture the fallen knights. With this, we've managed to round up all the knights connected to the Lord in one sweep. Rain. Stella, who had been giving out orders, returned and gave me a small bow. Thank you. Thanks to you and your team, we've managed to rid the Knight Order of its rot. Now that they're neutralized, we can conduct an in-depth investigation without obstruction. I'm sure we'll uncover mountains of evidence linking them to the Lords. This will be more than enough to prove our legitimacy. Truly, thank you. It's too soon for thanks. We still have to deal with the Lords themselves. Even though we've removed the corrupt knights, the real masterminds, the Lords, are still in power. Our next step is to raid the Lords' mansion and secure evidence of their crimes. The Lords aren't fools. They likely have their own information network, meaning they'll soon learn that their knights have been captured. If that happens, they might destroy the evidence. If they do, it's over. From here on, it's a race against time. We have to move fast. Stella seemed to understand this well, her expression growing stern. Now we can finally conduct a proper audit. Ideally, I'd like to storm the Lord's mansion right away, but she cast a glance toward the warehouse. Inside, the captured knights were being held. We can't just leave them unattended. If they manage to escape, it'll be a disaster. What should we do? That's not a problem. The butterfly's poison isn't so easily purged. They won't be moving for at least a night. Even so, we can't ignore the possibility of something going wrong. We need guards. Then let's leave it to these guys, come. I called over several wild dogs and tamed them. After giving them instructions to patrol around the warehouse, they scattered into position. I've ordered them to guard the warehouse. That should be enough. Ugh. Stella was staring in shock. What's wrong? You look completely dazed. Rain, are you really a beast tamer? That butterfly earlier, and now these dogs, you seem entirely different from any beast tamer I've ever known. If this much surprises you, you won't last long traveling with Rain. Exactly. It's best to just accept that this is how things are. Canade and Tania casually cut into the conversation. Is that so? Wait, does that mean Rain has even more hidden powers? Nyahu. That's right. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still hiding abilities even we don't know about. Stop making it sound like I'm some kind of rare creature. We were getting off track. Time to bring things back on topic. Anyway, with the corrupt knights out of the picture, we don't have to worry about them anymore. We'll deal with official procedures later. For now, we need to focus on what has to be done. Agreed, we can't afford to waste any more time. Let's move in on the Lord's mansion immediately. Heth, my arms are tingling. It's finally time to display my true power. They dared to lay a hand on Sara, they'll regret it dearly. Sara and Luna, the twin sisters, were burning with determination. Edgar had targeted them. Naturally, their resentment and fury were far greater than anyone else's. The real issue is whether or not they'll resist. Stella frowned. You think they'll fight back against the Night Order? That's exactly why they will. I see. I had a rough idea of what Stella was getting at. Canaid and the others, however, didn't seem to follow, tilting their heads in confusion. Hey, what do you mean? The Night Order has the authority to conduct audits, right? If they refuse, that just makes them look guilty. Why would they resist? Let me explain. Up until now, the Lords had allowed the Night Order to conduct audits because they were in league with them behind the scenes. Even if evidence existed, they knew the Knights would turn a blind eye. But now that the Night Order has been reformed, things are different. Any evidence of corruption or wrongdoing will not be ignored. If they submit to an audit, it's over. Since they understand that, the Lords will resist with force to prevent it. Resist, and then what? What exactly do they plan to do afterward? If they manage to get rid of us, the rest is simple. They'll put the Knights lying in that warehouse back in their original positions and label us as traitors. Everything will go back to how it was. The details might differ, but that's more or less their plan. I see, so, in other words, the outcome of this battle will directly determine the victor. Tania nodded in understanding. Stella added to the explanation. We absolutely cannot afford to lose, but according to our prior investigation, the Lords have hired private soldiers under the guise of security. How many? I'm not sure, but at least a few dozen. Possibly more. There's also a rumor that they've hired mercenaries on par with B-rank adventurers, though we haven't confirmed it. A B-rank adventurer is said to have the strength of several dozen people. Mercenaries on that level, if the rumor is true, it'll be a real pain. Could we use the butterfly from earlier? That would be difficult. If we launch a direct assault, the first thing they'll do is block us at the gates, right? The butterfly's scales are easily carried by the wind, so they lose effectiveness outdoors. Plus, in the chaos of a melee, we might end up affecting our own allies. I see him. There's no need to worry. We have reliable allies. A mercenary on par with a B-rank adventurer might be a threat, but we have the strongest species on our side. The exact strength of the enemy forces remains unknown, but barring any extreme surprises, Canaid and Tania should be more than enough to handle it. The two of them seemed well aware of that fact, throwing punches into the air, brimming with energy. No matter how many come, I'll take them all down. Heh, I suppose I should let loose and have some fun. Can I really rely on you two? Leave it to us. I'll put in some effort for you. Thanks. Stella might have mixed feelings about this. She couldn't correct the city's corruption with her own strength and had to rely on outsiders instead. Maybe she was struggling with her own sense of powerlessness. Even so, she didn't reject our help. On the contrary, she welcomed it. She prioritized justice over pride. She would make a fine knight one day. It felt like I could see that future ahead of her. Once again, thank you. I really appreciate you and your team lending your strength. Don't worry about it. We're not exactly uninvolved in this either. That said, I do have one more favor to ask. What is it? There are rumors that some townspeople were taken to the Lord's mansion. If they're used as hostages. Hostages, huh? Using townspeople as human shields would be an incredibly risky move. It would earn the people's ire and could even spark a rebellion. Would they really resort to such stupidity? It's possible. Desperate people are unpredictable. Even if the likelihood is just 1%, we need to be prepared. Then we should split into two teams, one to storm the mansion and another to rescue the captives. Agreed. That's the best course of action. I'll handle the rescue team. Sara, Luna, would you come with me? Understood. Very well, leave it to me. As I called on the two of them, the remaining two voiced their discontent. What about me? Hey, Rain, aren't you taking me along? Shouldn't I go too? Not that I'm worried about you or anything. Sara and Luna can use a variety of magic, making them suited for infiltration. Canaid, you'd probably try to solve everything with brute force, which isn't great for sneaking around. And Tania, well, I'd rather not have anything end up burned to ashes. Nya, that's so unfair. What do you even think of me? They should reflect on their own behavior. Nya, but I guess it can't be helped. Just so you know, supporting Stella is an important job too. I can't leave it to just anyone. I trust you too, which is why I'm counting on you. I know you might feel a certain way about it, but could you do this for me? Canade and Tania exchanged glances. Then, after a moment, they both nodded. Well, if you're going to put it that way, I guess I have no choice. Fine, I'll handle it. Nya, leave it to me. We're about to take on the city's ruling lords, a battle unlike any before. If we fail, we'll be imprisoned as rebels. Maybe even executed, and yet strangely I didn't feel afraid or anxious. Nya, what's wrong, Rain? Noticing my gaze, Canade tilted her head in curiosity. It's nothing. Nya, I'm not alone. Canade, Tania, Sora, Luna, my comrades are here with me, and with them I feel like I can do anything, like no obstacle is too great to overcome. Another sighed. Damn it. Edgar slammed the glass in his hand onto the floor upon receiving the report. Gyri, along with all the knights connected to him, had been captured. This is impossible. What the hell were they doing? Hey. A girl in the same room trembled in fear as she watched Edgar lash out. What are you looking at? Hey. I asked you, what are you looking at? I wasn't looking at any. Edgar struck the girl across the face. Caught off guard, she collapsed onto the floor. It hurts. Shards from the broken glass cut into her skin. Edgar, however, paid no mind and kicked her. Again and again, he vented his frustration on her. She could do nothing. Like waiting for a storm to pass, she could only curl up and endure. It hurt. It was suffocating. It was unbearable. Tears welled up in her eyes as she quietly repeated, "I'm sorry," over and over. Edgar, seeing her like that, felt satisfied. Now then, what to do? My pawns were all captured. Is that even possible? At first, he doubted the informant's report. It was understandable. After all, 90% of the knights were in his pocket. The remaining 10% had taken down the other 90%? That made no sense. Gyri might have been a fool, but he was no weakling. Could he really have lost to such overwhelming odds? No, I can't afford to be optimistic. I should assume the report is accurate. The more impossible it seems, the more believable it becomes. If Gyri had been taken, then Stella, who was practically the embodiment of justice, would now be leading the Knight Order. And without a doubt, she would launch an audit. This wasn't just about his personal hobbies. Embezzlement of taxes, illegal trade, cultivation of narcotic plants. The mansion was filled with evidence that couldn't be allowed to see the light of day. If Stella got wind of it, maintaining his position would be impossible. Should I destroy the evidence? Edgar thought back to his collection, the prized possessions he had accumulated over the years. Throwing them away would be a shame. His gaze drifted toward the girl still lying on the floor. A rare and powerful being that had somehow fallen into his hands. For a mere human like Edgar to toy with one of the so-called strongest species, it was an intoxicating pleasure. There was no way he could give that up. Besides, realistically speaking, it's impossible to erase all the evidence. Even if I dispose of my toy, making it seem like she never existed would be difficult. And with my father's involvement, things become even more complicated. In that case, there's only one option. Edgar steeled himself. This wasn't a desperate gamble, it was a calculated decision. Currently, the Knight Order revolved around Stella, so all he had to do was eliminate her and reinstate Gyri. Fortunately, he had hired mercenaries precisely for situations like this. Yes, that's the way. I just need to crush the fools who defy me. Simple, really. There's nothing to hesitate about. Whether it's the Knight Order or anyone else, if they stand against me, I'll crush them. Do you really think it will go that smoothly? Edgar snapped his head toward the voice. A figure stood by the window. A hooded cloak obscured their face, but based on their build, they were likely a man. Who are you? A cooperative benefactor. What? You intend to go to war with the Knight Order, but do you truly believe everything will go as planned? No, it won't. Your plan is doomed to fail. There was something about the man's voice, something compelling. His words seemed to carry undeniable weight. And do you know why I can say that with certainty? Because I know about a certain man aiding the Knight Order. A certain man. Rain Shroud, you don't remember, the one who stood against you in the square yesterday. That guy. Recalling an infuriating memory, Edgar clicked his tongue. That fool who dared to defy me, huh? In the end, it seems Gyri failed to capture him, but he's cooperating with the Night Order now. How utterly vexing. And yet, so what? Adding a mere commoner to their ranks changes nothing. Rain is a beast tamer. He commands the strongest species. What? That was not something he could ignore. Edgar immediately latched onto the man's words. Is that true? The information is solid. This is bad, this is really bad. Bad, bad, bad. There's no way I can stand against the strongest species. Damn it, how did it come to this? There's no need to panic. Didn't I say I'd lend you a hand? Here. Edgar accepted the ring from the man. A gemstone of a sinister hue was embedded in it. This magic item contains a spell that brings death to its target. Use it to eliminate Rain. All it takes is a single thought. That man, I thought the target was the strongest species. There isn't just one strongest species, there are two, but the ring can only be used once. That's why you should target Rain, the master. If he falls, the contract will be broken. With no reason left to oppose you, the strongest species will leave. I see, understood. I'll do just that. A wise decision. But why are you doing this? He attempted to press further, but in the blink of an eye, the man had vanished. Was it all just a dream? The suddenness of it made him question, but the ring remained in his hand. Well, no matter. If I can get rid of that nuisance, I don't care if that man was a devil himself. I'll use him all the same. With a dark smile, Edgar clenched the ring tightly. And that was why he failed to notice. The faint tendrils of black mist seeping from the ring. Mist that took the form of a beast, one that was preparing to sink its fangs into its new master. Chapter 4. The fifth strongest race. Another side. At the break of dawn, the Night Order led by Stella arrived at the Lord's manor. Considering the likelihood of combat, launching a nighttime assault would have been ideal. However, barging in without question was out of the question. Proper procedures had to be followed first. Thus, a night raid was not an option. What do you want? Noticing Stella and her group, the gate guards moved to block the entrance with their spears. I am Stella in place, a Knight of the Horizon branch. These are my subordinates and allies. A Night Order. We are here to conduct an inspection of the Lord's manor. An inspection? That's ridiculous. There's no such. If you resist, we will show no mercy. Now stand aside. Are you serious? You're actually challenging the Lord. Our allegiance is not to the Lord, but to the King. And we have determined that this Lord's actions are an act of defiance against the crown. Accept the inspection peacefully, or make an enemy of the Night Order. Choose now. Stella's unwavering stance pressured the guards. They hesitated, stepping back slightly under the weight of her authority. This can't be. Well, what's your decision? Forcing the issue, Stella pointed her sword at them. The guards shrank back further. Was that enough to settle things? Just as Stella began a hope. The sound of multiple footsteps echoed. Armed men poured out of the manor, too many to count at a glance, making her inwardly groan. So it's come to this after all. Stella's face showed her disappointment, but Tania and Canaid quickly spoke up to reassure her. Well, we figured as much, right? We've got this. I'm counting on you too, then. Leave it to us. Canaid and Tania took their stances. Following suit, Stella drew her sword, so did the other knights. Section. Meanwhile, we had made our way to the back of the manor and slipped inside. At the same time, noise erupted from the front. It seemed Stella and the others had begun their assault. With Tania and Canaid there, it was unlikely things would go too far south. But that didn't stop me from worrying. We needed to finish our task quickly and regroup. Sora, Luna, can you locate where the hostages are being held? Leave it to me. HMPH, a trivial task for one such as I. Luna, keep your voice down. The guards may be focusing on the front, but that doesn't mean none are left inside. Sneaking around like this is not my style. Who was it that confidently claimed to handle infiltration earlier? There wasn't much tension in the exchange. But maybe that was a good thing, it helped keep my mind clear. Fine, fine, behold my power, witness it with your own eyes. I just told you to keep your voice down. Ow! With a sharp smack, Sora lightly hit Luna on the head. You're quite the violent older sister, truly terrifying. Enough, get to work. I know. Yes, this should do. Material search. As Luna cast her spell, waves of light rippled outward. That's a spell that detects the flow of magic, right? Oh, you're familiar with it. Tania used it once before. I see. Well, it's a fairly simple spell to use. Not just a spirit tribe, even dragons should have no trouble with it. And how will that help us find the hostages? Everyone has some level of magic within them, no matter how small. Most likely, the abducted people are being kept in one place. It would be inefficient to spread them out. By tracing the magic signatures, we can locate where they're being held. HMPH, you stole my grand reveal. Luna pouted like a child. Maybe I shouldn't have interrupted. Luna had been so lively while explaining. My bad. I'll be more careful next time. You cannot steal my moment in the spotlight. So, what were the results? Well, Luna furrowed her brows. Did she find nothing? If the hostages weren't in the manor, that meant they'd been moved elsewhere. Or worse, a terrible scenario flashed through my mind for a moment. There were multiple magical signatures in the basement. Most likely, that's where the abducted people are. So you did find them. Stop being so dramatic. You made me think something bad had happened. It seemed Sora had imagined the same worst-case scenario as me. She let out a relieved sigh before turning to Luna with a complaint, but Luna still didn't seem fully satisfied. What's wrong? Something bothering you? Actually, there was one more magical signature. That's probably the Lord. Or maybe Edgar. No, I don't think so. The magical power is huge, far beyond human levels. It's an absurd amount, something comparable to us. That could only mean one thing. Was there another strongest race here? Where? Judging by distance and direction, I'd say the eastern side of the third floor. Rain, what should we do? A strongest race, or at least someone with magic on that level. Were they an enemy? Or, like the abducted people, were they also a victim of the Lord? We had no way of knowing. But we couldn't just leave them unchecked. If they were an ally, great. But if they were an enemy, we could be in serious danger, ambushed from both the front and back. We had to confirm what we were dealing with before making a move. All right, Sora, Luna, I want you two to focus on rescuing the hostages. Think you can handle it? Of course. We can use teleportation magic to get them to safety. What about you, Rain? I'm going to investigate that other magical presence. I can't just ignore it. It's too dangerous. We don't even know what it is. If it really has as much magic as we do, Rain, if it's hostile, you'll be in serious trouble. I agree. No familiar should sit around in safety while their master walks into danger. Leave this to us. Thanks. I appreciate you worrying about me. Hey. I reached out and gently patted their heads. Both of them flushed slightly and fell quiet. But I can't teleport the hostages to safety. Your magic is our best option here. Still, I promise I won't do anything reckless. I just want to check it out. Really? You really won't do anything dangerous? I promise. Sora and Luna stared at me for a long moment before sighing in resignation. It can't be helped. We know there's no stopping Rain once he's decided on something. Sai, our master, is such a stubborn one. The division of roles makes sense, so we can't even argue against it. But, well, this is very much like Rain, isn't it? It's because he's like this that we can trust him. One more time, don't do anything reckless. If you break your promise, you'll owe us 100 head pats. Got it. I understand. I'd never betray you too. I gave them a reassuring smile. Section. Splitting up from Sora and Luna, I made my way to the third floor. Following the powerful magical signature, I headed east. So this area is a storage space. I checked each room one by one. Most of them were cluttered with miscellaneous junk. That just leaves. Eventually, I reached the very last room at the far end of the third floor. The door frame had been modified with iron bars, allowing a clear view inside. A sturdy lock secured the entrance, preventing anyone from going in or out. Rather than a room, it looked more like a prison cell. Careful not to make a sound, I stepped closer and peered through the bars. What? I couldn't stop the shocked gasp that escaped me. Inside, a girl lay motionless on a filthy futon. Her complexion was pale, and she looked terribly weak. So fragile, like she might disappear at any moment. Tears streamed down her face, as if she were reliving a terrifying memory. In that instant, all thoughts of whether this was a trap or whether I should be cautious vanished from my mind. There was no justification, no reason for locking up a girl in a place like this. I kicked the door, breaking the lock, and rushed inside. Wah! The girl remained lying down, unable to move. It seemed she didn't even have the strength to sit up. Are you okay? Gently, I lifted her into my arms. Soft, fluffy hair framed her face, and 2 fox-like ears poked out from the top of her head. Through the tears in her ragged clothing, I glimpsed 3 bushy foxtails. She was small, possibly even shorter than Sora and Luna. Maybe it was her appearance, but she gave off an almost childlike, small animal impression. This girl, she was a being known as a beast god, one of the strongest race, the god tribe. Stay still. I'll heal you right away, heal. You are. The healing magic took effect, and some of her strength seemed to return. She looked up at me, but there was still fear in her eyes. It's okay. Handling her as delicately as glass, I embraced her gently. I patted her back lightly, hoping to reassure her. Hoping to tell her you're safe now. It's okay. I'm on your side. Side. Yeah, I'm your ally. Zahe. With hesitation, she slowly clung to me. I doubted she fully trusted me yet, but she must have been so cornered, so utterly desperate, that even the words of a stranger were something she had to cling to. There was no room to question whether my help was a trap, she just needed someone to save her. MMH. After a moment, she shifted slightly in my arms. This is a little tight. Oh, sorry. I gently let her go. But she wobbled unsteadily, so I held her back up before she could collapse. She blinked, eyes widening in surprise. Why are you being kind to me? I told you, I'm on your side. An ally. I'm Rain Shroud, what's your name? And Nina. The girl Nina murmured softly. Nina, how did you end up here? Did someone from this place capture you? Yes. Fear flickered across Nina's face. Had I made her remember something awful? I stroked her head gently, trying to soothe her. Thank you. Feeling better. MHM. Can you tell me what happened? If you're in trouble, maybe I can help. You'll help me. Of course. What? Tears spilled freely from her eyes. I still didn't know the full story, but it was clear. This girl had been suffering alone for a long time. Sorry, I feel safe now, and the tears just won't stop. It's okay. Hick SNF. After a while, Nina managed to calm down. I was in the mountains. Slowly, Nina began to recount what had happened. As you can see, Nina is one of the strongest species. She belongs to the god tribe, which shares a close connection with the Nekore. It's a bit of a complicated story, but that doesn't mean she's an actual deity. A long time ago, they were granted power by the gods and inherited a part of their name. That's how they came to be known as the god tribe. As a member of this tribe, Nina had been living in a shrine deep within the mountains. She was revered by the nearby villagers and spent her days in peaceful slumber. The god tribe is often worshipped as sacred beings, and Nina was no exception. She had been living a quiet, peaceful life until one day, everything changed. A man named Edgar, who had heard rumors about her, appeared and captured her. From that day on, life became nothing short of a nightmare for Nina. Edgar never laid a hand on her in that way, but instead, he vented his violence on her. He seemed to take twisted pleasure in the idea that he could torment one of the strongest species. Day after day, Edgar beat her mercilessly. And now, here she was. Hearing her story, I felt a surge of rage so overwhelming that I nearly lost myself. I wanted to track Edgar down this instant and beat him so badly that he wouldn't even recognize his own face in the mirror. But I couldn't do that. If I acted on impulse, I might scare Nina even more. Forcing myself to suppress my anger, I gently patted Nina's head once again. You've been through so much, but it's okay now. I'm getting you out of here. Can we escape? Of course. Zahe. She looked like she was about to cry again, this time out of relief. I held her close, comforting her. By the way, can I ask you something? How did you even get caught? With your power, you should have been able to fend them off easily. The god tribe possesses abilities that other strongest species do not. They can create objects out of nothing or store items in subspace. Each individual has their own unique set of abilities. While their raw combat strength isn't as high as other strongest species, they're still far beyond anything a human could hope to challenge. The villagers were captured, and they said they'd hurt them if I resisted. So, I had no choice but to surrender. I see, you're kind, Nina. Kind? You let yourself get captured for the sake of the villagers, didn't you? That's incredibly kind of you. Most people, they wouldn't be able to do something like that. Nina blushed slightly, looking a little embarrassed, but the moment was short-lived. Her expression quickly darkened, replaced by despair. After I was captured, they put this collar on me. I'm still just a child, so I don't have much power yet, that's why I can't escape. Rain, it makes me happy that you want to help, but it's impossible. This is a slave collar, isn't it? A type of magical item. It prevents the wearer from disobeying their master and restricts them from leaving a certain area, making escape impossible. To put something like this on a young girl. Anger surged in me once again, but as soon as Nina sensed it, she flinched in fear. I quickly calmed myself. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Can you, really? Trust me. I trust you, Rain. Gently, I reached out and touched the collar around Nina's neck. The magic used in this collar, controlling and subjugating the target, was similar to the techniques used in taming. If that's the case, then I should be able to override it with my own power. I focused my mind and channeled my magic into the collar. GH. A sharp pain shot through me, like an electric current surging through my body. It must be a failsafe to punish anyone who tries to remove the collar through unauthorized means. It hurt, it felt like needles stabbing me from the inside. I couldn't suppress my voice, occasional gasps of pain escaped me. Rain. Just NGH, give me a second. This much is nothing, gah. You're in pain. You look like you're suffering. She had endured so much herself, that's why she understood my suffering. Her eyes welled up with tears as she panicked. Please stop, you don't have to do this. It's fine, I'm almost there, GRGH. Rain, it's okay, really. I'm not worth it, even if I disappear, no one will be sad. So it's okay, I'll just give up. Don't say something so lonely. Even through the searing pain, I forced a smile. If you were gone, Nina, I'd be lonely. I'd be devastated, GRH. But why, you'd go this far for me? I don't need a reason, I want to save you, that's all. With one final surge of magic, I poured everything I had into the collar. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the air, and in the next moment, the collar shattered into pieces. Phew, I think that did it. I was completely drained. I felt like I might collapse at any moment, but... Rain. This time, it was Nina who caught me. Thanks, that helps. I don't think I can move freely right now. Rain, no more reckless things. But in this case, I don't want to see you get hurt. If something happened to you, I'd be sad. So no. I see, then I'll be more careful. Tears still glistened in her eyes, but for the first time, Nina smiled. It was an incredibly cute smile. After resting for a while, I finally felt like I could move again. I stood up and took Nina's hand. All right, let's get out of here. Are you ready? She looked nervous. Maybe she was wondering if we could really escape. I couldn't let her down. I had to get her out of here. Let's go. I took Nina's hand and stepped out of the room. There were no signs of people. They must have been stationed out front. Even so, I moved cautiously through the mansion, staying on high alert. I descended the stairs to the first floor. Then, circling around to the back, I waited for Sora and Luna to regroup with us. Why are we stopping? There are others who infiltrated with me. We need to wait for. Are you talking about Luna and the others? Hiya. Sora and Luna emerged from the shadows, and Nina jumped in surprise. Good, you two are safe. Were you worried about us? Sora asked. Of course. I see, that's not a bad feeling. Sora smiled, looking pleased. Meanwhile, Luna grinned confidently and puffed out her chest. There's no need to worry about us. We are the strongest, invincible spirit tribe. Phew-ha-ha-ha. Keep your voice down. Fudgia. Luna let out an indescribable sound as Sora smacked her on the head. It's okay. These two are my comrades. I reassured Nina, who looked bewildered. She was surprised, but it seemed she could tell they were also among the strongest species. She wasn't on guard. By the way, Rain, who is this girl? Did you pick up another one? Don't phrase it like that. He has no self-awareness. None at all. Hey, look, we don't have time for this. What about the people who were taken? Sora and I used teleportation magic to send them to the center of town. If they're there, people will notice them quickly, and they should be rescued soon. I see, thanks. You did well, as expected of Sora and Luna. FWA. Without thinking, I reached out and patted both of their heads. I half expected them to get mad about being treated like kids, but instead, they seemed oddly pleased, enjoying the head pats. This is an incredible reward. I wouldn't mind receiving it again. Yuumu, it's strangely addicting. I can't stop. Is that your catchphrase now? I don't know. Sora, Luna. Sorry, but could I ask you to use teleportation magic one more time? It's no problem, but why? Then, take this girl too. Now that you mention it, what's her situation? Well, to keep it brief, that other magic presence we detected. It was hers. Nina is also one of the strongest species. The Lord had captured her, so I want to get her out of here. That form, is she from the god tribe? That's rare. The god tribe is usually worshipped by humans and doesn't show itself in public often. We're hardly in a position to talk about being reclusive. Stop calling us reclusive. Well, whatever. I'll just send her over quickly. Come on, step forward. Luna motioned with her hand, gesturing for Nina to come closer. But Nina wouldn't leave my side. She clung to the hem of my clothes, looking up at me with pleading eyes. Don't leave me behind. It's okay, they're just sending you somewhere safe. I don't want to be apart, I don't want to be alone. Her voice trembled. Sending her to the city would be the safer option, but I couldn't just ignore her feelings. If we stay here, we might run into danger. There's a chance you'll see the ones who hurt you again. Even so, do you still want to stay with me? I want to stay with you, Rain. I understand. Then let's stay together. I gently stroked Nina's fluffy head. She relaxed, a small smile forming on her face. It seems the matter is settled. In that case, let's hurry to the front. It's still chaotic out there. Canade and Tania must still be fighting. We need to hurry and back them up. Are you two okay with bringing her along? It was your decision, Rain. It's not like I don't understand the feeling of not wanting to leave someone behind. HMPH, I am generous toward the weak. You're both from the strongest species, though. Despite their words, it was clear that Sora and Luna were concerned about Nina. They had only just met her, yet they already cared. Sora and Luna really are good kids. Even in a situation like this, I felt a sense of pride in them. Nina, get on my back. I crouched down and Nina climbed onto my back. That looks nice. I want to try it later too. Sora would also like to request this. Once everything's over. Understood. Then, let's end this as quickly as possible. With renewed determination, we dashed toward the front. Another side. Meanwhile, in front of the mansion, Stella and her knights were clashing with the Lord's private army. Crush them, don't let them inside the mansion. Don't falter. Justice is on our side. The knight order, including Stella, numbered 6. Adding Canade and Tania, that made 8. In contrast, the Lord's private soldiers kept pouring in, reaching a total of nearly 100. 8 against 100. By any normal measure, Stella's group had no chance of winning. Even with Stella's exceptional swordsmanship, she could only take on about 3 opponents at a time. There was no way she could handle 100, nor could she keep fighting indefinitely. But among them were 2 who defied normal limits. Nyan. The battlefield was in chaos, the area near the gate flooded with soldiers. Amidst the clamor, a figure dashed through the gaps between combatants, weaving through the battlefield like a gust of wind. It was Canade. Each time she passed an enemy, she delivered punishing strikes with her fists and kicks. Soldiers groaned in agony as they crumpled to the ground one after another. She was like a storm sweeping through the battlefield. Once caught in it, standing was simply not an option. Canade, you're really something. I can't let you outshine me. All right, here I go. Tania leaped high into the air, scanning for an area devoid of allies, then plummeted straight down. Like a meteor, she crashed into the enemy ranks, sending countless foes flying. Weapons were raised against her, but to Tania, they moved far too slowly. She spun on the spot, using her proud tail like a whip to knock down the surrounding soldiers. Incredible. The strongest species really are on another level. In the 30 minutes since the battle began, enemy numbers had dropped to about a third. Most of that was thanks to Canade and Tania. Yet despite their overwhelming offense, neither of them had suffered a single injury. Not even a hint of fatigue. 2 people, standing against nearly 100 and utterly dominating. If this keeps up, we should be able to pull this off. Stella thought about the captured civilians. She trusted Rain to handle things, but there was always a chance of something going wrong. If hostages were taken, the bad possibilities refused to leave her mind. Oi, this isn't good. We need hostages, use the hostages. The enemy soldiers were exchanging disturbing words. Stella tensed, ready to end the fight before things took a turn for the worse. And then, sorry to keep you waiting. Something dropped from the sky, landing right beside Stella. she instinctively smiled. Rain. Section. Using Sora and Luna's magic, I soared through the air and landed next to Stella. Rain, what about the captured civilians? They're safe. Sora and Luna got them out. The enemy won't be able to use them against us. Now, what's the situation here? I scanned the area, taking in the battlefield. Stella's knights were locked in combat. Not far from them, I spotted Canade and Tania. The two of them moved in perfect sync, mowing down the Lord's private army with ease. Amidst the chaos, Canade's eyes met mine. The moment she spotted me, she beamed and leapt over. Rain, you're safe. I knew you'd be fine, but still, I couldn't help but worry. Wait, who's the girl on your back? Huh? Nina let out a dazed sigh, still dizzy from the powerful magic jump. I'll explain later. Canade, take care of her for me. Aye, aye, sir. I passed Nina into Canade's arms. Ooh, she's so fluffy. Canade's face melted with delight as she buried herself in Nina's soft fur. It seemed the two fluffballs had found a mutual understanding. Nina, in Canade's embrace, looked relieved. Rain, you're late. Tania stomped over. Sorry, things got complicated. You are explaining everything later. Anyway, what's the plan? Do we just keep punching them? No, leave the rest to Sora and Luna. Just herd the remaining enemies into one spot. Got it. Tania leapt back into the fray. With punches, kicks, and wide sweeps of her tail, she skillfully gathered the enemy soldiers into a single location. An impressive display of control. Sora, Luna. Understood. Now, witness the might of our power. Sora and Luna extended their palms. A massive magic circle spread through the air. Flash impact. A dazzling flash of light erupted. A fraction of a second later, a powerful explosion followed. The detonation hit the very heart of the enemy formation, sending the Lord's soldiers flying in every direction. Some clutched their eyes, blinded by the flash. Others groaned as they collapsed, knocked down by the sheer force of the impact. Dozens of soldiers were taken out in an instant. Judging by the sounds of their agony, none of them had died. Sora and Luna had held back just enough. Well, Rain, what do you think of our power? Sora smirked. Heh, go ahead and sing our praises. In fact, you should. Now commence headpat time. You two did great. Well done. Foi. Afu. Obediently, I reached out and ruffled both of their heads. Sora, isn't that? Ah, okay, this is nice. You actually did it. Yes, Rain, you are. Ah, a worthy master. This is amazing. As I continued to ruffle the two sisters' hair, I noticed Canade and Tania staring at me with longing eyes. Naya, we deserve some too, right? No favoritism, Rain. I'll give you as many as you want later. For now, let's focus on the battle. It wasn't over yet. Stella. Yeah. Raising her sword, Stella gave a firm command to her knights. We've cleared the obstacles. In 30 minutes, we storm the Lord's mansion. Ew. Another sighed. Damn it, you useless trash. Edgar, who had been watching everything unfold from within the mansion, stomped his foot in frustration. His private army, over 100 men, had been utterly crushed by just a handful of enemies. His gaze burned with hatred as he glared at Rain. That man is the root of all this. If I get rid of him, the strongest species will be no more. Isn't that right? Edgar pulled out a sinister-looking ring and gently stroked its surface. The gem embedded in the ring gleamed ominously. Yet to Edgar, it looked beautiful, radiant even. To him, it was a magnificent tool, one that would bring him victory. I am not a man who will fall in a place like this. I can go higher, much higher. I am not like the common rabble. I will win. I will always win. As Edgar focused his intent, the magic sealed within the ring was released. And at that very moment, something else was unleashed as well. A malevolent will, an entity with a pitch-black soul. But Edgar had no idea what he had just set free. Section. A hooded man, Arios, stood on a hill near the Lord's mansion, observing the entire situation. He had given Edgar the magic item and instructed him to kill Rain. Edgar was a man of great pride. Whether he would obediently follow orders was uncertain. It had been a gamble. Arios had weighed the risks accordingly. Qhaha, it seems I've won that bet. From the direction of the mansion, a sickeningly murky magical energy pulsed through the air. Most likely, Edgar had used the magic item. Arios's lips curled into a delighted grin. Good, just like that, kill Rain. From within the mansion, black mist began to pour out. It coalesced into a single form, a humanoid shape. It was a creature that could only be described as a reaper. A skeletal figure clad in a tattered black robe. In its hands was an enormous scythe, nearly as tall as itself. An entity capable of inflicting the ultimate status condition, death. The pinnacle of forbidden magic, death scythe. And now the reaper had manifested. Moving at an inhuman speed, it shot toward Rain, raising its massive scythe high above its head. Section, a sudden chill ran down my spine. What the hell? Rain. Canade's voice rang out, laced with urgency. Why did she sound so panicked? I understood the reason a moment later. A reaper, wielding an enormous scythe, was soaring through the air. And its target was me. It was impossibly fast, there was no time to run. I was already within its range. With no other option, I attempted to intercept it. I activated Narukami, launching needle-like projectiles the size of my palm. But they never hit. The needles passed right through its form. It had no physical body. As if mocking my futile resistance, the reaper swung its scythe high. Rain NOOO. I couldn't dodge. I instinctively shut my eyes. Nothing happened. Cautiously, I opened them again, and right in front of me stood the Grim Reaper. The scythe that had swung down had already passed through my body. Whoa! I let out a startled cry, but there was no pain, nor was there any blood. The Grim Reaper did nothing more, it simply faded away like a mirage. An illusion. No, it felt way too real for that. Rain. The others rushed over in a panic. Did something just happen? That weird thing just swung its scythe at you. You're not hurt, are you? Does it hurt? Say something already. I'll cast a healing spell right away. Show me the wound quickly. We are bound by contract. I will not allow you to leave me behind. I had no idea why I was unharmed, but for now, I needed to calm them down. Relax, I'm fine. Are you sure? Rain, you tend to push yourself too hard. Canade and Tania both looked at me with concern. I'm really fine, nothing happened to me, see. To reassure them, I moved my body lightly on the spot. At last, they seemed to relax, their tense expressions easing. Still, what was that just now? I had a really bad feeling about it. For a second, I thought you were going to die, Rain. That was most likely an instant death spell. Sora, looking unusually serious, spoke up as if she had an idea. As expected of a spirit tribe, when it came to magic, no one was more knowledgeable. As the name suggests, it's an extremely dangerous spell that instantly claims the target's life. It's classified as a super-tier spell, a level even beyond advanced magic. I never imagined someone capable of casting such a spell would be here. But I didn't detect any magical energy. No matter how skilled a caster is, magic always leaves behind a detectable signature. The fact that there was none is impossible. That would mean, most likely it was a magic item. I see, that is a possibility. However, what's strange is why Rain was unaffected. Sora furrowed her brows, genuinely puzzled. Maybe it just misfired. No, once the Grim Reaper manifests, misfires are impossible. It's a spell that allows no resistance and guarantees the target's death. Canade asked hesitantly, but Sora immediately refuted the idea. Knowing Rain, he probably has some kind of secret ace up his sleeve. Hey, what do you take me for? A completely ridiculous beast tamer with absurd abilities. Both Canade and Tania answered in unison. Wait, is that how they see me? I don't need such a weird title. As the group debated back and forth, Luna seemed lost in thought. Did she have an idea about what had happened? Rain, may I conduct a little experiment? Not sure what you mean, but sure, go ahead. Then here I go, poison drop. What? Before anyone could react, Luna cast a status ailment spell on me, inflicting poison. A purple mist enveloped me. Wait, Luna, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Rain. Calm yourselves and watch, if my theory is correct. A few moments later, the poisonous mist dissipated. I was completely fine, I hadn't been poisoned at all. Nothing had changed. What's going on? Luna definitely cast a status ailment spell on me, but... just as I suspected. Luna, what exactly is happening? Explain. When Rain formed a contract with us, he gained the skill for consecutive spellcasting. But doesn't that seem odd when you think about it? What do you mean? Rain formed contracts with both Sora and me, correct? If so, shouldn't he have received 2 abilities instead of just 1? That made sense. I was starting to understand what Luna was getting at. Most likely, the consecutive spellcasting skill came from forming a contract with Sora, since she specializes in that field. So, what did Rain gain from forming a contract with me? Naya, in other words. With our contract, Rain has gained another ability, status ailment nullification. Status ailments? Nullification. Canade and Tania repeated the words in astonishment. Luna, like a lecturer, continued her explanation. Instant death magic is classified as a type of status ailment. There are very few ways to counter it. Either you carry a protective amulet, or you possess an exceptionally high resistance to status ailment magic. Rain doesn't have an amulet, so I deduced that he must have acquired a powerful resistance instead. That makes sense. I can't think of any other explanation. So, you deliberately used a poison spell just to test that. That's reckless. Naya, but what if you were wrong? In that case, I would have cured him immediately, but it didn't come to that. Just as I expected, Rain has obtained a status ailment nullification skill. Fwahaha. Everything went exactly as I calculated. What do you mean, as you calculated? Fudgia. Sora's fist came down hard on Luna's head. With a squashed frog-like yelp, Luna crumpled to the ground. Who just casts a poison spell on their master out of nowhere? That kind of behavior makes you unfit as a familiar. I had no choice. There was no other way to verify it. Then you should have explained it first and gotten proper permission. Just because you thought of it on the spot doesn't mean you can just act on it. What were you thinking? Fwahaha, I wasn't thinking at all. Do not expect such things from me. How is that something to be proud of? Pygia. Another bolt of Sora's wrath struck Luna. She was usually composed and diligent, but when she got angry, she was terrifying. Shivering. There, let's just not look in that direction, okay? Canade gently comforted Nina, who was trembling at the sight of Sora's outburst. Rain, I'm really sorry, Luna went too far. Luna, apologize properly. But you will apologize, won't you? With a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes, Sora loomed over Luna, making her nod frantically. My apologies, my master. My curiosity got the better of me. I regret nothing. Luna. I regret it. I'm reflecting on my actions. I'm sorry. Luna was so intimidated that her usual way of speaking had completely crumbled. It seemed the little sister had no choice but to bow to the elder. Well, it's fine. It caught me off guard, but knowing about this ability in advance might come in handy. I'm not upset. Thank you, now Luna. Yes. I appreciate your generosity. Fwahaha Pudgia. Trying to maintain her usual demeanor, Luna was promptly smacked down by Sora for the third time. I probably shouldn't say this, but their back and forth was hilarious. I couldn't help but chuckle. Canade and Tania also let out amused sighs, shaking their heads as if thinking, oh, honestly, Nina, too, watched with an entertained expression. The tension had lifted. That was a good sign. With that settled, we had successfully eliminated most of the Lord's private soldiers. However, the mercenaries, said to be as strong as B-rank adventurers, had yet to make an appearance. They were likely inside the mansion, guarding the Lord and Edgar. Our next step was clear. We had to storm the mansion. This was where the real battle began. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. The Final Battle. Rain, are you all right? Arriving slightly late, Stella rushed over. She must have seen the instant death magic from afar. Her face was filled with urgency. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I see, thank goodness. Really, thank goodness. Confirming that I was unharmed, Stella let out a small sigh of relief. Looking around, I saw her fellow knights restraining the fallen private soldiers. However, with over 100 enemies and only 5 of us, capturing them all at once wasn't an option. It was taking time. That's going to take a while, isn't it? Yeah, with this many it won't be quick. It'll take at least an hour or 2. We can't afford to give them that much time. I agree. That's why I intend to leave this to my subordinates and head into the mansion. If we don't capture the mastermind, all of this will be for nothing. We'll help. I knew you'd say that, Rain. I'm counting on you. Yeah, leave it to me. Naya, are those two getting along a little too well? An unexpected development, perhaps. We cannot afford to fall behind. Sora, it's not like that. Even in a situation like this, everyone was acting as usual. Having that kind of composure was reassuring. Let's go. OOHH. We stormed into the entrance hall of the mansion. It was ridiculously large, far beyond what you'd expect from a private residence. You could probably play a whole game of sports in here. At the back of the hall, staircases extended to the second floor on both the left and right. Part of the ceiling was open, allowing us to see all the way up to the third floor. Over there, standing in front of the doors leading further into the mansion, were several men, 6 of them in total. They were already armed and in combat stance. Beyond them, I spotted Edgar. Beside him stood a rotund man, likely the lord of this estate. To the lord and his allies, further resistance is futile. Surrender peacefully and submit to the knight's investigation. Do not add more sins to your list. You wretched girl, barking like a dog. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the lord of this town. Turning your blades against me is an act of treason. It is you who should reflect on your crimes. Both Edgar and the lord shouted, their faces red with fury. Seems like reasoning with them isn't an option. In that case, we'll have to enforce justice. Don't be ridiculous. I won't allow such insolence. Oi, you lot. Yes, we understand. We'll earn our pay, don't worry. The leader of the mercenaries shrugged, seeming unimpressed by the lord's outburst. Even so, they weren't going to back down. Mercenaries do their job as long as they're paid. That's just how they operate. Well then. The leader stepped forward. He looked to be around 30, perhaps even in his 40s. Yet there was no sign of age slowing him down. His body was lean and well-trained, completely free of excess fat. He carried himself with the presence of a seasoned warrior. I can't let you through. It's a bit of a cliché line, but if you want to pass, you'll have to get through us first. In that instant, his battle aura surged forth. It was powerful enough to exert pressure, but it wasn't something that frightened me. After all, I had faced Arios before, and I had plenty of battle experience. Something like this wasn't enough to shake me. The others were just as composed. The title of the strongest species wasn't for show. However, there was one exception. Stella took a step back, overwhelmed by the intensity of the aura. She had been leading from the front and fighting non-stop. Her fatigue must have been catching up with her. It might not be wise for her to fight against them directly. Stella, let us handle this. What are you saying? That's out of the question. It would be a bigger problem if you got injured. Without you, the knights would have no one to lead. That's trusting your allies and leaving things to them. That's part of your duty too, isn't it? A leader has to make those kinds of decisions. You're unfair, Rain. Saying something like that, I have no choice but to back down, do I? With a reluctant sigh, Stella sheathed her sword. Just promise me one thing, don't be reckless. This only matters if we all make it through safely. Got it. Yeah, I understand. Then I leave this to you. Stella stepped back. Cannade, give Nina to Tania. You want me to carry her? Though flustered, Tania carefully took Nina into her arms. Tania, I'm counting on you to protect Nina, and just in case, guard Stella as well. Why me though? I was looking forward to going wild. Haven't you already done enough of that just now? Besides, you're the most reliable one for the job. Please. HMPH, so I'm the most reliable one, huh? Are you sure about that? Of course. It's because you're dependable that I want to entrust them to you. Being relied on doesn't sound too bad. Fine. I'll take the job. Thanks, Nina. This time this big sister will protect you. You can relax. Thank you, Rain. As I patted Nina's head, she squinted her eyes as if it tickled. She didn't seem to dislike it, though. She was smiling. Well then, I'll handle things back here. You guys go all out. With that, Tania stepped back. Another side. Cannade faced off against 2 mercenaries. One wielded a massive shield, while the other held a staff. Their strategy was clear. One would block attacks while the other bombarded with magic. Since the Nekore race was weak against magic, their plan wasn't entirely flawed. However, they had made one critical miscalculation. The mercenaries had underestimated the physical abilities of the Nekore. Unaya. Cannade clashed head-on with the shield-bearing mercenary. The mercenary planted his feet firmly, trying to hold Cannade in place, but it was useless. It was as if he was wrestling with a giant. He was being pushed back little by little. No way, what is this strength? If you think you can stop me with that level of power, you're sorely mistaken. Don't underestimate me. The mercenary wasn't about to give in so easily. Pouring all his strength into resisting, he somehow managed to bring Canade's charge to a stop. Canade, unfazed, immediately shifted to her next move. She leaped into the air, spinning rapidly. Using that momentum, she delivered a crushing kick from above. The mercenary had exhausted all his strength just blocking the initial charge. He had neither the stamina nor the will to dodge. The attack landed cleanly. His body crumpled and he collapsed unconscious. You bastard, flame wave. The remaining mercenary, determined to avenge his fallen comrade, unleashed his magic. A tsunami of flames surged toward Canade. There was no escape, at least there shouldn't have been. Nyan. What the hell? Canade dashed to the side. She ran, and then, without hesitation, she sprinted up the wall. As if gravity had shifted, Canade used the wall as her foothold, racing horizontally across it. Then, without slowing down, she transitioned to the ceiling, continuing her charge. The mercenary could only gape in astonishment at the sight before him. Canade, despite being a member of the strongest species, didn't have some absurd gravity-defying skill. She was simply using her overwhelming physical prowess to run across the walls and ceiling on sheer momentum alone. It was reckless. It was absurd. And yet, that was exactly what made the Nekore so formidable. This is the end. Igwa. Canade came crashing down from above, slamming her fist into the mercenary and sending him flying. He smashed back first into the wall before sliding down, unconscious. All right, victory. Section. Sora and Luna faced off against 3 mercenaries. A sword, a spear, and a battle axe, each one wielded a different close combat weapon. Since Sora and Luna primarily relied on magic, they were at a disadvantage in melee combat. Yet neither of them seemed the least bit panicked. They stood firm, composed, and unwavering. Take them down together. The 3 mercenaries attacked in unison, charging from 3 different angles with precise timing. Their coordination was impeccable. Even seasoned adventurers would struggle against them. However, Sora and Luna were in an entirely different league. They weren't mere veteran adventurers, they were among the strongest beings in existence. And now their power would be unleashed. Flash impact. In perfect sync, Sora and Luna cast their spell. A blinding flash streaked across the battlefield, followed by a powerful shockwave that engulfed the mercenaries. Reacting swiftly, the mercenaries crouched low, bracing themselves against the force to endure the impact. Now it was their turn to counterattack, or so they thought. What? The mercenaries swung their blades, but they never reached Sora and Luna. The moment their weapons should have made contact, Sora and Luna vanished like illusions. Fwahaha, that was illusion magic. I anticipated this and cast it in advance. Revealing our trick so easily, what a dull thing to do. Sora and Luna hovered in midair. Since they were weak in close combat, they simply moved beyond the reach of their enemies' weapons. It was a simple concept, yet only a handful of people could actually execute it. One of the mercenaries, threw a dagger at them. Gravity wall. Luna immediately cast her spell, stopping the projectile midair. Wah, you're using 2 spells at once. Are you fools? The floating spell is Sora's doing. That's all there is to it. We are 2 halves of a whole. Few fun, it seems you're lacking both power and intelligence to take us on. Come back when you're better prepared. Luna raised a palm toward the mercenaries. They scrambled to escape, but it was already too late. By making them attack the illusions, Sora and Luna had lured them right into their magic's range. Everything was going according to plan. The mercenaries had been dancing in the palms of their hands from the start. Dragoon howling. A spectral dragon erupted forth, swallowing the mercenaries whole. A thunderous explosion roared through the air. As the smoke cleared, the mercenaries lay motionless on the floor. Sora and Luna take the victory. Fwahata. Against us, this was nothing. Did you see that? Grinning proudly, Sora and Luna exchanged a high five. Section. I was facing off against the leader of the mercenaries. Our fists clashed like a raging storm, kicks weaving in between. His movements were sharp, fitting for a trained fighter. Even a single hit from him would deal considerable damage, so I decided not to take a single hit. Ha! Gah! I had already seen through his strikes. While his technique was refined, it was nothing compared to Arios' swordsmanship. Without allowing him to land even a glancing blow, I drove a punch straight into his gut. You little bastard! Snarling, the mercenary lunged forward, throwing his full weight at me. Even as I landed hits, he didn't stop. He pushed through and closed the distance. Grabbing onto my waist, he tackled me to the ground, pinning me beneath him. You think you can mess with me? I'm gonna make you pay for that. Is that so? My lack of panic seemed to unnerve him. His face twisted with unease. What the hell? Don't tell me you can turn this around. That's exactly what I'm telling you. With a well-timed bridge maneuver, I flipped him off and sent him flying with a kick. I wasn't one to criticize, but honestly, he should have put up a better fight. I heard you were on par with a B-rank adventurer, but you're not much, are you? You little. Though, your durability might be above B-rank. But I don't have time to waste, this ends now, come on. I activated Narukami, firing needles that shattered the mansion's windows. Then, I sent a wave of mana rippling through the city. Flapping wings filled the air. Responding to my call, an uncountable number of birds swarmed through the broken windows into the mansion. Go. I formed a temporary contract with them and issued a command. Obeying immediately, the birds descended upon the mercenary. What the hells? Now's a bad time, but do you know how regular bees take down a hornet? What? They swarm their target, covering every inch, sealing off any gaps. The heat from their combined bodies suffocates the enemy. You bastard. Looks like you get what I'm saying, which means this is over. The mercenary thrashed, trying to shake off the birds. But no matter how many he fought off, more took their place. He struggled, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, the mercenary disappeared beneath the mass of wings and feathers. GRGH. Before long, his groaning faded and he collapsed. Thanks, that's enough, you can go now. I directed the birds outside and released the contract. Sorry, but I'm a beast tamer. There's no reason for me to be dumb enough to trade punches with a brawler. Rain. As the battle with the boss concluded, Canade came running toward me. Sora and Luna were right behind her. It seemed they had all finished their fights as well. We totally crushed the bad guys. Ehehe, am I amazing, am I? Yeah, you did great. Naifu. I patted Canade's head, and she let out a pleased sound. Stare. Before I knew it, Sora and Luna were looking at me intently. Understanding what they wanted, I reached out and patted their heads as well. You two did well too, Sora Luna. Sora did her best. You can pat me more, go on more. Just then, Tanya arrived, leading Nina along. Hey, Rain. She hesitated, glancing away for a moment before continuing. I also did my part protecting this kid and Stella. You know, Dee, don't get the wrong idea, though. It's not like I want you to pat my head like the others or anything. It's just that, ah. The moment I placed my hand on Tanya's head, her words trailed off, and her expression melted into bliss. Does my hand have some kind of healing effect? I found myself seriously wondering about it. I'm glad everyone is safe. Stella was the last to arrive, relief clear on her face as she looked at us. I kept my promise. Yeah, and I'm relieved to see that. In any case, there's no one left to stand in our way. Now, it's our turn. Stella's gaze shifted toward the back of the entrance hall. Hey. The Lord trembled. Edgar wore a bitter expression. No one was left to protect them. They were completely exposed. Realizing that, the Lord had gone pale. I'll leave the search of the mansion to my men for later. Right now, I need to have a talk. Both of you, please come with me. Hey. The Lord turned and fled deeper into the mansion. Wait, stop right there. Stella shouted, but he didn't care. His footsteps faded into the distance. What a sore loser. If he manages to escape through another exit, that'll be a problem. I'll go after him. Can I trust you to handle things here? Yeah, leave it to me. I appreciate it. Now it's my turn. Stella dashed after the Lord, disappearing through the doorway. Now then, it looks like even your own father has abandoned you. Will you surrender quietly? GRH. Left alone, Edgar bit his lip hard. Despite the situation, he glared at us, eyes brimming with rage. He had no trump card left, yet his sheer arrogance was remarkable. You think you can get away with this? Do you even know who I am? I am the son of this city's ruler. No one should dare defy me. Enough, just stay put. I activated Narukami, sending its wires toward him, intending to restrain him. But Edgar pulled out a dagger and brandished it threateningly. Anyone foolish enough to oppose me will be executed. I'll deal with you myself. Listen, do you even understand the situation? It's over, just surrender. Shut up, I refuse to accept this. I am the rightful ruler of this city. There is no world in which I should be captured by lowly peasants. You're just paying for all the wrongs you've done. Wrong, I am a ruler. I am meant to reign at the top. I am free to do whatever I please. Don't be ridiculous. That kind of thinking will never be accepted. It will be accepted. You all live under my family's rule. That means you must obey. So just because you rule over this city, you think you can do whatever you want. That there's no problem with that. Exactly. Even if it's completely unreasonable, people should just accept it. That is the duty of the common people. This was pointless. Had he been spoiled by privilege for so long that it had completely rotted his mind? His way of thinking was so warped, he barely seemed human. Naya, rain. This guy feels really awful to be around. Canaid clung tightly to my clothes, her grip trembling. Her face was twisted with unease. Canaid afraid? That didn't make sense. Edgar wasn't strong. We had already crushed all his trump cards. And yet, was there still something left? This cannot be. I refuse to accept this. There's no way I will fall here. That's right, I will not fall here. Muttering to himself like a broken doll, Edgar repeated his words over and over. The eerie sight sent a chill down my spine. Just like Canaid, I felt a terrible sense of foreboding. We couldn't afford to let him continue like this. Even if it meant using some force, it would be best to render him powerless, knock him out immediately. Making that decision, I moved to strike Edgar down. Impossible, I refuse, that's right, yes, I refuse to accept this. In that instant, the ring on Edgar's finger radiated a blinding light. A pitch-black glow, deeper than the void. It was as if pure, condensed negativity had taken shape. Just looking at it made my heart pound in discomfort, my vision threatening to blur. Naya. Arain this is. Canaid, stay back. Efwa. I grabbed Canaid and leaped away, putting as much distance as possible between us and Edgar. The others quickly followed suit, stepping back. Gaga GGHH. The murky darkness from the ring began to coil around Edgar's body. It engulfed his hands, his feet, and eventually swallowed his face. The black light stretched into bands, wrapping around him layer by layer. Before long, a cocoon-like mass had formed. What is this? A blaring alarm went off in my head. We couldn't let this continue. We had to destroy that black cocoon immediately. Fireball. I ignored the fact that we were indoors. I didn't hold back at all. Boom! A fireball the size of a person slammed into the cocoon. The explosion was powerful enough to shake the mansion, flames surging outward in a brilliant red inferno. And yet the black cocoon remained completely intact. What the hell is this thing? Crack, a thin fissure formed on the cocoon's surface. Like an egg about to hatch, the crack spread rapidly until the entire thing shattered apart. A massive, jet-black figure emerged. Sinister wings twisted in an unnatural form, razor-sharp fangs, horns as pointed as spears, and eyes glowing a deep crimson. There was no other word for it. This was a demon. This thing. I remembered it. I had seen something like this before, long ago when my hometown was destroyed. A demon. Demons were creatures that had evolved from monsters. By receiving the blood of the Demon King, they gained unimaginable power, far beyond what any ordinary monster could possess. They also developed intelligence, rivaling that of humans. In a way, they were akin to the strongest species. If the strongest species were those blessed by the gods, then demons were those blessed by the Demon King. They were the Demon King's loyal servants, carrying out his will. And just like the Demon King himself, demons despised humanity. They slaughtered people like insects, reveling in destruction and carnage. That was what a demon was. A living catastrophe, the natural enemy of all life. Their power was terrifying. There were even stories of entire cities being wiped out overnight by a single demon. And in my case, it wasn't just a story. My hometown had been erased in a single night. Demons could not exist without the Demon King. There was no way a Demon King was here. That was impossible. So then, why? Could it be the ring Edgar had been wearing? That thing gave off an awful feeling. What if that ring had a demon's soul sealed inside? And what if that seal had now been broken, allowing the demon to use Edgar's body as a vessel to manifest? To wake up after so long and find such an amusing scene before me. To think I would manifest in the middle of a city. The jet-black demon spoke smoothly, its voice flowing without hesitation. There was no overwhelming pressure, no oppressive aura. And yet, that was what made it even more terrifying. It was the eerie calm before the storm, the ominous silence before disaster struck. Was it you all who brought me back to life? I must thank you, truly thank you. The demon's cold gaze turned toward us. A chill ran down my spine. As a token of my gratitude, I'll kill you, brutally, mercilessly, disgracefully, or so I'd like to say. The demon looked off in another direction. Following that gaze, the city? It seems there are plenty of toys over there. How delightful. I must give my thanks once more for being revived under such perfect circumstances. Ah, oh God, thank you. Yuke kkkk. Wait. Well then, tata, farewell. With a slight bow, the demon took off, shattering the mansion's roof as it ascended. Amid the falling debris, I barely managed to track its movement. It was heading toward the city. Rain. Noticing the sound of the roof breaking, Stella rushed back. What was that noise just now? I've apprehended the Lord and handed him over to my subordinates, but did something happen here? A demon appeared. What? There was no time to waste. I skipped all unnecessary details and got straight to the point. You might not believe it, but it's the truth. There's no time for explanations. We need to evacuate the townspeople immediately. Right, I suppose you wouldn't lie about something like this. Understood, I'm heading out at once. I'm counting on you. What about you, Rain? What do you plan to do? I'm going to defeat the demon. Even as I said it, I realized how reckless that sounded. The opponent was a demon. A being who carried the blood of the Demon King. In other words, a fragment of the Demon King himself. I couldn't even begin to fathom its power. Compared to it, the Shadow Knight I once fought would likely seem as weak as a newborn. If ranked, this demon would be around A rank, on par with the strongest of creatures. Even so, I couldn't just let it be. I recalled my homeland, swallowed by flames. The same tragedy was about to unfold again. That was something I would never, ever allow. I refused to accept it. No matter what it took, no matter what had to be done. I would stop it, everyone. I was about to tell them they didn't have to come. Naya, Rain, you're really hopeless, you know. Canade frowned, clearly displeased. Tania, Sara, and Luna all wore similar expressions of dissatisfaction. Rain, we know you're worried about us. But that doesn't mean you can just leave us out of this. We're your companions, aren't we? Then don't say something so unnecessary. Even if it's dangerous, trusting and supporting each other, that's what it means to be comrades, isn't it? Rain, we know you care about us and that makes us happy, but that's not enough, okay? No matter when, no matter what, we want to be your strength. That's what it means to be comrades, right? Tania finished with a firm statement. You're right. I thought I had grown, even just a little, but it seemed I was still lacking. If I couldn't trust my companions in the most critical moments, then I hadn't truly changed. Rather than telling them to run because it was dangerous, I needed to ask them to fight alongside me. Will you all come with me? Of course. Their voices rang out in unison, accompanied by bright smiles. I was truly blessed with such wonderful companions. Rain. Nina looked up at me with worried eyes. I want to come too. Nina, can you stay here and wait for us? Where we were heading was, without a doubt, a battlefield. There was no way I could bring Nina into such a place. She might feel lonely, but staying here was far safer. But Nina, you're stronger than the average person, but I'll be blunt. Against a demon, your strength isn't enough. That's. You don't have to push yourself to fight. Leave this to us. Rain, I know you might feel uneasy, but please wait for us. Okay. She still seemed unconvinced, but in the end, Nina gave a small nod. Stella, can I leave her in your care? Understood. Leave it to me. After entrusting Nina to Stella, we stepped outside the mansion. A trail of destruction stretched in a straight line, making it easy to follow the demon's path. It was as if a massive beast had rampaged through the city. There it is. Following the trail of devastation, we quickly spotted the demon. It was laughing gleefully, its claws poised toward a person who had failed to escape in time. Fireball. Carefully adjusting my magic to avoid harming the civilian, I launched a fireball. It struck the demon's head. Flames erupted, but... and what's this now? The demon tilted its head in curiosity, completely unfazed. Its attitude was as if it had merely been pestered by a fly. Oh dear, oh dear. If it isn't those humans from earlier. What brings you here? Could it be that you've come to entertain me? We're not here to entertain you. We're here to take you down. How amusing. Yes, truly amusing. It seems this will be far more enjoyable. I suppose I can deal with the insects later and hunt you first. The demon turned to face us. Our battle for the city's fate had begun. 5 against 1 puts me at a disadvantage, doesn't it? Oh, how terrifying. I suppose I should call for reinforcements. The demon snapped its fingers. Shadows rippled outward, expanding into a wide circle. With a bubbling sound, the shadows swelled and rose. Soon, those shadows twisted into grotesque forms, taking shape as jet-black monsters, their existence materializing into this world. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20, 30. An uncountable number of creatures emerged from the demon's shadow. They stood on 4 legs, their fangs sharp, their crimson eyes glowing with malice, beasts born from the abyss. Now then, my adorable children, feast upon our enemies. At the demon's command, the monsters charged. Drool dripped from their fangs as they lunged, eager to tear into our flesh. Naya, Nyanianya, Nyan. HMPH. That's nothing. Canade's flurry of attacks and Tania's tail intercepted the first wave of beasts. But that was only the beginning. The second wave, then the third, rushed in without pause. Take this. I activated Narukami, unleashing a barrage of needles. Like a torrential downpour, the needles skewered the beasts. Then I fired my wires. Catching one of the creatures, I swung it around, using its body as a weapon, slamming it into the others. Sora Luna. Understood. Hahaha, witness my power. Blow them all away. Dragoon howling. A spectral dragon's roar erupted, tearing through the horde of dark beasts. The shockwave rampaged like a tornado, obliterating any remaining creatures. Phew fun, that takes care of everything except for you. And why are you acting all high and mighty? My victory was stolen. Everyone, don't let your guard down. It's not over yet. As if replaying the scene from earlier, the demon's shadow once again spread in a perfect circle. And then, dozens more of those black beasts emerged. My, well done. But I forgot to mention these little ones. They're just extensions of myself. I can summon them endlessly without any risk. Then we'll just have to take them down as many times as it takes. That determination is commendable, but have you forgotten that I am still here? Canade, get back. Nya. The demon extended a hand toward Canade. With a crackling sound, dark lightning surged from its palm. Fudgia. A black bolt of lightning struck Canade directly. Her body convulsed violently. She was sent flying, crashing into a thicket. Canade. I rushed to her side in panic. Are you okay? NNGH, somehow Owa. Tania, hold that thing off for a while. Sara Luna over here. Got it. Tania seemed to catch my intention immediately and stepped forward. She positioned herself between us and the demon, acting as a shield. Take this. Multiple fireballs shot from Tania's mouth. Upon impact, a storm of flames erupted, swallowing up the beasts that had been lunging toward us. And here's a little gift for you too. Tania partially dispelled her human transformation. Dragon wings sprouted from her back. They shimmered with radiant light, gathering into a single point before unleashing an attack. FWOOSH. A devastating dragon breath attack. The concentrated beam of light engulfed the demon. The sheer heat and force raged wildly, attempting to consume its body. Even the demon couldn't ignore it. It took a defensive stance and halted its advance. Sara Luna, now tend to Canade. Understood. Leave it to us. While Tania bought us time, Sora and Luna cast healing magic on Canade. The burns covering her body gradually faded. Phew, thanks, Sora Luna, you really saved me. Before long, Canade sat up. She still seemed a little unsteady, but there were no lingering injuries. Kaya. With a deafening boom, Tania let out a sharp cry. The demon had unleashed another blast of black lightning. It collided with her breath attack, resulting in a massive explosion. Tania was sent flying, straight toward us. I rushed forward and caught her. Hiya. Are you okay? Why, yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. I gently set her down. Just to be sure, I checked her over, but she didn't seem to have sustained any serious injuries. HMPH, what a surprise. I had intended to enjoy a bit of slaughter, yet things aren't going quite as planned, as expected from the so-called strongest species. You're strong. Very strong. Even after taking Tania's breath attack, the demon showed no signs of distress. Instead, it let out an eerie smile. It had repelled Canaid, withstood Tania's assault, and could endlessly summon countless minions. This thing was a monster beyond belief. Once again, I was reminded of the sheer terror demons could bring. I'll draw its attention. Everyone, wait for the signal and strike together. Roger. I kicked off the ground and rushed in. Fireball multi-shot. I unleashed my full power, sending multiple fireballs exploding around the demon. Columns of flames shot up, incinerating the surrounding beasts. Yet the demon at the center remained. As if to prove its resilience, it simply laughed and spread its arms wide. You bastard. Oh. As the flames dissipated, I fired my wires, wrapping them around the demon's wings to restrain its movements. Then I closed the distance further, sweeping its legs. As it stumbled, I landed a blow to its abdomen, then followed up with a strike to its face. Rain. At Canaid's call, I immediately released the wires and leapt back. Nyahhh. Eyahhh. Canaid and Tania struck at the same time, landing a powerful combined attack. The demon's body jerked backward. Red-crimson. Sora and Luna's magic exploded against it. A crimson sphere enveloped the demon, releasing a violent inferno. It was the combined assault of the strongest species. I see. With such power, perhaps I should truly consider you a threat. At last, there were visible signs of damage on its body. But it was far from a fatal wound. Even after withstanding that much firepower, just how powerful was this thing? Now then, it's my turn. You insects can all die together. The demon raised its palm toward the sky. Black clouds gathered, blotting out the heavens. With a deep rumbling, the air trembled, and a jet-black bolt of lightning struck the demon's hand. From there, the electricity spread outward like a spider's web. It surged through the city like a living thing, destroying, consuming, incinerating everything in its path. This is monstrous. Fires erupted everywhere, screams filled the air, houses collapsed, people were swallowed by the flames. Screams upon screams, and then the streets were stained with blood. A vision of my burning hometown flashed through my mind. It was happening all over again. I hadn't realized I was grinding my teeth. That demon, it dared to do this. I will take it down, no matter what. I've had enough of this. It wasn't just me. Everyone, Canaid, Tania, Sara, and Luna, was glaring at the demon with pure rage. No more holding back. I'm going all out. Canaid's voice rang out like a roar, and then her figure vanished. Only the sound of rapid footsteps echoed. What exactly are YGAH? Before the demon could react, Canaid struck. Her fist, carrying the full force of her speed, slammed into the demon's face. A serious blow from Canaid was on the level of a strategic weapon. Even this demon couldn't come out of it unscathed. It staggered, dropping to one knee. Until now, Canaid had been holding back, conserving her strength. But she was done with that. From now on, everything was about bringing this demon down, nothing else mattered. And her power showed exactly that. We're not done yet. Canaid landed on the ground and immediately leaped again, delivering a brutal kick to the demon's face. Punches, kicks, over and over again, her blows rained down. Like an unstoppable storm, she hammered the demon. The overwhelming speed and raw force crushed it, and the damage was building up. Don't get cocky. Just as I thought we had a real chance, the demon struck back. It unleashed black lightning, scattering it around to force Canaid away. Then, it summoned more monsters, using them as a wall to create distance. It must have realized that close combat against a serious Canaid was a losing battle. It was trying to reset the fight, but someone wasn't about to let that happen. My turn now. Tania shot forward. With a powerful flap of her wings, she hovered in the air. And then, she unleashed a dragon breath attack from directly above. What is this? Tania's full-power breath attack was on an entirely different level. Like a massive pillar of pure light, it crashed down onto the demon, overwhelming it with sheer heat and force. God damn it, you think something like this can stop me? Attack. Tear them apart. The demon raised one arm to shield itself, resisting the onslaught. At the same time, it commanded its minions to attack Tania. Even while enduring Tania's full-force attack, it was still able to fight back. This thing was terrifying, but there was something it had overlooked. Tania wasn't fighting alone. Tania, keep attacking. I launched a full-force kick, sending one of the monsters flying. It bounced across the ground before vanishing into dust. You won't lay a single finger on Tania. Cannade intercepted the other beasts. She tore through them, literally. Grabbing, throwing, ripping them apart, she was an unstoppable force. And here's a little extra. Cannade grabbed a monster by the leg and spun it around. Then, she hurled it straight at the demon. It wasn't enough to deal damage, but it caught the demon off guard. Its stance wavered, just long enough for the breath attack to land directly. We weren't about to let this chance slip. Sora, Luna. Understood. Got it. As expected, the two of them immediately grasped what I needed. Following Tania, Sora and Luna unleashed their attacks. Gungnir Twister. A spear of light tore through the clouds, descending from high above. Its sharp tip pierced through the demon's body. From there, a magic circle expanded vertically. The circles stacked upon one another, stretching skyward with overwhelming force. Judgment. A brilliant aurora rained down through the pathway of the magic circles. Whoosh. For an instant, the world was dyed white. Then, the shockwave arrived. The wind howled like a storm. The spot where the demon had stood was now engulfed in crimson flames. And yet, the surrounding buildings remained unharmed. It must have been Sora and Luna who adjusted the attack's range to minimize collateral damage. That one, I'll admit that stung a bit. The demon was still alive. However, gashes ran across its body and blood spilled freely. Red blood, just like ours. Even though we share the same color, why do we have to fight? For a brief moment, a deep sense of futility welled up inside me. But now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. I cast aside unnecessary emotions and refocused on the battlefield before me. Fireball. Following the others' attacks, I unleashed my own magic. As if something like this would work. The demon swatted at the fireball as if brushing away an insect. Just as I expected. I smirked internally and activated Narukami. I fired a needle straight at the fireball. The needle struck the fireball, disrupting the balance of magical energy and triggering an explosion. Flames burst outward, engulfing the demon's face. It had nullified my attacks several times before, so I wasn't expecting to deal any damage. This was just a distraction. While the demon lost sight of me, I moved behind it. Then, I launched wires, binding both of its arms. Cannade Tania now. Got it. Just hold it there. With one hand still free, I extended it toward Cannade and Tania. The power I gained from my contract with Sora, continuous casting. Not just basic magic like Fireball, I should be able to use that spell as well. Multi-boost. A burst of light shot from my palm, enveloping the two of them. I successfully enhanced Cannade and Tania's physical abilities simultaneously. Naya. Raya. Cannade and Tania's cross-combination tore one of the demon's arms clean off. Guaya. The demon recoiled, clutching the stump where its arm once was, letting out an eerie scream. Meanwhile, Cannade and Tania landed on the ground. Neither of them let their guard down. The moment they confirmed the enemy was still standing, they prepared to strike again. Ha 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 ha, I must say, that was quite the impressive blow. Almost makes me admire you. But I can't let it end here. I've gone through the trouble of manifesting in this world. I want to have more fun. So, I think I'll take my leave now. The demon's shadow suddenly swelled. Monsters began to emerge one after another, far more than before. 100, 200, no, it was closer to 1,000. Rain, that thing's trying to run away. I won't let that happen. Fall before my power, flash impact. Luna's spell erupted, but the swarm of monsters intercepted it, preventing it from reaching the demon. There are way too many of them. This is totally unfair. Then I'll just blow them all away. Tania launched multiple fireballs. They rained down like a storm, detonating upon impact and taking out a portion of the horde. But it's no use, it keeps summoning more. Seriously, even as the monsters were destroyed, new ones appeared in their place. There was no end to them. The 1,000-strong horde formed an enormous wall, separating us from the demon. We couldn't land a hit on it. And in the meantime, the demon dragged its wounded body toward the outskirts of town. If we let it escape here, it would only repeat this somewhere else. More people would suffer. More tears would be shed. I refuse to let that happen. I'll end this, right here, right now, and the way to achieve that. I had one idea, but first, I needed to find a way past the swarm of monsters and get close to the demon. How? How could I slip through that horde? Rain. Nina. Hearing a familiar voice, I turned around. Nina was running toward me. Then, thump, she jumped straight into my chest. I found you, Rain. Why are you here? Where's Stella? Don't tell me you came alone. I wanted to help you, Rain. Until now, I've always just gone along with what others decided for me, never trying to stand on my own. But after meeting you, I found a little courage. I wanted to be of help to you, that's why. Charging straight into the middle of a battlefield was reckless. But the fact that Nina had gathered the courage to come here on her own made me genuinely happy. I want to help too. But wait a second. If Nina, a divine being with special abilities, was here, then maybe. Nina, do you see that swarm of monsters? Why, yeah. At the center of it is the demon who summoned them. I need to find a way to get close. Is there any way to do that? I can do it. Wait, really? Canaid, who had been listening beside me, looked shocked. Why, yeah, I may still be a child, but I'm still, a divine being. Nya, divine beings are amazing. All I can do is punch and kick. Canaid, you're plenty reliable yourself. I've lost count of how many times you've saved me. Naya. After giving Canaid a quick pat on the head, I turned back to Nina. Can you tell me how it works? I carried Nina on my back, holding her steady with one arm. It was a little awkward, but I had no choice. Without her, I wouldn't be able to break through the swarm of monsters. Canaid, Tania, Sora, Luna, I need you to create a distraction. Make it as flashy as possible. Got it. Nina, are you ready? Why, yeah, I'll do my best. Good answer. All right, let's go. At my signal, Canaid and Tania charged forward. They dove into the swarm, wreaking havoc. Sora and Luna provided magical support from the rear. It must have looked like a desperate struggle, because the demon only glanced at us and didn't react further. If you think we'll just let you escape after all this, think again. I will make you pay. Nina, we're going. Okay. Her voice, filled with determination, rang out right beside me. Teleport. The moment Nina whispered those words, the scenery in front of me warped. A floating sensation enveloped me, making it impossible to tell up from down. But it only lasted an instant. Like ripples vanishing from a pond, the world snapped back to normal. What? Impossible. And right before us stood the demon. One of Nina's special abilities, spatial transfer, as expected of a divine being. Her power was downright absurd, and she was still a child. The thought of what she'd be capable of in the future was terrifying. Now, everything was in place. The swarm of monsters had formed a barrier around the demon, meaning from here, I could send a certain command across the entire battlefield. When did you? But no matter, your power alone isn't enough to defeat me. My power alone, huh? That might be true. But what about all of these monsters? What? I was a beast tamer, not a monster tamer. I had studied some of the techniques, but with my current abilities, I couldn't tame monsters. But what if I could enhance my power? Boost. I cast an enhancement spell on myself. My physical abilities, senses, magic, everything surged upward. In this state, you managed to get this close to me, I'll give you credit for that. But this is where it ends. You have no way to defeat me, no way to escape. This is your grave. Now perish. Obey me. The movement of over 1,000 monsters came to an abrupt halt. They no longer followed the demon's commands. They followed mine. What are you doing? Devour this man. Now, hurry. It's useless. They're under my control now. Under your control? Impossible, 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 impossible. These creatures are my creations. There's no way they could be taken from me. Then why don't you try ordering them again? Devour this man. Leave nothing behind, not even his bones. The demon barked the command once more, but not a single monster moved. And no way, what is happening? Impossible, impossible. I told you, didn't I? They're all under my command now. What is this power? I don't understand. I've never seen anything like this before. Did you overwrite my control? That's not something a mere human could do, not even if you tamed one of the strongest species. Just what kind of power do you? This is the end. I pointed at the demon and gave my final command. Go. At my word, over 1,000 monsters charged at the demon in unison. Individually, each one was weak. But when 1,000 of them attacked together, it was a different story. G8GIHHHH. The sheer force of numbers left the demon with no chance to fight back. The fangs of the beasts tore it apart, dragging it to its death. A master-servant bond without true trust is fragile. To think that I would lose, well, I suppose this is amusing in its own way. A most unexpected outcome, human, won't you tell me your name? I refuse. How cold of you. With those final words, the demon fell silent. Its pitch-black body was swallowed by the swarm of monsters and vanished. Now that the summoner was gone, the supply of magic was cut off. Unable to sustain their existence, the monsters also began to disappear. And so, it was over. The sky above stretched out, clear and blue. Section. Like a passing storm, the chaos had ended and peace returned to the city. A disaster had struck without warning. Many people were injured. Many lost their homes. And yet their spirits remained unbroken. Even as they mourned those they had lost, they pressed forward. No one wished to stand still. And then, 3 days later, though the scars of the disaster still remained, the city was slowly regaining its composure. At that moment, we were summoned by the knights. Hello. Hello, Naya. Oh, you both came. As we stepped into the branch office, Stella greeted us with a bright smile. The other knights also welcomed us warmly. No more than just smiles, their eyes were filled with admiration. They practically sparkled. What's with the looks? Did I do something? You certainly did. You exposed the Lord's corruption and defeated the demon that suddenly appeared in the city. Everyone admires you, Rain. Being told that so directly is kinda embarrassing. After seeing your bravery firsthand, it's only natural. You should just accept it. Oh, Rain, you're a popular guy now. Not you too, Canaid. I'm happy that Rain is getting recognition, Naya. Please stop, I'm no hero, I'm just a beast tamer. The truth was, I didn't do any of this alone. It was thanks to the knights that we were able to expose the Lord's corruption. And I only managed to defeat the demon because of my companions. If I had been alone, I would have been powerless, completely at a loss. Even as I tried to explain this, excessive humility just makes you sound insincere. I think Rain deserves way more praise, honestly. The two of them just laughed and brushed it off. I wasn't being humble, this really was a victory we all shared. But since it didn't seem like I could convince them, I decided to move on. Anyway, why did you call us here today? Well, we've settled on a plan regarding the Lord and the future of the city, so I wanted to inform you. I imagine you'd be interested. Yeah, definitely. By the way, is it just the two of you today? The others had things to take care of, so it's just Canaid and me. Tania was looking after Nina. Even though Nina was an incredibly powerful being, she was still a child. Given that she had been captured by Edgar, we needed to check whether she had sustained any injuries. Not just physical wounds, but emotional ones too. So I left her care in Tania's hands. Meanwhile, Sora and Luna were using their magic to help rebuild the city. Because of everything that had happened, it was now widely known that Sora and Luna were spirits. But rather than being feared, people were grateful to them for saving the city. Having grown closer to the townspeople, the two of them wanted to do something to help, so they were using their magic to aid in the city's restoration. Let's start with the Knight Order. Every knight connected to the Lord has been arrested. After searching various locations, we found solid evidence of their corruption. Under orders from the royal capital, their captain and every complicit member have been dismissed. They will face judgment soon. Next, let's talk about the Lord. Go ahead. The Lord has been imprisoned. During the investigation, we uncovered a mountain of evidence of his wrongdoing. He has no room for excuses. Soon, he'll be transferred to the royal capital and put on trial. And so, evil has been vanquished, Naya. He's not dead, you know. That awful man, oh right, what happened to the Lord's son? Edgar is currently receiving treatment at the healing ward. You could call it good fortune. He somehow managed to survive without going down with the demon. However, the backlash from turning into a demon left his body in shambles. He couldn't even walk properly on his own. Though he was receiving treatment, a full recovery seemed unlikely. Not that I felt even an ounce of sympathy. He brought this on himself. Honestly, the only thought that came to mind was serves him right. Serves him right. Apparently, Canaid was thinking the same thing. Even though she hadn't been directly harmed, just seeing what he had done to Nina must have filled her with anger. Canaid, you're kind. Naya, where's this coming from all of a sudden? It just hit me, you get angry on behalf of others. That's one of the things I really admire about you. I don't really get it, but I'll take the compliment. Hehe. Canaid purred happily. How does she even make that sound? Regarding Edgar, there's also the matter of his transformation. Once he recovers to a certain extent, we plan to interrogate him. Though from what we've seen, he doesn't seem to remember much, so it may be difficult. I see, and what's going to happen to this city now? Both the Lord and his son had been arrested, an unprecedented event. What would become of this city? It won't happen overnight, but the royal capital will appoint a new lord. However, it will take time before they officially take their position. Until then, another lord from a neighboring city will serve as a temporary overseer. There may be some confusion for a while. Horizon would likely face difficult days ahead, and ultimately, I had pulled the trigger that set all of this in motion. Thinking about that, I started wondering, was this really the right choice? Rain. Take this. Bonk, Canaid lightly tapped me on the head. Hey, what was that for? You were thinking something weird just now, weren't you? Like, was this really the right choice? Or something like that. How did she know? I stared at her, eyes wide in surprise, while she puffed out her chest proudly. Phew fun, I know everything about Rain. After all, I'm your familiar, Naya. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Shouldn't the master be the one keeping track of the familiar? Rain, you're too kind, so you overthink things. But you really don't have to. If you start worrying about it, you lose. Lose? Naya. What I mean is, Rain, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did something amazing. If you had left the Lord alone, so many more people would have suffered. You stopped their tears, Rain. That's something to be proud of. Canaid. So cheer up, stop thinking about bad stuff, okay? Yeah, you're right. Canaid was trying to lift my spirits. There was no way I could stay down after that. I had done everything I could. No one could expect perfection. I had to remind myself of that and move forward. I feel the same way, Stella added. Rain, you accomplished something no one else could. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to this city? As I said before, you're a hero. Please don't call me that. I refuse because it's the truth. Stella gave me a teasing smirk. She knew I was flustered, and she was doing it on purpose. I had thought she was a serious knight, but she was surprisingly mischievous. Let me thank you properly. Thank you, Rain. Stella extended her hand. I took it firmly in mine. Who knows? Maybe one day, you'll be called a hero in other places as well. Where did that come from? I just have a feeling. You seem like someone who's capable of doing great things. That was way too much praise. I hold you in high regard, Rain, so how about it? Would you consider joining the Knight Order? Wait, the Knights. Yes, I have no doubt you'd make an excellent knight. I'd personally vouch for you. And truthfully, we could use the extra hands right now. What do you say? Would you help us protect the peace and order of this city? No, absolutely not. For some reason, Canaid was the one who rejected the offer. Rain is going to keep adventuring with us. There's no time for him to be a knight. Absolutely not. Is that so? It is so. Can you not answer for me? But I was scared you might leave us. That's not going to happen. I gently patted Canaid's head. There's no way I'd leave you guys. You're all important to me. Naya. Canaid purred happily. Just seeing her face like that filled me with warmth. I see, that's a shame. Looks like I've been rejected. Sorry, but I think being an adventurer suits me better. If you ever change your mind, let me know. You'd be welcome anytime. I'll keep that in mind. That seemed to be the end of the conversation. With that settled, I turned toward the exit. If you ever need anything, I'll be there to help. Don't hesitate to ask. I'll be counting on you. Well then, until next time. Yeah, see you. After exchanging farewells with Stella, we left the Knight Order's branch. Another side. Edgar lay on a bed in the healing ward, his body wrapped in bandages. Despite the generous use of medicinal herbs, the pain refused to fade. Damn it, why do I have to go through this? How are you feeling? A healing mage had come to check on him. Edgar remained silent, refusing to respond. I need to check your injuries. By now, the healer was used to Edgar's attitude. Without hesitation, he began his examination, carefully assessing the severity of the wounds. You're recovering well. At this rate, you should be discharged by next month, though you won't be able to walk without a cane. What? Edgar couldn't ignore those words. Hey, what do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. You won't be able to walk properly anymore. It's the after effect of your injuries. That's ridiculous. Oi, you're a healer, aren't you? Then heal me completely. That's an order. Don't be unreasonable. It's impossible. Your wounds are simply too severe. Besides, the healer shot Edgar a sharp glare, his expression brimming with open disgust. Treating you is already unbearable enough. Even if I could heal you completely, I wouldn't. Why? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? The former Lord's son, right? Former? You didn't know. Your father has already been imprisoned and is awaiting trial. What? You have nothing left. There's nothing you can do. The consequences of your actions have finally caught up to you. This is absurd. I'm the Lord's son. I'm the ruler of this town, and yet. The shock must be too much for you. You can't even accept reality. At this point, I just feel sorry for you. I can't even be angry anymore. Honestly, I don't care. I want nothing to do with you. Well then, I'll check on you later. Wait. Edgar tried to stop the healer, but he was completely ignored. He was left alone in the room. A mere healer dares to. He had never once doubted that he was meant to stand above others, and yet someone he considered beneath him had pitied him. His pride was utterly shattered. No, this can't be happening. There he is in this room. The door swung open and several men entered. What the hell, who are you? So the rumors were true. Didn't think we'd find the Lord's son in a place like this. And lucky for us, looks like he can't even move. Hey, I asked who you are, answer me. The men carried a menacing air, their presence heavy with unspoken threats. Edgar raised his voice, but it was nothing more than a pitiful attempt to mask his own fear. Hey, do you remember us? HMPH, as if I would know the likes of you lowly commoners. You bastard. Hold on, we'll make him realize his sins first. Edgar's heart pounded violently as he listened to the unsettling exchange between the men. What are they doing? What do they want? Fear and anxiety slowly swelled within him. My wife was taken by you. My lover was taken by you. My sister. What? Now that you've ended up like this, everyone has been freed. But even so, the time that has passed will never return. Everyone was left with deep scars. We know that doing this won't change anything, but just standing by and doing nothing, that's impossible. You need to pay for what you've done. The men drew their knives. Their expressions darkened as they pointed the blades at Edgar. Stop, do you even understand what you're doing? To me, of all people, hey, stop. How many times did we beg you to stop? And you never did. I get it. I'll apologize. I'll even bow my head to you, so please. Even now, you act like this. This guy is beyond saving. Knives in hand, the men closed in on Edgar. Faced with undeniable danger, cold sweat poured down his face. He tried to escape, but his body wouldn't move properly. All he could do was make the bed creak under him. The knife touched his skin. With a sharp glide, its tip sank in, drawing a red line. Og, it hurts. Terror. Pain only amplified his fear, shaking Edgar to his very core. For the first time in his life, he tasted true pain and true murderous intent from another. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Stop, please stop, I beg you, help me. Please, no, I'm begging you. Please stop, I'm begging you. Throwing away all pride and shame, Edgar pleaded desperately. Curling up, tears streaming down his face, he begged for mercy. It was a pitiful sight. Anyone who had known the former Edgar would have questioned if this was even the same person. Stop, please, I'm begging you, I'll apologize. So please. What a pathetic man. Seeing Edgar's wretched state, the men's thirst for revenge rapidly faded. They had been willing to risk their lives to take his, and now it all seemed utterly foolish. Let's go. Yeah, a man like this isn't even worth killing. Sheathing their knives, the men turned and left the room. Alone, Edgar exhaled in relief, realizing the danger had passed. Then, his mind replayed what had just happened. Why did I do that? The image of himself, desperately begging for his life, burned itself into his memory. No matter how hard he tried to forget, it wouldn't leave him. His spirit crumbled. Why did this happen? Edgar clutched his head and groaned. That was all he could do. There was nothing else left for him. Afterward, Edgar became unable to answer any questions coherently and was judged to be in a state of mental collapse. No amount of healing magic could mend a broken mind. However, losing his sanity didn't erase his past crimes. Justice would be served. Just like his father, he was transported to the royal capital where he was found guilty. He would spend the rest of his life in prison. But that was another story. Watching from the window of the healing ward, a man, Arios, quietly stepped away. I thought it would be better to eliminate him before he said anything unnecessary, but at this rate, there won't be any problems. The ring has been retrieved after all. HMPH, useless man. Arios sighed. Arios returned to the inn where he was staying. As he entered the room, he found Agus, Leanne, and Mina already gathered. Oh, welcome back. Where did you go? Just had a little errand to take care of. What about you guys? We've been gathering information about the recent incident, and we're just discussing what we found. The recent incident, huh? There's an information blackout, but the monster that appeared in town the other day was undoubtedly a demon. The presence of a demon in the middle of town was a serious issue. For years, nothing like this had happened. That said, there was precedent. During the war against the Demon King, there had been cases where demons infiltrated human settlements. With that in mind, Mina couldn't help but wonder if this incident was a sign that another war was coming. Her expression was heavy. However, Arios, knowing full well that the Demon King had nothing to do with it, responded lightly. No need to overthink things. I heard that this city's lord had been dabbling in all sorts of ancient relics. Most likely, one of them contained a sealed demon, and something accidentally broke the seal. Do you really think so? There's no point in dwelling on it. The demon has already been dealt with, right? The truth doesn't matter anymore. About that, Agus spoke up. Great, here he goes again. Arios clicked his tongue internally. Leaving a demon alone like that, was that really the right call? Hey, not this again. That night, Arios' party had been in town when the powerful entity emerged. They had known about it. And yet they had deemed it insignificant, unworthy of the hero's involvement. So they ignored it. Agus and Mina had been reluctant, but Arios had strong-armed them into agreeing. It had all been part of his plan. After all, summoning the demon only to slay it themselves would have been meaningless, so they chose to turn a blind eye. This city has adventurers. It has knights. Why should we be the ones to step in? But it was a demon. Our enemy. We didn't know that at the time. As far as we were aware, it was just a particularly strong monster. That's all. Maybe so, but leaving an enemy alone still doesn't sit right with me. You're mistaken. Our enemy is the Demon King. Lowly demons are nothing more than extras. Besides, everything worked out fine without us, didn't it? That just proves how insignificant the threat really was. We're not some errand service. We don't have time to waste on small fry, right? Well, I suppose I see your point. Then that settles it. It's in the past. No use digging it up again. All right. Too easy. Arios smirked internally. Agus was just a brute, good for strength and durability, but lacking in brains. Handling him was even easier than dealing with a child. Oblivious to Arios' thoughts, Agus remained silent, his expression unreadable. Was the demon the only thing you were discussing? Arios asked. No, there was one more thing. Hey, isn't it about time we hit the road again? I'm getting bored of this place, Leanne said, twirling her hair between her fingers. Arios considered her words. I still haven't eliminated Rain. I haven't repaid the humiliation he dealt me. That alone was frustrating. He wanted to devise a new plan and strike back immediately. But he couldn't afford to be reckless. If he obsessed over revenge, he might slip up somewhere unexpected. Besides, he'd already made his moves. Acting too soon could make Rain suspicious. That man had sharp instincts in certain areas. For now, it was best to focus on what lay ahead. He could deal with Rain another day. Arios made his decision. You're right, let's move on. Finally, I want to go somewhere more exciting next. Leanne, we have a noble mission, to defeat the Demon King. Don't be so materialistic. Come on, just a little fun. If we stay too tense all the time, we'll burn out. That may be true, but... By the way, our travel funds are running low. Does anyone know why? Agus asked. Arios' expression soured for a brief moment. The reason their funds were depleting was simple. He had been spending them. If the others found out, there would be no avoiding their ire. After all, he had secretly bought magic items from the black market to use against Rain. There was no way he could admit to that. Feigning ignorance, he played dumb. Arios, do you know anything about this? Who am I? I just noticed it now. I see if Arios says so, then I suppose that's how it is. Agus' words carried a subtle implication, making Arios click his tongue in annoyance. It's as if he's saying, I know everything. If we don't have it, we don't have it. It can't be helped. We get an allowance sent every month, so it's not like we're struggling. That's true. But what about food and water? Without money, we can't buy any. The next allowance won't come for a while. We're the esteemed heroes party, aren't we? We'll just collect supplies like we always do. It was an outrageously self-serving statement, yet no one objected to what Rain had said. In fact, they all found themselves nodding in agreement. That does make sense. Then, let's head out right away. At Arios' words, the group nodded in unison. They checked out of the inn and made their way to the district lined with shops. First, food supplies. After scouting around for a suitable store, they approached the shopkeeper. Got a moment. What is it? Wait, the hero. The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of surprise the moment Arios spoke. It seemed he recognized Arios. That made things easier. Smiling, Arios pressed forward. Can you put together a week's worth of food and water for us? Something compact and long-lasting for travel would be ideal. Why, yes. A week's worth for 4 people. Yeah, that's right. In that case, let's see, that would be about 10 silver coins. Is that acceptable? Of course not. Hi. I'm the hero. As you know, I'm on a journey to save the world. Supporting that journey is the duty of the people, isn't it? Unfortunately, we're a little short on funds at the moment, so we'll be collecting these supplies. You should be honored to be of use to us. Oh, and I'll even let you advertise that the hero's party stopped by your store. A special privilege, don't you think? For Arios and his party, this was a completely normal thing. It was only natural for people to cooperate with those who bore the mission of saving the world. They truly believed that, without a shred of doubt. And up until now, it had never been a problem. Even if people hesitated at first, they would always end up smiling obsequiously and complying with their demands. This time would be no different, or so they thought. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. What? Even if you are the hero, I can't afford to just give away food for free right now. Do you understand what you're saying? I, the hero, am requesting your cooperation. Hiro-sama, do you understand what you're saying? The town is in chaos after the recent incident. The supply chains are disrupted, and even I am struggling to secure enough food for myself. In times like these, how could I possibly hand over supplies for free? Please leave. You dare speak to me like that? The shopkeeper's words were the very definition of reason. Even Arios, though seething with anger, found himself at a loss for a retort. And then, another shopkeeper from a neighboring store stepped forward, cutting into the conversation. Just so you know, there isn't a single shop in this town willing to give you anything. His words struck like a finishing blow. I overheard your little exchange, and I have to say, are you really the hero? I find that hard to believe. That young man seems far more like a hero than you lot. Do you think you can just say that and get away with it? Oh, are you telling me that a so-called hero would resort to violence in the middle of the street? Against an unarmed man, no less. GH. Word has it, you abandoned this town, left it to fend for itself when demons attacked. That's not. The truth had likely spread from other guests at the inn. Even though demons had appeared, Arios' group had never left their lodgings. Someone must have seen them staying put and spread the story, leading to this moment. A hero, huh? What a joke. We won't cooperate with you, and we sure as hell won't sell you anything. As the man declared this with firm conviction, others around him voiced their agreement. Before they knew it, a crowd had gathered. They had become the center of attention. A so-called hero who won't even help when it really matters. After doing whatever you pleased, now you want to take from us. How selfish can you be? I know plenty of people who were forced to hand over their goods to you. Faced with the people's scorn, Arios and his party flinched. We don't have time to waste on these people. We're leaving. W8 Arios, we still need supplies. We'll figure something else out. Worst case, we can gather food ourselves. I refuse to stay here any longer. Okay. As if a dam had burst, the people finally let out all the resentment they had been holding in. Their angry voices filled the streets. This is the beginning. The countdown had started, toward the fall of the hero's reputation, toward the moment he would lose everything. Unaware of this, Arios and his party averted their eyes from reality and left the town behind. Section. When we returned to the inn, everyone was there. Welcome back. Welcome's home. Tania and Nina greeted us. Meanwhile, Sora and Luna were. Luna, that hot dog belongs to Sora. Please don't steal it. She wasn't eating it, so I'm taking it. It would be a waste if it just sat there. I was saving it for later. Now give it back, ah. Munch munch delicious. So this is a challenge against Sora. A provocation? Very well, I'll accept. I'll blast your body with advanced magic. A sibling quarrel had broken out. It seemed they were fighting over a hot dog, but seriously, could they not use advanced magic over something like that? Just watching them was making my heart ache. All right, you two, no fighting. Oh, if it isn't Rain, welcome back. Rain, listen to this. Luna stole my hot dog. This is absolutely unacceptable. She must be punished. It wasn't stealing, I just took it before she did. That's the same thing. Before that, where did you two even get hot dogs? I had the money, so they shouldn't have had any on them. We helped clear away rubble, and someone gave them to us as a thank you. Apparently, someone remembered how obsessed we were with hot dogs before. A most splendid offering. I see. Well, I'll buy more for you later, so stop fighting over them. If Rain says so, I suppose I have no choice. By the way, how were things with the knights? You spoke to that one knight who talks like a man, right? Oh, right, about that. I explained everything that had happened. So the lords are going to be put on trial in the royal capital. I could handle their punishment myself, you know. Well, it's a fair outcome, but what about the new lord? What if they send another terrible one? Tania had a valid concern. If the new lord was no better than the last, it would be a disaster. If they were even worse, it would be unbearable. But that was unlikely. The people appointing the new lord had a responsibility, too. If they made the same mistake, they would have to face consequences. No one would want that to happen. So this time, they would be much more careful in selecting the next lord. I shared that with the group. This should set the town on the right path. It'll take time, though. It's all thanks to you, Rain. Canid smiled as she said that. No, I didn't really do anything. That's not true. This only happened because you did your best. Right, everyone? Everyone nodded in agreement. Had I really helped someone? Had I really made a difference for the people of this town? If so, then I was honestly happy. Hey, Rain. What are we doing from tomorrow onward? As for what's next, we've been summoned to the guild, so we'll check in with them first. But before that, I glanced over at Nina. She flinched as soon as she noticed my gaze. She seemed nervous, anxiously watching me. Nina, do you have anywhere to go from here? And no. You were worshipped in a village, right? Are you not going back there? I don't think it exists anymore. Sorry. That was insensitive of me. And no, don't worry about it. So Nina had nowhere to return to. In that case, if you'd like, why don't you come with us? Really? Nina stared at me in surprise. I can really stay with you. If you want to. She hesitated, lowering her gaze in uncertainty. For someone like Nina, saying it like this might just make her overthink it. I want you to come with us, Nina. You want me with you, Rain. We made it through that whole ordeal together. That makes us comrades, doesn't it? So, why don't you stay with us? I'd like you to join our party. But I'm useless. That's not true. During the fight with the demons, you saved us. If you hadn't been there, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them and would have had to let them go. But I really didn't do anything that important. I'll just end up holding everyone back. Let's set aside whether you're useful or not for now. Instead, I want you to think about something else. Something else? Do you want to stay with us or not? Just keep it simple and think only about that. For the record, I want you to stay with us. I want to be your comrade. What do you think? Even though she was a divine being, I couldn't just leave a child like her alone. But that wasn't the only reason. After making it through that battle together, I genuinely wanted Nina to stay with us. This feeling was real. Naya, Rain's flirting with another girl again. Nina's still so young. Could it be that he has that kind of preference? HMPH, if being small is an advantage, then leave it to me. I shall capture Rain's heart. Sora, you're the same height as me. Everyone was saying nonsense, but I decided to ignore them for now. Smiling at Nina, I reached out my hand. Will you come with us? With a firm resolve in her small frame, Nina grasped my hand. Section. With a new member added, our party was becoming livelier. With this many people, staying at an inn might soon be a problem. If we occupied too many rooms, the innkeeper wouldn't be thrilled about a long-term stay. It would be nice if we could find a place of our own. I felt a small tug on my sleeve and looked down to see Nina gazing up at me. What's wrong? Everyone is contracted with you, right? After reintroducing ourselves earlier, the others had mentioned their contracts with me. Yeah, that's right. Why? Well, Nina mumbled, struggling to find the right words. It was clear she wanted to say something, but wasn't sure how. Canaid spoke up in her place. Do you want to form a contract with Rain too, Nina? Nina gave a small nod at Canaid's words. I want to be of help to you too, Rain. You don't have to force yourself, you know. And no, I'm not forcing myself. I want this. Her speech was hesitant, but her determination was unmistakable. All right. If that's how you feel, let's make a contract. Really? Yeah, but I've already formed contracts with everyone else. I don't know if I can make another one with you. That sounds familiar. He said the same thing when contracting with us, but it worked out just fine. Sara and Luna spoke as if they had heard it all before. When it came down to it, I had managed to contract with them, as well as with Tania and Canaid, so it would probably be fine this time too. Having gone through so much already, I'd gained a little confidence in myself. All right, let's do this. I bit my thumb and used my blood to draw a magic circle. I am Rain Shroud. Through this contract, a new bond is forged. With this vow in my heart, with hope in my soul, I take this power into my hands. Answer me, what is your name? Nina. The contract was sealed. A magic circle, identical to everyone else's, appeared on Nina's hand. With this, our contract is complete. Wow, this is a mark of the contract, I suppose. This is mine. Nyahaha, that means Nina is officially part of the group now. Welcome aboard, Nina. We shall celebrate your arrival. Looking forward to having you with us. Everyone, thank you. Pressing her hand to her chest, Nina smiled. On her hand was the same symbol as the others, a mark of the bond we all shared. Epilogue, together from now on. Night. Just as I was about to go to sleep, a soft knock came at the door. Yes. It's me. Nina, come in. Cautiously, Nina stepped into the room, clutching a pillow in her arms for some reason. What's wrong? It's pretty late. When I asked, she cast her gaze downward, looking troubled. No, rather than troubled, she seemed anxious, like a child who had done something mischievous and was afraid of being scolded. That being said, Nina was a good kid. I couldn't imagine she had done anything wrong, which meant she probably wanted something but was too nervous to say it outright. Come on, what is it? You wanted to talk about something, right? Since I needed her to speak up on her own, I softened my voice as much as possible to ease her nerves. Well, you see. Can I sleep here with you? Since the inn had vacancies today, we had booked separate rooms for everyone. Nina was still a child, but she was also a girl. She probably wanted some time to herself, plus, each room only had one bed. If anyone shared a room, they'd have to squeeze in. A larger bed for two or a room with two beds would have been ideal, but unfortunately, those were all taken. Still, I probably should have thought about this more. After everything she'd been through, being left alone would only make her feel even more uneasy. Yeah, she'd probably feel safer with someone nearby for a while. Would you rather sleep with Canaid, or maybe Tania? If it's hard for you to ask, I can talk to them for you. No, I want to stay with you, Rain. That's probably not a good idea. Why not? Because you're a girl, Nina. And I'm a guy. Which means it wouldn't be appropriate. Why? The way she looked at me with such innocent eyes made it really hard to answer. But am I just overthinking this? Nina is still a kid. Maybe I don't need to worry about all that. Maybe I should just focus on keeping her company. What should I do? Knock, knock. As I hesitated, another knock came at the door. Yes. Rain, it's me. From the other side, I heard Tania's voice. Sorry for coming so late. Do you have a moment? Sure. Excuse me, then. The thing is, I couldn't find Nina anywhere, and as soon as Tania stepped inside and saw Nina, her eyes widened. Her gaze flickered between Nina's pillow and me. Rain, what exactly were you about to do? She pulled Nina close, shielding her, then shot me a glare. There was no doubt about it. She had the completely wrong idea, and a terribly humiliating one at that. It's not what you think. Panicking now would only make me look more suspicious, so I stayed calm as I explained. Look, we booked separate rooms for everyone, right? But Nina was feeling lonely on her own, so she came to your room. That's right. Oh, I see. For a second, I thought you developed those kinds of tastes and nearly lost it. Once the misunderstanding cleared up, Tania's suspicion faded from her eyes. But hold on, those kinds of tastes, what's that supposed to mean? I'm completely normal, okay? But still, why did she come to your room? That's a good question. Both Tania and I turned to Nina. After a slight flustered pause, she answered. Well, because we made a contract, Rain, so I thought maybe it'd be better if we stayed together. That's your reason. And also, apparently there was more. I don't really know why, but I just want to be with you. I guess she'd really grown attached to me after everything that happened. I was glad she felt comfortable enough to trust me, but that didn't mean she should be trying to sleep here, too. This was going to be a problem. Well, in that case, could you take care of Nina for the night, Tania? I don't mind, but... Tania gave me a questioning look. Nina, you'd rather stay with Rain than me, right? Say, that's... Shall I offer a compromise? Tania approached with a sly smile. A compromise? I'll sleep with you too. Why would it come to that? Because that solves everything, doesn't it? The issue is that you and Nina would be alone together. If I'm there too, problem solved. And it's not like I want to sleep with you or anything, okay? This is just for Nina's sake. Don't get the wrong idea. When you put it that way, it does sound like the best option. Luckily, the bed in my room was a large one. Given how small Nina was, there would be more than enough space even with Tania joining. Wait, no way. That would just cause even more problems. Sleeping next to Tania would be way more of an issue than sleeping next to Nina. I was about to voice my strong objection, but wow, Tania too, all of us together sleeping. Nina's face practically shone with excitement. She must have been starved for warmth and companionship. Even before she was captured by Edgar, she'd been surviving alone. She probably never had the chance to sleep next to someone before. What should I do? Could I really turn her down when she looked this happy? It'd make me feel like an absolutely horrible person. Bang! Before I could make a decision, the door flew open, without so much as a knock. Standing there were the twins, Sarah and Luna. We heard everything. No sneaking ahead without us. Sarah, Luna, what are you two doing here? Judging by the situation, they had definitely been eavesdropping from outside. But since when? We were worried about Nina, so we decided to check on her. But when we got to her room, it was already empty. Figured she might be here, so we rushed over. Sleeping with Rain sounds like so much fun. Naturally, we'll be joining too. No leaving us out. We even brought our own pillows, see? They proudly displayed the pillows they had carried from their room. And I thought I finally got ahead of the game. For some reason, Tania looked frustrated. All right, let's all sleep together. Now that it's come to this, you aren't thinking of backing out, are you? Sarah and Luna kept pushing forward. Is this really okay? They're all young girls after all. Shouldn't they have at least a little sense of modesty or embarrassment? Well, regardless, I was already backed into a corner. Sigh, fine, do whatever you want. Yay. Hee, looks like we're together tonight. Sarah and Luna beamed with joy. Somehow, it felt less like they were doing this for Nina, and more because they wanted to. If we're doing this, should we invite Canade too? Tania mused. Luna tilted her head. Before coming here, I checked on her. She was already asleep. I could hear her cute little supika snores. Well, it is pretty late. Waking her up now would be a little cruel, I said. But Nina shook her head. It's sad, but being the only one left out, that's even sadder, isn't it? That's a fair point. It was an undeniable truth. In that case, I'll go get Canade. I volunteered without much thought. Tania looked surprised. I don't think that's a good. It's cold in the hallway. You guys stay in here and wait. I'll bring Canade back right away. Rain, wait. I heard Tania's voice calling after me, but I had already stepped out into the corridor. I made my way to Canade's room. Knock, knock. Coming. After a short pause, a drowsy voice answered. With a click, the door opened to reveal Canade, rubbing her sleepy eyes. NHHN, Rain, what's up? Yeah, just as Sora and Luna had said, she had clearly been fast asleep. She let out a big yawn. Sorry, I woke you up, didn't I? NNH, don't worry about it, so what's up? Do you want to sleep together? Ah, oh, that's what you meant. Sure, I'll sleep with you, Rain. Still half asleep, Kanade nodded absent-mindedly. Inaya. Her eyes gradually widened and her face turned red. Sleep together? Wait, Naya. Completely misunderstanding the situation, Kanade turned bright red all the way to the tips of her ears, flailing in a panic. Yeah, I should have known this would happen. A guy showing up at a girl's room at night, saying something like that, of course she'd get the wrong idea. This was probably what Tania had been worried about. I really should have phrased it better. Lesson learned. Section, Naya, it's a little cramped. Well, with this many people, that's inevitable. Eek. W, who just grabbed my tail. Sorry, it's warm, so I couldn't help it. Oh, it was Nina. You just surprised me, that's all. I'm not mad. Few fun, I shall allow it. Touch Tania's tail to your heart's content. So it's really warm? That is intriguing. Later, may I pet it too? I'd like to squeeze it. We were all crammed into the same bed. Kanade and Tania were clinging to both of my arms. Sora and Luna had latched onto my legs, and Nina was lying on top of me, hugging my chest. With everyone clinging to me, I couldn't move. No rolling over, no shifting around. Was I even going to be able to sleep like this? Naya, this is kind of embarrassing, Kanade murmured. The lights were out, so I couldn't see her face, but I could imagine how red she must be. Rain, are you embarrassed too? Well, yeah, obviously. Naya, haha, so even you get embarrassed, huh? Ah, hey, Kanade, stop moving so much. You're making my space smaller. If we're not careful, we might fall off the bed. This requires absolute balance. Sleeping together is harder than I thought. Now that I think about it, shouldn't we just call it off? I suggested. Nope. It figures. Instead of answering, they all just clung even tighter. I guess they were enjoying themselves in their own way. Hee hee. In the darkness, Nina let out a small giggle. What is it? I asked. You see. Yeah. This is really fun. Nina hugged me even tighter. She was warm, and there was a pleasant weight to her embrace. I never knew that being together with everyone could be this fun. I could barely make out the gentle swish of her tail. Seeing her like that, the others chimed in with warm smiles. Naya, I feel the same, Nina. I'm really happy too. That's right. Just like the cat Yaokai said, being with everyone makes every day exciting. See, cat Yaokai. I understand what Nina means, Luna nodded. It feels like we've all become siblings, like a real family. I shall be the eldest daughter. Luna, you're the youngest, below even Nina. This is devastating. Watching everyone chat and laugh so freely, I couldn't help but smile too. Nina had always been a bit reserved, so I had worried about how she'd fit in, but looking at her now, I realized I had nothing to worry about. Hey, Rain. Nina, still nestled against my chest, spoke softly. Everyone fell silent, listening intently. I only just became part of the group, but I've been thinking. What have you been thinking about? I asked. I want to stay with everyone from now on. I want us to always be together. At Nina's words, I felt like everyone's expressions softened with warmth. It was dark, so I couldn't see them clearly, but I was sure I wasn't wrong. Do you think we can stay together? She asked. Of course. I gently patted her head. We were comrades. It didn't matter that we had only just met. What mattered was that we already cherished each other. And that feeling, I knew it would never change. Some might say that was naive. That no one could possibly predict the future, so making such a declaration was foolish. Maybe they'd be right. But this is what I believe. As long as everyone is smiling, as long as we can share this happiness together, then there's nothing to worry about. From now on, let's take care of each other, Nina. Yes, please take care of me too. Still resting atop me, Nina gave a small, polite bow. Everyone, please take care of me as well. Naya, of course. Let's get along. Fufu, welcome to the group. We shall take care of each other. We'll be counting on you, Nina. From now on, we would walk the same path. We would share our time together. And we would continue to strengthen the bonds that tied us. With that comforting thought in my heart. Good night. I slowly closed my eyes. Afterward, hello, I'm Suzu Miyama. Thank you so much for reading this book. I truly appreciate it. This afterword is just 1 page long, short, and sweet. Honestly, I'd love to write 1,000 pages. Okay, that was a lie. Sorry. For this second arc, I've included some classic developments, and Rain and the others will be facing an even bigger challenge. How was it? I did my best to make it just as enjoyable as the first, and I'd be delighted if you had fun reading it. Also, there's a new character. Fox ears and a fluffy fox tail. Why a fox, you ask? Because that's just my personal preference. Hoping for the day we meet again, that's all for now. Thank you. End of Volume 2.